Hello and welcome to the 2022 Intercontinental Championship here on twitch.tv/Project My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid, and thanks so much for joining in. We're going to have a heck of a whole afternoon here of Netrunner. Intercontinentals is quite fun, and just the same as about to enter or begin any journey, it's best to do so with friends. So I am joined firstly by Dropbear there on the left. We have your portrait, we have your lovely voice. Dropbear, how's it going?
Great to be here. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, no, we're really excited. It's going to be a great day in Netrunner, and of course, also SimplyTheOnion joining from across the pond. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm also doing well. Very interested to see what people have brought today.
Yeah, today's going to be quite an exciting day. If you've been following this Twitch channel for the last month, you've seen the Continental season. So far, we've had 3 Continental Championships back to back, week to week to week. And today we have the cream of the crop that rose. We have 12 players showing up today. Largely the top 4 from each region has been invited today to play in actually a kind of like silly event, a really kind of ridiculous format. It's a bit more casual. It's a bit more fast and loose. But we have to make it clear that there's some really good prize support here. If you come in first at Intercontinentals, you get a buy at Worlds this year. For those who don't know what a buy is, that means your first round, you don't actually get paired up with an opponent, and you get 2 free wins, which is kind of what you want to start your competitive day there in Toronto this year if you're coming out. But we have 12 players to show you what this looks like. We have a graphic here. These are our lives. We have 4 players from each region. These are the 4 top performing players. On APAC, there was 1 player, I think, the name is Carl, something like that. Excuse me, I'll double check that. But unfortunately, they couldn't make it. So the 5th spot player in the APAC region is now maninthemoon, who was actually 2nd in Swiss going into the event. So we have 12 players here. Everyone has 3 lives. They will be pairing up on a single-sided random matchup against another opponent, and every loss they take will check mark off one of these boxes. The last player standing that still has boxes unchecked will be our Intercontinental champion. It's going to be fun. We've seen this last year, I think maybe even the year before, but it's been fast and loose. And sometimes people bring wild meta decks or off meta decks. Some people are just like having fun. Some people are really kind of grinding it. Dropbear, we talked a bit before that we went live about what we expect to see here. There's obviously like a bit of a known meta after Continental season. We're seeing a lot of endurance. We're seeing a lot of that drip economy. What are you excited to see today?
Anything that is not boat. I'm sorry. Although to be fair, like especially in like Australian nationals, and there has been other tournaments that have popped up that have started to evolve the meta and go, hey, boat isn't necessarily the best idea to put in. And there's been a couple of people playing Anarchs, some people playing some interesting criminals. Adam, of course, is has earned a lot of rep as being a good deck simply because it keeps all the econ, but it's got you start on turn 2 basically with all your directives. So it'll be interesting to see if everyone goes lat or if we get something different.
Yeah, boat is definitely, the big elephant in the room. We saw Endurance show up on APAC and have a huge splash, pun intended. And as the Continental season aged, every single Continental after that, you saw more and more of the TugtetguT playing this Shaper console. It's a 5 influence console that just came out from Midnight Sun, and what an exciting card, allowing you to deal with ice for power counters, getting those power counters if you're playing a run-based economy. But we did see it at the end of Euro Africa's. I believe all top 8 of the top 8 decks were playing this endurance card. Can we see something without it? I think we talked a bit SimplyTheOnion about Tag Me potentially being an archetype, largely hinging on whether the NBN shows up. Is that something you'd want to bring to this event?
I'd probably actually be bringing Attack Me, yes. I'm very much of the opinion that NBN decks probably won't show up here just because LAT is such a big force. And NBN's niche right now is mainly playing that R plus prison deck, which is trying to attack you repeatedly with Drago every turn, or trying to go a very, very heavy glacial build with either Asmari or Agni and hiding behind very big ice in terms of Toll Booth or Hydra or similar pieces of ice. And both of these get very, very well beat by the heavy amounts of drip that LAT is playing.
Yeah. And there are going to be open deck lists from my understanding. So soon enough, we will have the deck list published. We should be able to share them with y'all watching from home so you can see what these top 12 players have brought to the event. And I know we saw a trend maybe last year at the started, but we had a lot of players that brought a deck that was similar to what they were comfortable, similar to what they brought and performed well with in the Continental season, but then some slight shifts to give it more teeth, to give it a bit more edge. Some people say to give it a bit more cheese. But I remember last year very, very clearly that we had these sort of MC austerity policy decks that were also on like hard hitting news into boom. And that became its own meta itself in Intercontinentals, where a bunch of players changed at the same time. So I'm really excited to see what happens here in terms of a shifting meta. Again, we're gonna have a full day today.
We could actually relive that moment because MCA and Boom are both still legal, and there have been new ways opened up in Op, for example, to kill with that combo.
I think Op is the one idea I'd love to see more. I know Bridgman did hit the top 3 finish in the Euro Africas with a pretty fast, pretty mean as well Op deck. I do think we've seen a bit of struggle with the Stone Ship chart room showing up as a 3-off in most of these Shaper decks. That's sometimes hard to do 7 meat damage and convert that into a flat line. But yeah, the other boat is the kind of boat we want to see. Dropbear, I think you had Australian Nationals. Excuse me. Dropbear, I know you had Australian Nationals just recently, if I'm not mistaken. Can you talk a bit about your experience there? Is that something that's going to maybe shape this meta going forward?
It's questionable. Of course, Lat did show up and did win the entire tournament, but we do have like a lot of like weird stuff in Australia, like players that just go, "I'm just going to bring this and try and play with it," and it does sometimes work out. Like we had a Ken turn into top 4, for example, in Australia. We had of virus sweets. We've had Jinteki all over. We've had probably the biggest one is everyone's starting to build precision design decks for Haas Bioroid instead of the traditional like Sportsmetal and stuff. So there's a lot of like there is a lot of different ideas that are popping around. It's just that everyone's gone. It's easier if it's not easier to play Nat, but some like the pro players who already know how to play Nat, Lat just know how to play it. Like it is a good deck.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
And I think that's actually a really exciting thing right now. We have Worlds coming up, and Worlds has the big standard tournament event. Mind you, they do, of course, have the Startup World Championship there as well. But for some players that are coming into Netrunner and maybe transitioning from Startup to Standard, right now this Lat deck is a very powerful deck, as we've seen across this month. But I think it's actually quite an approachable deck for players to get into and learn how to play the game. Of course, the players we're going to see here today, especially the ones that won or came to the top with this deck in Continentals, they're playing it to the best ability they can. But if you want to get into this game and you want to learn fundamental, good, competitive Netrunner, I do highly recommend picking up this deck. For as much as you've been seeing it over the last month or so, there's a good reason, and I think it's a comfortable thing to pilot. So that's a nice little gateway there. Of course, we might see some new ban list changes in the upcoming weeks. We're expecting those into Worlds, but this is still quite exciting to watch. And that was actually like my favorite thing so far about Continental season is the games have been really exciting. For as much as, we see the boat very consistently, the games have been tense. They've been close. It comes down to the good decision making. We've seen people bluffing in remote servers more than I have in a lot of other competitive Netrunner in the last couple months or so. But we're going to be in for some good games today. That's all I'm trying to hammer home here. And on our side,
just for a quick update, there will be a ban list next week. Off the top of my head, that was announced on the Facebook.
Perfect. Yeah, cool. That's something that people who are really, waiting to start to testing and brewing for Worlds are definitely champing at the bit to get to some new ban list changes. It looks like we should be off soon. The rounds technically started at 10 o'clock, so we're a bit behind, but that's just how this works here. Everyone has to come together. You got to get the deck lists and everything organized, so we should be starting soon. So do bear with us for a second. It looks like we do have the deck lists. We can't share them just yet. We want to wait for the rounds to start just so that people can't scout this out too soon, I take it. But we'll be starting really soon. Just give us a bit of patience here.
So, we've talked a lot about the runner, but what about the corp? Like, Corp is right now is in a quite an interesting area where Haas Bioroid's kind of picked up the mantle of being just the generically good, and then everyone goes, actually, I want to play Jinteki, or I want to play this Weyland Op deck, or I can't be bothered, I'm going to play MBN tag, kill them. Like, are we going to see a lot of Haas Bioroid, or is there going to be a bit of a more even split?
Yeah, I
I do
recommend.
believe
Sorry, go ahead, Onion.
I do believe Haas Bioroid is currently best positioned in the current meta with both precision design, having a very strong or having the ability to close games out fast, and also tax the boat in terms of counters very efficiently by repeatedly jamming into the remote every turn. Furthermore, it also has next activation command as a way to counter the boat, which no other faction really has, unless they feel like spending influence on a lockdown, which has a very like precise window that you need to use it in. And Swords, on the other hand, has the ability to actually just straight out outpace the lad and make the lad play its game, which can also be very valuable and basically like ignore boat and the drip that way by just trying to be faster.
I think you nailed it. There's a lot of HB cards that are incredibly important in the matchup. We also saw, and specifically in the finals of Euro Africa Continentals, even just Magnet being a really important card in the matchup. We saw a couple more of these Hoshiko decks, these sort of endurance-based Hoshiko decks, and they're relying on Botchless to get through some of the ice just to make sure that their boat, their endurance is not taxed out too hard. And that thing also in the Shaper matchup, if you're playing Econ instead of Nano deck, that's been quite important. But I do think you're totally right on the money there. There's a lot of HB cards that are not, there are already good cards in most matchups that are even better in that endurance matchup, and we're excited to see. It looks like, so we can't show the deck list just yet, but looking at what I'm paging through too, we are seeing a fair bit of HB. I think it's going to be the most represented faction by a probably considerable margin, but there are still some really exciting things there. We are seeing some Jinteki. We are seeing, I don't know if we were seeing NBN, but we are seeing Jinteki. We're definitely seeing some Weyland as well. So we're going to have a diverse meta, that is quite for sure.
Oh, I'm seeing some very interesting colors here for the corporation, actually.
We can't spoil it too much, so we got to keep it a bit broader until we get the go ahead. But is there something specific you want to shout out?
Let's just say both sides have a boat.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. I've seen that, and I'm really excited for that. I think there's still a fair few IDs that came out in Midnight Sun that I think have a pretty high, not only skill cap, but building cap. To get that deck to sing, you have to put a bit of work into it. And I think there's still a lot of stuff that are unsolved on that front. So I'm excited to see if we can see more of the bigger boat. All right.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of the big boat. I believe once the set came out, I built like about 10, 15 different op lists.
Yeah. Yeah, man, Op has been so flexible and so fun, and I love to see it on top tables. And we did see that in Euro Africas, and I think that was where the Weyland did perform the best. I do think we saw some at the Americas Continentals that just barely missed the top cut. And just to go over
Actually, the one.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was gonna mention that one of the ops that very, very barely didn't make it was in the American cut, I believe.
Mhm.
Oh no, in the Asia Pacific cut was Man in the Moon on a very like unique build, who has actually made it into Intercontinental. So it'll be very interesting to see whether or not they bring boat again.
Yeah, Man in the Moon finished, I think, second in Swiss. So they did really well, just missing technically the Intercontinentals cut, but they made it in. Someone had to drop, and I'm excited to see it because you're totally right. That's actually a deck that I have played before, and it is a sort of, and we saw this archetype show up also in Euro Africa, but it's a horizontal, kind of like I wouldn't say a prison deck. It is an acid-based deck, but this deck can close the game out quite quickly. I've heard reports, I know Bridgman was saying that a lot of his games in the Continentals were about 10 minutes in the same sort of play pattern, where you're putting out the assets. If the assets get trashed by their own abilities, a lot of them are things like Lodge Campaign and Maryland Campaign, they become other assets, and you just get this ridiculous value engine, also based off the Svigator Excavator. And that is backed up with things like Hard Hitting News, and then some of the lists have Drago into Boom, and you have a spicy brew that it might be hard for runners to contest incredibly early when their economy packages are a bit, backloaded with economy over time. Now, I just want to say this one more for everyone who's welcome to stream. Firstly, welcome to twitch.tv/Project Nisei. Give a subscribe and a follow to this channel that anytime Project Nisei goes live, you will get a notification, and that's going to be really important in just about a month when Worlds is going to be, I believe, streamed on this channel. But to go over how this format works, we have 12 players here today, the top 4 from each of the regions, each 3 continentals over the last month, and each of these players have 3 lives. This is a considerably different format than you've been watching over this last month, because we are playing single-sided 40-minute round random pairing rounds. So the idea is that each player will be matched against another player, and they'll try and play the corpse side or the runner side, whatever side they've played the least, and every loss they take, they will lose one of their lives. Once they are lost all 3 lives, they are out. 3 strikes, you're out, and we will continue to play. It should be around 8 to 10 rounds until we finally have only 1 contender standing. Again, the deck lists do not have to be the deck lists that these players have brought to the Continental season. They're allowed to change them. They're allowed to play whatever they want, of course, within the standard format. So today we're going to see some shakeups for sure. I don't think everybody's going to be playing the same deck by any means. Now, deck lists, I believe, are open. We're going to be able to share with them with you, so that's important. Your opponents are going to know every card in their opponent's list, so that does have a big impact on the value of traps or the value of a certain face check ice, and that's always really quite exciting. All right,
And these are some very spicy decks. A couple of them have some interesting choices made that I'm not sure if when we can reveal that, but no. Although to be fair, there is one combining one combination that is seems to be prevalent, and I think chat gets 0 guesses as to what that one card in almost every deck is.
I do believe the players already have their deck lists, so I think we're good at showing them on stream.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the confirmation from Nisei, because they've.
Okay.
I know they've been specific about that before to make sure all players have the same amount of time or what have you. But yeah, we should be just a couple minutes away from the beginning of this. These rounds are going to be fast. It's actually going to be very likely. Specifically, some of these matchups could be very quite quick. If we only watch something for 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to try as quickly as we can to jump into another game. So do try and catch up or keep along if you can, because we'll be bouncing left and right between rounds as we can. But we have, again, 12 players here. The prize for this event is actually quite substantial. There are different prizes at different cut levels, but I think the first place prize is, obviously the most important thing. At first place, you get a buy for Worlds 2022, which means that you get 2 free wins as your first round, which kind of sets you on that track to get all the way to the top. It's definitely a very valuable prize. But also, I believe you do get to have your likeness on a card. And I think we saw the first Intercontinental prize support like this with, I think it's a daily quest with Sokka's likeness on it. Mind you, Sokka, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me, was the Intercontinental champion as of last year, and there's a big chance that he's here today to keep that title in his hands.
He has the belt and he wants to defend it.
Yeah, the belt expression is always really fun, but there's a real belt here. Nisei has been making wrestling-style giant plated belts for the Continentals and Intercontinentals, so Sokka's going to have something big to hang on his waist or his wall as he moves to the west coast of Canada. It's going to be really fun.
RCG should be in chat pointing out the optimal strat for playing competitive Netrunner, which is to play as little Netrunner as possible by getting a buy round 1, then sweep, and then you just take intentional draws until you're in the cut.
Yeah, it's a bit harder at Worlds. It depends how aggressive the cut is. At Worlds too, right? Like your standing is actually very, very important when it comes to. I don't know. I think people are going to ID a fair bit less unless it's like really deep into it. But I hear you. And that's actually a really cool thing about this format is that there's not going to be any 2-for-1s. There's not going to be any intentional drawings. Each of these players has to play all the games that are set out in front of them. So you really are, putting yourself to the test.
Shout out to Australian nationals that did single-sided Swiss last week. So that was fun.
Yeah, that's a new
Oh,
thing.
very nice.
I think Canadian Nationals, that's just about this upcoming week in a couple of days, is doing that as well. How do you feel about single-sided Swiss? If for those who don't know, a real quick explainer, generally in most organized play for Netrunner, classically, it's been double-sided. So you sit down against your opponent, you play a corp game, you play a runner game, all within 65 minutes. In single-sided Swiss, you only play one side, and over the event, they make sure that you try and play as much of both sides to keep it even. How did you find that, Dropbear? I know a lot of people are big fans of this sort of structure.
It was quite interesting. A lot of games at the beginning started to go time as people tried to get used to it, but the longer the day went, everyone was like, "No, this is much better. This is much more fun. It's every game is intense. There's no need to do calculations for intentional draws or anything. It's you just try and win as much as possible."
Yeah, there have been some big proponents of it. I do think it's a very interesting tournament structure. I myself am a fan, and we're kind of similar to that today, and really a bit looser with the sort of the pairing structure. I think pairing today is almost full random. I do not know if there's a bias to try and pair you against someone you haven't played against at all, or at least recently. But yeah, it's Hearthstone Battlegrounds out here, if you ask me. So it's gonna be fun.
Yeah. There will be a bias against getting the same opponent 3 times in a row, and there will obviously also be a bias that you will also play both sides the same amount.
Yeah.
That has already been announced.
Yeah, that's for sure. And that's one of the sometimes people have the pain points when it comes to single-sided Swiss. If the meta is like really favored for Corp than Runner or the other side, it does come out in the wash over a long enough period of time. So it's not something you have to be that concerned about. Okay. I think we should be starting up pretty soon. I know that there's a fair few people here looking pondering through the deck lists. Our games have not been spun up. I'm just waiting for confirmation from Nisei so we can show these lists because again, we have some very interesting stuff to talk about. Let me just ping. Either Onion or Dropbear, I take it you played a bit in the Continentals this month?
Yeah, I did end up playing in the European Continentals. I showed up with Tag Me Zaya and Sportsmetal.
Cool.
And Sportsmetal.
How was Zaya?
Zaya was very, very strong, actually. I did unfortunately lose my first round because I ran into the dreaded yellow deck.
Yeah, that'll do it.
After that, though, it was very much smooth sailing. Zaya has a very, very strong matchup into PD and into sports, actually, which usually is something that the Crims dread to face. However, Techni Zaya has lots and lots of multi-access, so you don't really need to play you're not prepared to play the Clot game with the Corp, but you can just get enough accesses to find 7 points before they can fast advance out 7 points. Oh, and lastly, I've also faced multiple Jinteki personal evolution decks. And those get really annoyed when the runner has 11 plus hand size. So that's also been a very nice matchup for me.
Yeah, the multi-axis can be a bit dodgy, but I hear you. The hand size is definitely your best tool in that battle. And hey, speaking about the tools in this battle, we can look at the deck list, I believe. I'm going to pull them up on the screen, so if y'all have them on your screen as well. I don't know whether this link yet is public, but it should be relatively soon. But we can do a quick rundown, mind you. The matches should be starting soon, but we will quickly, as we can, try and concisely go through these lists to shout out what these players are doing today. Let me see if I can enhance. Okay, perfect. All right, let's start here on the document. We're going to go, this is Sokka234, again, the winner of the APAC championship. And on the left, it looks like Sokka has pivoted from the regular value-based lat list that he's been playing at all these events, and a lot of people have, to the sort of apocalypse lat list. I'm not sure if this is card for card the same Snare Bears version that Sengrin was playing at Euro Africa's. I think the pinhole threading might be a bit of a difference here, but you're looking at 2 copies of Apocalypse. You still have the Stargate for the multi-access. You have a Propeller. So I do think we're a bit in an interesting territory because we're no longer on Paperclip. Propeller, mind you, a new fractor. It has a limited amount of uses or a limited amount of boosts, I think, from Midnight Sun. And otherwise a single self-modified code, which has been kind of missing from some of these lat lists and is coming back. And on the other side, that's the op, Superheavy Logistics, a strange agenda ratio. We have 3 global food initiatives, just all the 2-pointers you can play, nothing like a hostile takeover, which is something you try to avoid. Giving bad publicity in a matchup that has 22 assets, generally not going to work your way. And then we have all the op-heavy assets, things like Maryland campaign, launch campaign, dredge work. They all trash themselves when they're finished. I'm not 100% sure about dredge work. And then you have the Sviga Tora to get your own Aesop's type pawn shop. You have a fair bit of ice, you have envelopments, you have border control, mouseless on 4, even a Veritas, and that's your win condition in your operations. 3 hard-hitting news, 3 economic warfare, and 2 boom. The idea here is you want to get the credit differential quickly because your assets can really generate a lot of credits if they're left unchecked on the table, as when they trash, they become the next economic asset, and you're off to the races. I think we're going to see this archetype a fair bit across today. Going over on iceprisma, have y'all had more experience with PE since the changes? I do think we've seen a very similar, if not this exact PE list. I think MrBuggles was playing this.
Yes, looks very similar to what some people of the NWE testing group were playing, which included Buggles, and I believe also Lost Geek was on this, or at least something very similar.
Yeah, and the cool thing
it is using
no, go ahead.
It is using like the classic, or trying to shell game as much as possible, with the main goal being to mitosis down multiple threats in the same turn and put the runner under heavy pressure and having to guess whether they need to check both or just one, presenting as many threats as possible, hoping to nickel and dime your way with like a lot of small net damage effects to a kill.
Yeah, the really exciting thing about these deck lists is that a lot of them have already been posted and published and have good write-ups on Netrunner DB. I know this one does as well, so if you want to go check this out and hear a bit more from the creators of what they think behind this list, you can go check that out. I just want to make sure, it looks like our lobbies are getting spun up, and I want to be there for the beginning of the game, so do bear with us for a second as we cut back to the cameras. Again, these deck lists should be public relatively soon, but we are going to pick a lobby to join in to. Dropbear, do you want to pick maybe what table we can start watching at? We have a fair few options.
That's a lot of tables. Well, how is there anything that really speaks up to you? Maybe like Tug versus Jensen?
Is Sengrid? Yeah, let's do that. That is the rematch of the finals here of the Euro Africa's Continentals. Sengrid was, I believe, at the upper bracket, or sorry, the lower bracket, had to win 2 in a row, but Tug did take it. So this is gonna be exciting. All right. Now, in the meantime, while we're waiting for that lobby to spin up, I will throw back to the deck list so we can see what these 2 specific players have brought to the event. So here on Ysengrin's tab, Ysengrin was playing Apocalypse Lat.
We might move to a different table.
Okay, perfect. All right. So give us 1 second again. We'll try and figure something out. Okay.
Do you want to watch the defending champion for round 1?
Yeah, let's do it. And this is actually an interesting table too. We're going to confirm whether we can see this one, but it's Sako versus Bridgman, and these 2 players worked together. Sako is actually playing Bridgman's deck, Reality Plus, and brought it to an event, won the APAC Continentals. That deck also nearly won the America's Continentals as well. So that is a bit of a, it's always rough when you get paired against your metamates or your friends, especially in round 1.
And from the looks of it, they're pretty much playing the same corp. The only difference between Runner is that we've got Soccer on the Apocalypse build and Bridgman on the just plain go fast Tapworm.
Right. And so this, I think we're going to see players who are very comfortable with this. This Bridgman was playing this op list. I think it might be card for card at the Euro Africa's Continentals, and did quite well. I think it was a 3rd place finish after the top cut, so that's absolutely fantastic. And I think Saka is also on the same list, and as you said, it's going to be Apocalypse versus just more consistent lat economy. And I think Apocalypse is what you want in an asset-based matchup, as long as you can survive long enough for that Apocalypse to go off and still have enough of an economic lead so you don't get hard-hitting used into the ground. All right.
Yes, they're specifically. It almost looks like Soccer was very specifically attacking for Richmond here, but I assume the APOC is also very helpful in other matchups too.
This is an interesting op deck, because if looking at it, I do not know if this deck is able to score out any agendas. With 3 global food initiatives, and it's not a tempo positive agenda, it's something that's largely in the deck just to lower the amount of agenda density, the amount of agenda points that are in your actual deck. But in terms of like building a remote server, you do have some good end the runs. Envelopment is a really, really good barrier, especially in a world of boomerang, botulus, and specifically endurance. But we have no defensive upgrades. The credit lead is the biggest thing here. So while you can force the issue by jamming an agenda behind a piece of ice, scoring to 7 might be a bit tricky. It's all going to come down to that credit differential and the amount of value that that our corps can build up here off of those assets. And it looks like we are off.
In general, for these kinds of decks, the kill is first and foremost your priority.
Yeah, I'd be really excited to see a score out to 7 there. It's not as less flashy as that is. And welcome to round 1, the first of the top 3 lives. Everyone still has all their lives here in the Intercontinentals 2022, and we are off on round 1. Just to go over it for newer players, this is Ops Superheavy Logistics. It's a wall of text here, but it's actually quite simple. Once per turn, when the corporation trashes one of their own cards, it has to be a rezzed card, and not due to over installation, they can go find a card from their deck, install it, and res it for free, avoiding credit costs, as long as its cost is 1 less than the card that was trashed. So basically, you trash a 4 cost, it becomes a 3 cost, 3 cost becomes a 2 cost, and you're going to see that a fair bit. It's a very powerful ability here that allows you to get additional value from things that are getting thrown into the archives. And we have a good start here. 2 cards on the table. We're expecting Maryland's on launch campaigns, and Lat on the other side of the table has a link, which in this matchup actually only matters for the hard-hitting news, but you do get that free card draw, and you're playing all the good Shaper cards.
I'm going to be very interested to see how much ice is played in this entire tournament, because I'm seeing a lot of decks that are not running ice in... Oh, hang on. We might need a restart.
Yeah, there's a chance that Sokka queued in with the wrong list here. That's going to be a bit unfortunate when it comes to the mulligans. We'll see what the judge says here, but they're talking to Orbital here to get this sorted out. That's a bit, unfortunately, ugly. It's really easy to pull your old Lat deck that Sokka's been jamming so often on this event. Huge shoutouts also to Sokka, a stunning player, but Sokka did document his entire process playing through all of APAC and the top cut with his webcam, with his explanations of what he's doing, and it's all up on his channel. If you go to youtube.com/search his name, Sokka234. That's going to be very important if you want to learn how to play these decks and learn what's going on in Sokka's head. I absolutely think that that stuff is fantastic. That whole series has been very useful for a lot of people to learn how to play this game. But we're just going to get this sorted out real quick. I don't think it should take that long. I'm hoping we don't have to jump into another game, but we'll just see real quick what the judges say. In the meantime, we can look at the deck lists real quick once again, and I think we understand how that corp is going to work here. I think we can take a second to highlight is the difference between the 2 Lat decks. I think the Bridgman Lat deck is the exact same list we've seen throughout the whole Continentals. I don't see any big differences. Oh, there's the one big difference, which there's dropping an Into the Depths to play a single self-modifying code. And that is a powerful ability. It allows you to, at instant speed, get anything from your deck in a toolbox shaper way, whether it's the Prisha for the acid matchup, and that's going to be important in this matchup, or to find the Clot in the fast advance matchup. But it does come at technically losing a bit of economy in the run-based get-through ice things, but I don't know if Op is going to be icing up that heavily that quickly.
I find it amusing that after just one single new release, everyone's going, no, you don't need SMC anymore for the Shaper. It's for what, 5 years has been a constant, like 3 of you must include, and now everyone's like, actually, you could probably get away with not running it. Quite interesting.
Yeah, it's the run-based economy, right? Like Into the Depths is so good. If you are able to run super quickly in the game and get that tempo-based access and still get that self-modifying code type access, I understand why a 3 times endurance deck would be able to shift over, but it still is flexible. It's still quite good. I think we should so for the interest of the stream, we should jump to another table. Dropbear, do you want to grab another table real quick?
Okay, let's see. How about we've got a iceprisma versus Kajura, which is a Jinteki versus Adam.
Yeah.
So that's going to be one of the matchups that we don't see a lot.
If you'd be able just to duck in and see if they're okay with it, I'll flip the cameras over. So Cahuita was playing some really good decks, some known quantity decks going to the event. Cahuita played the Atom list. I believe this is the NWE / Whiteblade LOL Atom list. And I don't know if there's any changes I can see off the top. And then I think she played the fastest Sportsmetal we were able to see on camera across the whole event. We had some 6-turn wins of just jamming out those agendas. You got the double Audacity, triple Biotic Labor, just very good fundamentals. Nothing too flashy. I want to see a moon pool or two, but just good stuff.
We got the thumbs up. You might want to jump in right now because we are very, very fast into this game.
Oh my. Yeah, okay. We're in. Welcome to round 1. Double install is the mitosis there. We have 2 cards and 2 new Cerberus, both with 2 advancements on there. iceprisma has figured out how to score out of Blood the Water. Not the hardest thing to do when Adam starts with only 3 hand size. There's a lot to unpack here. Advance. Love it. So, personal evolution. Every agenda scorer steals another net damage. There's a fair few agendas in here, a lot of small ones too, and the damage is going to hurt. Adam is only starting on 3 hand size because of the safety first. We do have the brain chip up, but the big thing here is Adam can see the top of the deck if they made a successful run with Find the Truth. So if there's a snare on top of R&D, if there's an Obokata on top of R&D, you're going to know what you need if you want to run R&D, and that's going to be really important. Cahuita now checking R&D. She did see what this is off the top.
This implies that it's definitely not a net damage card, and I think it's also quite unlikely to be an agenda because there are actually a lot of threats already presented by PE. First of all, any Sting right now looks very, very dangerous with Cahuita already having stolen 2. And furthermore, there are all the different types of traps. I believe they are on some amount of clearinghouses.
Yeah, I think there's 2.
Let's quickly check.
Yeah,
There are 2 clearinghouses, some amount of Urticas. There could also always be any agenda, obviously hiding in either server 1, 5, or 6. And they'll just need to be very, very careful in their play here.
I think that's a huge thing. Is there's certain things that if you don't run can flatline you. Clearinghouse is a big thing, and clearinghouse into things like Blood in the Water are also really important. House of Knives, that's a triple advanced card. I think the biggest card we have to play around is to some extent is Moonpool. Excuse me, Moonpool is not the flashiest card when it came out, a lot of text on it, but then you see the Jinteki decks that actually have the money to leverage it instantly at instant speed. At the end of the turn, you can Moonpool advancements onto a clearinghouse and suddenly do 5 meat damage. You can Moonpool on top of a Cerebral Overrider, an Urtica save from the remote server. You access, you're suddenly taking more net or core damage. But Cahuita is actually playing Corporate Defector here. Going to see some cards if they're manually drawn by the click action. I don't know if this was in the original list.
Definitely wasn't. It's a very interesting tech. I wonder what they're looking to use this to tech against.
This Jinteki deck is going to use their basic actions a fair bit. More often than not, it's click for credit more than it is card draw, but cards like Mitosis are card hungry. So there isn't anything inherently in the Jinteki faction you're playing for card draw, besides, yeah, maybe that basic action and, of course, Spin Doctor.
You also want to work out, if you see a trap, you see it go into HQ, and you know that it can be an option when it goes into a server.
And HQ multi-access is a thing that's built in here, and that is neutralize all threats. You do have to trash some of the cards you access the first to turn, but it also does give you multi-access on HQ, and sometimes in these matchups, multi-access is terrifying. We'll see how that transfers here. iceprisma is only down on 2 credits, though, so you're not worried about snare. That's the big difference here. On 4 credits or on 8 credits, HQ could be technically 2 snares. Oh, never mind, they have money. NGO front.
Here's the money.
There's a snare in here for sure. There's a Moonpool and being trashed for 3.
And we hit this snare.
There you go. Clearing that tag. A fear, of course, of Adam with all the directives. You do not want to float a tag. You cannot hit a snare last click. But iceprisma here, in theory, could threaten potentially, I think, 4 to 5 damage. But that's the last sting is the scary one.
Yeah, luckily, despite Adam starting out with a very small hand size, they do have tools to remedy this. First of all, which has been very helpful so far for them, is finding an early brain chip, which gives you an extra hand size per agenda point. So they are now at the usual hand size of 5. And Adam also gets a bit of free card draw with safety first, which allows them to draw an extra card if they don't have max cards in hand.
You play Adam with safety first. It is one of the best cards printed.
It's great to get extra free draw.
obviously really quite strong. I'm wondering if iceprisma is feeling that they're on a clock here. Again, one big agenda score that Brain Chip's going to put Cahuita. She's going to be on 7 hand size, and at that point, a lot of the game plan that PE has is off the table. We're getting a double axis here, drawing into a boomerang. Server 6 and 7 now on 3 advancements. So we can do up to 6 meat damage if they're both perfectly the 2 clearinghouses. House of Knives taking 1 card out of hand. Mind you, that you can use 1 net damage per run. You have 3 counters on this. This is a 4 net damage agenda throughout the whole game. Cahuita also, I don't know if I think we did see RNG keys in this list. Excuse me. I'm not entirely sure what the change is, but iceprisma here is thinking. There could be spin doctors on the table. There also could be a moon pool, which you can just use at instant speed to even just hide agendas from HQ. Because iceprisma knows they're going to lose, or more accurately, Cahuita's going to see everything. She has that built in to access HQ pressure. This is a really cool matchup.
Is thinking here, which... What does them thinking imply here?
I think it'd have to be a moon pool.
That implies that, yeah, server 4 has to be a moon pool because both other cards have been manually advanced.
Spin Doctor could be an option.
Must be at least one.
There you go. There's the moon pool.
It could be a Spin Doctor, yes. Okay, so it is moon pool. Interesting.
So res for 3 credits. This has a lot of text on it, and the text is very specific. It's easy to miss one of the finer details on this card designed by the Borealis playtesters. But one card's going to be trashed from HQ, and now can be revealed as a face-down card in Archives. Or it can be any card, mind you, in Archives. If it's face down, you can get some advancements, but an Obokata Protocol is going to be shuffled back into R&D. That is a 5 net damage steal in Personal Evolution, 4 for the text, 1 for the PE ability, and that would put Cahuita up to a massive hand size. So we're accessing only a single card here, and it is another moon pool. So iceprisma now has nothing in hand, so the Corporate Defector might actually come into play.
Not only that, that also means that all 3 moon pools are either now removed from the game or trashed. So Cahuita has much easier of a time guessing how much damage they will take on any given access. Because there can't be any clickless counters moved around.
You're totally right. That is huge. We haven't seen any spin doctors, but there are 2 moon pools out, 2 mitosis, and those are some of the most powerful cards in the list. We've also seen a single overwriter of this, which this list I believe is on 3, but we're just quad advancing here. 4 advancements. If they're both technically what's it called? Clearinghouses, that's 8 damage. But I think it's unlikely. True. I don't think this list is on any Ronins. It could also be an Obokata into a Neurospike. If we find a Neurospike, clearly there's no cards in HQ here.
That's the Mad Max gif. That's bait.
And you're going to see this a lot. While this could easily be an agenda on the table, iceprisma knows they could score it out. A lot of times you will leave it because you are waiting. You are brewing. You're waiting for a scenario in which the second, I think there's only 2 blood in the water in the list, actually is lethal. But 5th advancement here, 5th advancement as well. We're playing Netrunner.
This is very interesting.
At this point, you just hope. Your runner, are they going to take the bait? At what advancement counter are they going to break? And again, the more advancements, the more dangerous the trap can possibly come. You'll get 5 core damage from Cerebral Overrater. Not going to be the end of the world. Technically, you still have that brain chip. Or that could be potentially 7 net damage, which is a bit more lethal instantly if you're not prepared for it.
Well, we know that it's not 5/3s because that would have been the game there.
Yeah, they're definitely not both. And they're definitely also not both, clearinghouses, because the game would have been over a while ago. So Cahuita can use that information to see how she wants to play around this. Throwing out an overclock, I believe Cahuita has shown. She, again, has to reveal every card she draws, just like iceprisma if they click to draw. And I think we have an Angolo in hand, which we'll see how long it takes for Cahuita to put down a breaker.
I believe they are also holding a boomerang here, which can be used as a temporary breaker to, for example, now fully sweep the hand in case iceprisma doesn't draw anymore.
And the ice suite in this list is actually quite fascinating. It's a known quantity, again, open deck list. I think this deck is only running 2 kinds of ice. We have 3 Anemone, a sentry that is a single net damage, but can do 2 net damage on the turn it's rezzed if you discard a card from HQ. And then you have Odoroshi, which has a fair bit of text on it. I believe it's a high strength sentry that puts 3 advancements on a card and then says the runner has to access it unless they pay 3 credits, which is good click compression. That's the easiest way to get 3 advancements. Sorry, Slot Machine. 2 to 6.
Yeah, very nice for that.
2 6 advanced
Ice
cards.
Prisma doesn't waver.
No! And she's been such a treat to watch. She's been making such great calls on stream where there's things advanced in a remote server and she's been saying, okay, that's not an agenda. I'm hitting centrals. And she's been calling them very correct almost all the time we've seen her. So we'll see what it's going to take for her to worry about this. At 6 advancements now, though, if one of these is a clearinghouse, she will lose the game. So this is the most scary part. This turn actually matters quite a lot. Unless she can steal an agenda and get her hand size up to brain chip or play some other card draw stuff, which I don't think she has. But there's a House of Knives taking a damage out of her hand. Dropping from 6 to 5 makes me think that one of these is a clearinghouse. Otherwise, I don't know why Ice Prisma is pulling out a card from hand unless they're really fishing for the Ngolo, but she was already over hand size.
There is no token move in this deck, so...
Drawing up Cahuita has 1 click here. That's not a clearinghouse to hit it. Again, with 6 advancements, that is 8 damage off of Nerdicott. She's calling it! Oh my. This could be the game here. That could be 6 core damage. That could be 8 net damage. If this has to be the clearinghouse. It's their Overrider, 6 core damage. She's on -1 hand size, and that's the game.
Easy.
Oh no. That's all you do. You keep advancing them. You keep advancing them. And eventually she has to call that correctly because there's a chance that neither of them are clearinghouse. Like, that's the beauty here. Prisma knows that once you get a card to 6 advancement with 5 hand size, Cahuita has to make a call. Unfortunately, that call can be quite hard to make. We're not going to see what that other card is. That's a little secret. That's for sure. Okay, we're off to a great start. We're off to a really good start. Let's jump into another table if we can. There is, we have, maybe Sokka and Bridgman might be back at it. You want to return to that table?
Yeah, let's have a look back in there. Oh, this is a very, very nice setup.
All right. Welcome
Where are we
back.
at here?
Round 1, we've seen 1 life go so far, but this is the matchup that we tried to watch at the beginning. It looks like we were able to correct it. We have Ob with the trash ability to get some cards recurred, or not recurred, but from R&D back on the table, and we have a credit lead slowly building. Rashida behind 2 ice, that is going to be a scoring server to some extent. We have 2 Marylands, and on Sokka's side, you have the boat. I don't know if the Telework contracts were in the original Lat deck, but this, mind you, is an Apocalypse version, so you don't mind this like a bit faster economy that you don't actually have to clear all of it out. And we also do have a propeller here, a new barrier, fractor, excuse me, from Midnight Sun. It is kind of like the old lady, the old dog, if you've been playing for a long time, but it uses power counters to boost strength, and it breaks 1-for-1 barrier subroutine. And there's a fair bit of ice in here that has a lot of end the run subroutine. So you're liking this. I guess it's quite comparable to old Cerberus lady. Now we
see a lot of cards drawn just now by Bridgman, most likely fishing for some amount of Econ Warfares and hard-hitting uses here.
Yeah, if Bridgman has all of it, Sokka's going to take the tags. Now, the Shaper deck has Misdirection, the easiest way to clear 4 tags for only 2 clicks. But the question is, does Sokka have it in hand? Does Sokka have the 1 self-modifying code? Or does Sokka have Into the Depths, which is probably playable with 4 to 5 counters on Endurance? It's a bit tricky, but you need to get through double ice servers. And I'm interested to know whether Bridgman only specifically double ice servers to make sure there's not an early Into the Depths. Install here.
Yes, very likely.
You generally don't see hard-hitting news.
You are a little vulnerable to an apocalypse, though. All you have to do is get through HQ.
I think we're hoping that
is true.
That if that goes off, that there's still going to be a credit differential. And speaking of credit differential, there is the hard-hitting news. And while Sokka can clearly clear this, if they're spending their turn clearing this manually, they are losing a fair bit of value. They haven't shown any Rezekis or pad taps, so all their economy is actually click-based, which is not something you see in a lot of the Lat decks so far, but Sokka is going to have to peel off those 4 tags, or at least 3 tags, so they can't get boomed.
Yes. In case you were wondering how Bridgman might go Oath, I guess you just draw it.
Yeah, you could just have it.
Here.
Which makes this trade, I think, a fair bit worse for Bridgman. Sokka is able to draw up. We're going to have an Urban Renewal on the table. This has a timer on it. Once this goes down to 0 charges, mind you, it loses 1 just about immediately if you res it appropriately. It's going to do 4 meat damage, which will drop Sokka to 1 card in hand. From that point, an ASEF protocol fast event could be potentially lethal. Mind you, the Stone Ship chart rooms have something to say about that. And in the remote server, we have a wall-to-wall. It has a lot of text on it, but because there are resed assets, you only get 1 of the 4 options. But we generally use that to just draw cards to put more things on the table. This is wild. I don't know. I feel like Sokka is doing okay economically. The misdirection is pretty good. You'd love to see some drip economy. I don't know how often you see that in some of the Apocalypse lists, but Bridgman now has to be really concerned about Apocalypse. Because if you can trash the whole board and Bridgman's only on 10 credits, right? Like you're doing okay as a shaper. You will pin your misdirection onto the table though, and that's interesting. Apocalypse forcing you to flip all your installed cards face down.
Yes, that is true. With this play from Bridgman, it does look very likely that the ice on HQ is one specifically here to stop an apocalypse, which would mean that they have either a border control or maybe also an envelopment here, which is very good at not being efficiently broken by boat. The propeller, however, makes it more likely that it's specifically border control here to at least stop a APOC for 1 turn.
Propeller's really cool for an APOC list that is only going to be breaking so many barriers. It saves you that 3 influence on paperclip, but this gets through envelopment for technically 4-5 credits, which is not awful. That's the same that you'd expect with the paperclip, and the fact that it has limited charges, mind you, you're breaking border control for 1 as well. That can be quite okay. I think Bridgman might be able to score an agenda just on the table. Server 7 isn't rezzed. I think there's a likelihood that that's a spin doctor. I'm not sure what else would be kept there, and we might have even seen economic warfare early unless that was discarded. 1 face down in archives.
Server 7 could be a multitude of things actually. It could just be a spin doctor waiting there for an opportunity to look for another HHN or something like that. And it could also be the one of Drudge Work, which is just waiting there for global food initiatives to be drawn and subsequently shuffled back.
It's totally true. We also haven't seen any Svigators, and Svigators would be quite good. You can crack the Maryland, kind of like an Aesop spawn shop, just to get some going. But I do think you actually, I'll often res the Svigators a bit sooner. I don't know. I do think you probably want to wait for the Maryland to go down. But Sokka is making a decision here.
Deep in the tank there.
Graded commission.
Yes, I wonder what Sokka was calculating here.
I think Sokka was deciding whether they want an apocalypse or not.
Oh, also, how do you want to deal with urban renewal? Because you've only got 2 turns, and if one of those is border control, you don't want to go into that server twice just to trash an urban renewal.
The border control in HQ is going to be so important here because, yeah, 2 urbans. They're not going to exactly line up on the same turn, so it's not going to be a flat line. There's the dredge work in server 7, so we're going to hide some agendas, get some money. But Sokka definitely wants the apocalypse here. The question is, with the border control in HQ, they have no way to gain extra clicks, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just impossible. They just have to bait down the border control.
Yes, they just have to bait out the border control. It is quite awkward that they weren't able, or at least I assume they weren't able to go for it last turn, because now if they attempt it this turn, they will fail at a border control, and subsequently their hand will be mostly emptied by the urban renewal, which is very likely to then just remove that APOC threat.
Yeah, trashing the APOC threat from hand is going to be quite important. The deck is running 2 of them. I don't think it has a way to renew them, to recur them. Preemptive action is being played to shuffle an unseen card, an economic warfare, and a launch campaign. And recurring these assets like launch campaign might not seem too exciting in most decks, but the idea is that once these Maryland campaigns are trashed, you can pull them back into your deck. So just getting a card to R&D is important. Mouseless there, outside of HQ, 3 subroutines is annoying enough for the endurance, but giving credit's not gonna hurt too much. So we're through there for 2 power counters. We're gonna continue. We need to see a border control here. It could just be a bluff, but there you have it. Bridgman has exactly what he needs, and we're gonna see this popped preemptively, no doubt, after you force either the propeller or the endurance to go through, probably the propeller, because you have to end the run here and go get a 3 cost. But now Bridgman's on the clock, because next turn that apocalypse is gonna come back, unless, of course, as you said, it gets hit by the urban renewal. We'll see if Sokka pivots to server 1.
Yes, we could also see, since Bridgman is obviously forced to pop the border control here, it will be interesting to see what they install here. They do go for an after on HQ. There also was the option to use that after to further protect Urban Renewal in Server 1, which is one of the great things you can do with Ops ability. You have a very malleable ice suite and can shift ice around to places where it's needed.
And this is playing a bit out like the Ultimate Team Quinto lists because you're forcing the corporation to use their once per turn op ability. So now if Sokka wants to pivot to server 1 and you find something like an envelopment, you're totally fine with that getting trashed. So the border controls envelopments, they're way less strong on the server. So Sokka is going to force the issue here. Veritas has 3 subroutines that trace. Actually, the link is going to matter on this card as well, but you can let that fire if you want to. The credit differential is getting further apart. Mind you, you do have 2 launch campaigns ticking in. So we're going to fire all there. Lose 2, gain 2, trace 2. So Sokka will pay a credit to save a tag.
I'm going to be very honest. This is the first time I've been seeing this card. Like, Midnight Sun is brought out the most obscure cards from the entire standards pool.
That's just a sandstone.
Like,
Very fast. Yeah, just a sandstone. They do get into trash this Urban Renewal. Now the Apoc threat is very much live for next turn.
And Bridgman's on 0 credits. So Sokka here could decide to trash the Maryland campaigns, could just clean up the board up a bit, but they could also just sit back and know that they can Apocalypse in the future. So it looks like Bridgman's going to get 4 credits from the Maryland. One of them is going to convert into either, I think it's either another wall-to-wall, it's unique. So no, it's going to be into a launch campaign if I'm not mistaken. And a Svi Tagore in the remote server, this is such a powerful card. Trashing the Maryland campaign before it trashes itself, you still get to shuffle it back, you get 1 more credit off of it, and you still go get your 1 coster from the deck. So we'll probably see a res launch campaign here. Or I don't know, maybe actually another urban renewal in server 1. Not that that's that protective of a remote server.
As a reminder, Bridgman went down to 0 credits. So he's going to go back up to 6. If he, nope, we're going to go more. 9.
Yeah, this is important.
Okay, so having 0 credits as a corp is usually a death sentence. But if you can just make 9 credits back randomly, yeah, sure, okay, sure. Like, go back up to... Okay, and of course, if you bring out the launch campaign, that goes up to 10.
Yeah, it's important to note the launch campaign. While it is technically now installed during the beginning of turn window, it wasn't installed when the beginning of turn window started, so you're not going to get your money off of it. It's a bit of a niche interaction.
Ooh.
But Bridgman still, as you said, from 0 to 11 credits is wild. But this is going to almost entirely hinge down on economic into hard-hitting news, which is not a good play with the misdirection, but Bridgman needs to find a border control. The list is on no upgrade, so we have no Chrysium, no Prisec, no way to make the Apocalypse a bit more awkward, but Bridgman knows that the Apocalypse is still coming, and there's not a lot of ice that's going to stop the boat into the propeller. 14, 15, you're hoping that's the border control in HQ there. Bridgman now on 9 credits, a huge recovery turn.
Yes, it doesn't technically have to be a border control. It could be another non-barrier Antharan. It is also important to mention that the propeller is now empty, so it can't actually break a border control. Just any two ETRs in the current board state is keeping Sokka out.
I didn't realize this got emptied, but there's a border control on the outside. If you don't want to boat through that, you're going to give the corporation 3 credits back. They're able to res this for 1. We'll see if Sokka does here, but you're totally right. Like the endurance is at kind of at the end of the charges. You can charge R&D to get a free counter for sure. The propeller needs to be refreshed if you want to get through border control. It looks like we are giving 3 credits to the corp. No big deal. But in terms of a coder in this list, what is Sokka on? I don't think we're going to be on a hyperbaric in an Apocalypse list.
No, it is the more usual Angola in here.
Yeah, it's an Angola then. Yeah.
There is also the idea of just putting down to Stargate because R&D is not defended.
Yeah, Stargate is going to be the transition Sokka needs. It looks like, money came off of the launch campaign. That can't be correct.
Jinteki. .net.
Sokka, now on 14. The launch campaign is triggering, I think, a turn too soon. Oh no, it's getting Svigator'd away. It's becoming a 0 cost, so it's a Spin Doctor. An immense amount of value there. Getting an install and res from your deck for no clicks. Okay, pretty good. And the wall-to-wall continuing to actually gain money because we already have 8 cards in hand. In terms of economic warfares, there's 3 still floating around somewhere. There's 2 more hard-hitting news, but that misdirection's a bit of the issue, and Bridgman might just push for the remote server here, understanding they have a bit of a breaker window.
It'll be interesting to see what appears out of server 1 here. Is it the 3rd urban renewal? It could be.
I don't know, because it's so hard here. Like, Bridgman is going to struggle to score out. Like, this could easily be an Atlas or an Asyaf. I think even above the law, if there's a resource installed, you feel a bit better. Sokka's charging here. But there's just so much work needed to close the game out if you can't deal with the misdirection.
Yes, the misdirection makes it very hard to try and kill them with hard-hitting news here. It is an development, very good at keeping the runner out here, so it's very likely actually that it's agenda here.
Sokka's going to let those end the runs fire. This card loses power cannons at the beginning of the turn. Eventually, it just becomes 1 trash decisive routine, which is still noteworthy in this deck. It's something you need to respect. This can get the last border control. We have a 10-minute warning here in chat. So at that point, the winner will be the player that has the most agenda points. So if Bridgman can just score at a 3-2 in server 1, that makes Sokka have to do something. And above the law now in server 1 would actually do a bit of damage. Lat getting the card draw. 17 is new. Server 1 is new that turn as well. But not so much drip economy coming in. It's just the speed to core, unless we see something rest here. Spin Doctor. Shuffling in a border control and an urban renewal. So we might see a 2 costs getting trashed here with speed to core just to continually spam urban renewals.
Yes, there we see the bloodwork leaving us.
Renewal on the remote server. Again, it is... That shouldn't take a charge off of it, shouldn't it? I don't think that's correct.
I don't believe so, unless timings have changed.
Yeah. Yeah, from my understanding, that shouldn't be working like that. That's pretty impactful. Economic warfare. We have 1 down. That's lose 4 credits if able. No yogurt for you. Sokka still down on 7 credits. And advance either Global Food Initiative or could just be the big Atlas. But the food is probably what Bridgman wants here. Because the food is a 3-point for the Corp, only 2 points for the runner. Which would mean if Bridgman can just score out a 3-pointer, Sokka's going to need 2 agendas to be able to win on time.
And digging through R&D with a Stargate is fun, but it's a little too slow to score out in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. Into the Depths again is very hard, and Bridgman's playing this really well into the Depths. A lot of times you'll see somebody single ice R&D, and that is going to be a liability with a deck with 2 or 3 Into the Depths in it when they can pull out their Stargate at instant speed or any of their necessary breakers, let alone misdirection in the early game. So just triple ice. You will get your entire Into the Depths value off of it, but try and come on in. Above the law. It looks like we're going.
We're coming for the value.
Okay, so that was a 2-pointer off the top, the 1 up per deck, but we're going to this remote server. We're going to get all 3 abilities Into the Depths. We're hitting an envelopment here. We're going to go both through all of it, trashing or breaking the Trash This Ice subroutine. Now we have the Veritas as well. We're going to fire all 2 credits down, 2 credits up. There is a credit differential here. We're going to have a Trace 2 as well. Bridgman could, in theory, boost into this if they really wanted to, but looks like that's not going to happen. And finally, the Sandstone. Wait, how do we get through Sandstone? Oh, charge. Yes, right on.
Stoneship.
Stoneship chart
The
room.
lesser seen moment of Stoneship.
And we're in. Sokka might just find themselves getting a fair few points here Into the Depths to gain 4 credits. Not bad. You're going to get a charge there. You actually can't charge any of the cards because your cards are empty. So you can't charge the propeller. You can't charge the boat. So you are going to be able to install a card if you want.
Unfortunately, charge also specifies your cards. Otherwise, it would be very, very nice to charge the urban renewal here.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh, that'd be so cool.
I'd love for that to be the case. Unfortunately, mentions your cards.
Do you want to, for the Into the Depths, do you want to install something that uses charge counters just to get that beauty, or do you want to Nope, they're just going self-modifying.
I don't believe they have an install here that would have charge counters. Propeller is their only program which has counters. And it's on only 1 propeller in the deck.
And that was a huge swing of a turn. Sokka on 9 credits, 6 cards in hand. Bridgman's gonna go convert that envelopment into a border control on their remote server, so they have a better scoring server here. Because if you're relying on either the propeller or either the endurance, border control will get you some taxes. It will tax out the runner options here. But Bridgman now has to do a lot of work. They have to score at least 2 agendas on 15 credits here. Again, they have to transition to scoring out. And solid advance.
Yes, and we do see another jam. This might be another global food initiative.
You need that to be the food. I think you need to score food out into Audacity as a 2-pointer. That self-modifying code on the table is going to throw out a clot, but now it's just a Stargate. So if there's no spin doctor on the table and 14, 15, 17 all easily could be there, that ZF for the Maryland can be trashed here. I think you might want to trash the Maryland and just run back. It ensures that you do more damage.
To run on urban renewal.
Unless this taxes out.
Oh, and we have a mad dash.
There's a spin doctor.
There is a spin doctor. Okay.
Yeah. So you have some options there. You could trash the Maryland and assuming that they have the spin doctor and run back. And then this way it forces them to shuffle an agenda back. So I guess the spin doctor is a bit more taxed out.
You also get another open look here on top of R&D if you want that.
But the credit differential is pretty wide. Sokka down to 2 credits. They're still going to be pretty easily able to misdirection away the tags if they need to. On less than 4 credits, you're not actually hit by economical warfare. It says lose 4 credits if able. So Sokka all the way down to 1 is going to be able to get 5 credits next turn off the daily cast into Aesop's Pawn Shop. What did the Mad Dash hit?
Yes.
APOC. Ooh, that's okay.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, the Mad Dash.
Oh, you get 2 of them.
Yeah, yeah.
You get 2.
You buy in bulk. It'll be fine. 5-minute warning there from the judge.
5 minutes should be more than enough to either score 7 points here or at least steal 4 more. It is important to mention how strong the Stargate now is with all of Bridgman's recursion now gone.
Advance.
I see a single advance.
There's the hard-hitting news. So still working on the Global Food Initiative means you can score it out next turn and jam a 3-2 following it to maybe get up to 5 points. And this means Sokka has to decide here whether they want to clear the tags with the misdirection after getting their money from start to turn or contest the remote server or Stargate. I think Sokka can do just about both of those. At least, well, they can't contest the remote server that easily, but they can definitely Stargate and then misdirection away tags. Oh, triple Asief. Oh, no.
That's game.
Slot machine. Let's go. That can't be good. You're going to need a spin doctor in server 19. No spin doctor. We're going back. Jackpot is correct. Good game, well played from Bridgman.
That has to be painful. Like, just it's all 3 the same agendas as well.
Yeah, and that's gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
Like this deck doesn't want to score agendas. It's drudge working back into R&D. We're only starting to push out now, so I think R&D was actually quite dense. I do think HQ could have been safe there, but yeah, that's you're gonna expect that to some extent. Still wild.
And that is the price you pay for not defending R&D. Unfortunately, it's one of those things where you do have to defend almost all 3 servers now in Midnight Sun matches. It's just becoming like centrals are so important. If you leave them undefended, you are probably not going to be able. But then, of course, comes the issue of endurance can get through that ice usually. So it's a bit of a dual purpose here. I think people need to start packing more ice, maybe.
Just give it 1 second. We're gonna get the standings real quick. I'm actually gonna throw up to like a little graphic and a bit of audio, and we'll be back in a second. We should have the standings. This tournament should be moving pretty fast because the rounds are all over. There's only 6 games. They're only 40 minutes, so we should be flying through. But we're gonna throw just a little quick break, and we'll be back in just a moment. So don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. We are just about to start round 2, and we got some score standing updates. A bit of an excitement there. Thank you for your patience. There's some stuff that went down between the rounds, but let me update the lives chart. We have an Issei lives chart, but I built this one myself, so I'm going to hit the buttons. So, firstly, off the top, we did see Sokka versus Bridgman, but unfortunately, Sokka is actually going to lose a life there. It turns out this list that Sokka was playing did not match up with the list that Sokka submitted. That is just a game loss. Bridgman there is going to get the win. Cahuita, unfortunately, we saw her take that it was an Urtica? No, it was the 6 core damage off of their overrider. So Cahuita is down on her first life lost. Hotel Foxtrot also taking the loss, if I'm not mistaken. Otherwise, we have aunthemod losing their first life. We have, who else is it? I think it's Sangrin and MrBuggles also. So that should be 6 lives lost so far, but we are still on. If you want to see another graphic that maybe shows it a bit clearer so you can see the side differentials, we have that up there on the list. You can follow this live as well. But nearly almost all the APAC players were undefeated going into round 2. You see there was an even runner corp split, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty exciting for a meta that maybe some people thought was favored one side, but we're going to see how this goes. The pairings there are filling in. You should be playing the side that you played the least often. Sometimes you can't just roll that you are going to play runner twice in a row or corp twice in a row. But that's where we stand right now. How y'all doing? By the way, my name is Andre. I'm from the Metroball Grid. Hopefully you're enjoying Intercontinental. Let's go give Nisei a follow here on Twitch. Dropbear, how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Oh, it's 1 a.m., but this is some very hype Netrunner, so I'm actually getting really more excited.
It's been really exciting. Like, we got to see really good, fun, fast, explosive games, which I think has been pretty representative of the meta. And of course, Onion from across the pond. How you doing? How's your evening been so far?
Doing well. Very excited to see what else we have here. So far, we've already seen a very, very spicy orb with HHN as their main win condition into a boom kill.
And I think Op is like it's the big surprise here. I think we have a third of the corp field on Op, and we have a couple different versions. I think none of them are like straight fast events. They're all just about some sort of acid-based economic leverage into kill, which Op does really, really quite well. So again, nobody's going to be leaving this round, but if you lose your second life, that is going to be an issue. You're going to get quite scared there where every single game matters. Of course, at the end, it's the person who is still left standing. So you could lose your 2 first games and then just have an absolutely massive finish and still take this whole event. Real quick, what do the lives mean? So the lives are basically every loss is a loss of a life. Once you hit 3 lives lost, you have no lives left. You are out of the tournament. So we are just basically playing this single-sided random pairing until there's only one person left. So again, it's going to be about 8 to 10 rounds. I think the math comes out to. So we still have a fair bit of Netrunner. Looks like our tables are spun up. Onion, do you want to pick see where our cameras are going to be looking this round?
Let's have a look here. What could be interesting? I'm actually fairly interested to see what aunthemod is up to with their precision design list. So maybe we want to jump into table 1.
Cool. If you want to ask, we can go there. That's fine. It looks like a Sengrin and Tug are matched up again on round 2. Is that possible? That's wild.
Yes, it's possible that you get a rematch. I believe MrBuggles is also rematched against their opponent from round 1.
Oh man!
So both of those sides are basically playing dual-sided Swiss or normal Swiss.
Yeah, right on. So we should be spinning up relatively soon. We still have all 12 players, so we still have 6 tables. Again, that number is not going to drop down until maybe even round 3 if someone gets full swept 3 in a row. But this is a hard event. Like, these are the best of the best players, the ones that have proven themselves in this modern meta. So this is really tense. You know you're not going to get an easy round 2 potentially in a Swiss format, or at least an easier round 2. So you're still going to keep fighting. Do you know if we're okay on table 1?
Yes, we can join.
Perfect. And it looks like we're off. Welcome. We're going to zoom in a fair bit here. This is round 2 of Intercontinentals 2022. Thanks so much for joining. This is a matchup that has been quite, you've seen it maybe a fair bit, but this is precision design, the HB from System Gateway. 40 minimum means we're playing 44 cards in our deck, 18 to 19 agenda points. We do have +1 maximum hand size, and whenever an agenda is scored, you can recur a card from archives. And while precision design has just about always been a competitive deck since day 1, The big deal here, pun intended, is that we have so many tools to be able to address some of the strengths of this lat deck. We have cards like Next Activation Command, a lockdown that makes the boat useless for an entire turn. It also increases the strength of ice. On top of that, we have some defensive upgrades in this list, maybe even some border controls that make it so if you're spending resources outside of credits to get runs on a remote server, you might not be able to run it more than once, probably not twice in a turn.
I have to say, this ain't a big deal. It's not that big a deal.
So on the mod,
there is no big deal. That is true.
I think so. The agenda suite has been really interesting in these precision design lists because they lost Cyberdeck Sandbox largely to the last ban list. I think this version is just on some amount. Yeah, 3 Vitruviuses, only 2 off-world offices. So less tempo positive agendas, more just 3-2 recursion. That is a bit easier to jam even if you don't have a seamless launch. I think that's interesting. And we saw over the Continentals that HB slot, we've seen Architect Deployment Test show up as a 4-2 agenda that allows you to get a free res from the top of your deck, and that's fascinating. The Vitruvius, though, being an easy 3-2, we'll see how that matters. We don't have any fast advance in this list, no biotic labor, no way to get that scored besides putting in a remote server.
Yes, there's also some other stuff which is quite interesting to mention about on the mods list. First of all, despite you so much highlighting it, they actually aren't playing any next activation commands.
Oh, no way. Yeah, look at that.
Another thing that's very interesting, they're on 5, 6 plus cost ice in 3 Fairchild 3 and 2 Ansel 1.0, as well as on 3 Regolith Mining as another very strong money card. So they seem to be looking to go for a significantly more glaciary approach to most matchups here.
It seems like Fairchild 3 and Oncel, they have 3 subroutines, and that is taxing against the endurance of the boat, which can break 2 subroutines for 2 power counters. Now, Fairchild 3 is a 3.0 Bioroid, the only of its kind, so it's not like an Oncel where you can break 2 subroutines and click through the last one. So oftentimes people are spending 2 charges on their boat and they're just paying 3 credits, which still makes it a fairly taxing card, considering all your other ice gets swallowed by the boat relatively simply. But otherwise, we have the 2 border controls, very important, especially if you have some taxing ice. It doubles the value of that if they have to run twice. And we have the 3 Managarm and a single Anoetic. And we are not seeing in this meta, we're not seeing enough pinhole threading. We're not seeing any light to fire. So these defensive upgrades are largely going to do what they say on the tin. Unless they get trash from central servers, the Anoetic Void is going to be a real cost. And I do think this deck can struggle to deal with it. What kind of lukifer are we on?
Lukifer seems to be on the very, very standard LED list. Unfortunately, no APOC here, which would be very nice in this matchup. The good old influence spread of some amount of pad taps, some amount of tapworms, and then the usual Anarch influence in Clippy, Stargate, and also Clot.
Yeah, this looks pretty similar.
Self-modifying code.
Yeah, the 1SMC is the interesting thing. To try and figure out where that slot comes from, it looks like the pre-show was dropped to play the self-modifying code. And that self-modifying code, the singleton one of, has been a big conversation. Some people are saying to drop a creative, some people are saying to drop it into the depths, but that single 0-cost 2 MU program gives you a lot of flexibility in the matchup, whether you need the Tapworm now or the Stargate to close the game, of course the Clot, which is not going to be necessary in this matchup. We'll see how much that matters.
2-day laundry is probably the biggest.
Oh, yeah. I think that is a change. I think you're right.
True. That might have been dropped for the one-off Mad Dash.
Yeah. This is obviously a quite good list. We've seen this across the entire month, and it's still performing. We have seen some versions that are a bit more spicy. I do believe that I've heard a lot of strong reason where the Apocalypse version is a bit more flexible and powerful, maybe even specifically into the modern meta, but you still have all that good tools. And just bear with us for a second while we're starting. Oh, it looks like we are just about to start. I think there might be some confusion about the Spicator timing that has to be addressed. We'll see if we can come back to that with all the op today. But welcome to round 2. aunthemod there. Lukifer taking the mulligan. aunthemod happy with what they have, but opening with a Spin Doctor for more options. These PD decks can be fast. They are scoring tempo positive agendas. Mind you, we're on 3 Vitruviuses here. But aunthemod just trying to fix their hand. They kept this hand, didn't they? They did.
Yeah, they did. Interesting. Let's see what's up here.
So it's so common for turn 1 for precision design to put something iced in a remote server. It forces you to do something. We've seen many turns where it's just rigging up endurance turn 1, check remote server, click 1. But now lukifer doesn't really have to do anything. Whether they want to threaten the spin doctor, I don't think it's that important this soon. So they can take their time to set up, get down their tapworms, their pad taps, their Rizekis, all those cards that say gain 1 credit each turn, and then be ready for a longer game. I don't think we're gonna see a lot of early aggression unless it's the 2 dirty laundries here. But lukifer is giving it a thought.
Yes, lukifer is probably deciding on how to sequence their turn and whether or not it's important to contest the spin doctor. Usually what lads are thinking about is how to play their hand correctly to trigger their ability.
Which they can't.
However, precision design having a built-in counter to that ability by just having 6 hand size and lad just having 5, so no way to hit 6 at the end of the turn.
Yeah, you saw aunthemod just holding their mouse over that spin doctor, trashing it or removing it from game so instantly to shuffle 2 into archives. We're checking the top of R&D after the shuffle, assuming that there's 2 agendas from archives now back into R&D, and we're starting off with that pad tap and the creative commission. I do not know whether this corp can afford to trash pad tap, especially on this board state on these credits on turn 2. I think aunthemod might want to get the tranquility set up. It gives you that economy over the whole game. That's largely what the pad tap is triggering off of for the whole match. There you got the ice. At 6 credits, they can res just about anything, but most of their ice, I think the cheapest thing here is a magnet for 3. Hedge fund.
Yes, that's very true. Going up to 10 credits, just chilling here. lukifer choosing just to set up more here, expecting the card in the remote to be something fairly benign.
Oh, this is
Will be
aggressive.
interesting to
We saw 1 spin doctor so far, not assuming that's a second, so this Stargate might actually be difficult, but you are seeing 2 pieces of ice there on the top. So even if you trash one of them, you're assuming the other might end up on R&D sooner than later. Fairchild 3, you can always click through all entirely, not that much different from the on-sell, but we're going to trash the Fairchild. It's a bit more of a taxing card if you have to boat through it because it's harder. You can't click through that errant last subroutine. Look for drawing up on 4, getting that lat draw. Again, trying to match, and Rashida is going to give aunthemod all the options and economy they need to shore up against that Stargate threat.
Yes, now also having drawn a Tranquility home grid, which is usually something that the runner loves to see with pad tap around. I wonder if aunthemod will take the time to trash this pad tap, especially since their list is looking like it wants to be a bit slower. However, aunthemod deciding, nope, I'll just be... Oh, actually, it's a spin doctor, so they aren't just jamming here. They are looking to once again fix up their hand more. Other card is now very much telegraphed to be the upgrade, and very likely to just be the tranquil we saw off the top of R&D.
Yeah, spin doctor is so important. A single ice might not even keep the Stargate out. While we do have hard to end the runs, like things like border control and magnet, the spin doctor doubly works through it. If they want to click through the ice to Stargate, they're not doing much. So now lukifer probably needs to sit back a bit and set up. You could consider charging the spin doctor. aunthemod on 13 credits can probably res 2 pieces of ice here. But we're just charging archives. I'd be surprised if there's an agenda here, because I think that spin doctor needs to be kept on the table to deal with the Stargate. Just a regolith.
Yes, nothing important here in archives. lukifer, I wonder what the rest of their turn is looking like. They are most likely, they're definitely hurting for a way to get into the remote here. So they're probably looking to either dig for a boat or set up their economy more to be able to pay for one if they have it in hand. And yes, looks like there's a lot more money coming down here.
It's a tapworm. It's the reason the archive run probably came down. You are still checking the spin doctor, putting a bit on threat, but this card got so much better with the recent ban list. We used to see Cyberdeck Sandbox everywhere, and then of course a lot of these other cards that inherently just purge virus counters, but now there's not too many ways to do it. A virus now for 1 influence, so this tapworm is going to get 3 credits off the start of the turn. That is a lot.
I have to ask, do you waste a turn purging? Or is it just too slow?
I'm so bad at this question. I am like very classically not someone who deals with pad taps in a way I probably should be. I generally want to go fast. I do think that this HB deck could slow down a bit. If you trash this tapworm, a second could come back. It's not like it's going to get simul-chip. That's not how this thing works. I think you could consider it. lukifer's economy start hasn't been amazing. The daily cast definitely helps. And aunthemod's not on a virus, so I think if you want to do it, you might want to do it now. But here's a boat. Endurance 3 counters.
Let's see if they can get in.
Into the depths.
And there's the Fairchild. So this is actually going to force a trash of a card, if I'm not mistaken. Because you can endurance through 2 of the counters here, 2 of the subroutines, but one of the subroutines is going to fire. You don't want to get the end of the run because of the Into the Depths, so you're going to have to trash one of your installed cards because you do not have the 3 credits. What goes? It looks like it's a pad tap.
Means, yeah, the pad tap leaves here.
So now we're in.
I wonder... They can't really get anything off the Into the Depths here, so they're probably just taking for credits.
I think you need the money.
I guess they can grab the SMC.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you want the money here. SMC. You could just charge endurance. It looks like they're going to go for that. And we see the top of R&D. Now we know what you need to Stargate. So with 2 spin doctors out, like lukifer can just Stargate triple click. Oh, now lukifer's saying something off the top of R&D that they're not happy about. And they can't even trash much here. Again, the spin doctor is 2 credits. They can't do a Stargate with the Into the Depths. Yeah, I think it is too late now.
Yeah.
I think lukifer thought they were Stargating.
You can't do them both at the same time. That's the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, derp. Thank you.
it's the
sometimes
yeah, too early might be it.
Yeah. Having woken up too early.
This is Intercontinental, so everyone is playing from all around the world. We got players from Europe and from America in completely different time zones.
Yeah, huge shout out to the Nisei team. Trying to organize an event that makes sense for 12 people literally spanning the globe is quite difficult. So also huge patience to the players who can wake up at some of the stranger hours to participate. This is fine, TM. All right, so looking for seeing the top there. They did get their endurance up to 3 charges, so that was an access just to return the endurance counters. So that didn't actually do much, but see the top of R&D. Of course, you saw the ice as well. But aunthemod here.
Let's see if we can see a score out of server 2. It's interesting that we didn't see a res earlier when they installed something in here, which implies that it's not the Trincomb which is in there. But instead we just see them very much turtling up here instead of trying to score anything from server 2. So it's most likely another defensive upgrade in there.
Probably setting up the Skunk Void.
So this
could be the Skunk Void.
This is interesting, right? Like the HQ ice is not so much about the HQ pressure. It's more that you don't want to keep a server open to get free endurance counters, especially with the dirty laundry still existing. That can sometimes be a bit dodgy again, because now Into the Depths is a bit easier to fire. But we'll see. lukifer just needs to sit back and set up here. They don't have a lot of money, not a lot of reasons to get single accesses. So we got a lot of money coming in. Second day of the cast, the pad tap, and the Rizeki. On top of course, the tapworm, but aunthemod. Seamus.
That is 8 credits a turn.
Oh, very nice. Scoring in the Trubies with a counter here.
So there's some fun timing with this. You can really mess with lat if you're very vengeful at the end of the turn. But we'll see what they do with this recursion here. This, of course, you have the recursion already from Precision Design. They return the seamless launch from archives. This gives you access to the Rashida if you need to, but also very important to get a return from things like a border control or things like an Anoetic Void, which are one of the best ways that this deck can deal with endurance.
Yes, not only that, it also very much helps actually against the Stargate here. I was kind of worried at the start of the game with them already having used 2 spin doctors that the Stargate might end up being a very, very dangerous threat later out in the game. But having a Vitruvius counter and just being able to pick up one of those agendas that they toss away will be very, very nice for them.
Yeah, I think that's much more important than just recurring potentially Rashida, is that, yeah, there's an understanding that Stargate is way harder to convert on. And that's all the multi-access this deck has, if I'm not mistaken. We're not on any deep dive. We're running HQ. There's the on-spell, some of this bigger ice. Again, that's going to be an endurance and a click largely. You're going to see 1 card in HQ, of which I think we only know 1. We know the seamless launch there. And the card that came off the top of the deck.
Yes, true. That's something we don't know, but lukifer does know.
So we're in?
And yeah, as you were mentioning, just boating in, we find a magnet. Very, very uneventful access.
The question is if lukifer is on Eco or Nanotech. That has a big difference on the value of the magnet. On its own, it's not that bad. And end the run you can't click through requires a breaker unless it's going to tax out the endurance. And playing 3 credits to tax out the endurance, you're not too upset about that.
Yeah, very much true. For what it's worth, lukifer is on nanotech, so unfortunately we can't yoink an Ika of your Ansel to really annoy the runner.
Aunthemod keeping it a low hand
Okay, so
size. Something on the Tranquility home grid. Going to gain 2 credits off that, feeding the pad tap and the hedge fund as well. So at least you're playing around the pad tap a bit. But lukifer making an immense amount of money at start of turn. That tap worm has just been on the table. But this easily could be a 4-2 agenda. We know there's a seamless in hand, but lukifer only has a boat with 2 power counters and has to deal with 2 ice. I'm actually really interested to see how much Aunthemod is going to respect the nanotech. A lot of times you want your single server ice to be just a drafter, but as soon as you put the on cell, I think it's 2 or even 3 ice deep, the server actually gets worse in some ways. We'll see how much they respect that once we see the ice on server 2.
I mean,
yes.
getting 9 credits a turn, that just for even like it is 3 daily casts, so this is not the typical standard way of how Lat does this, but drip is huge in this deck sometimes.
Yeah, and it's have a very noticeable impact on the game where you need to go fast because a lot of times you cannot overpower the economy over time of things like Rozeki, and you can trash pad tabs, but you know what I mean here. We're stargating in. We're going to boat through part of it, play 3 credits. You could trash one of your installed cards. Eventually trashing a daily cash with 2 on it is technically credit positive. We'll see 3 cards at the top. Rashida, Magnet, and Border Control, so no agendas there. The Border Control.
It's just trash here.
Probably
the Border Control. It's the highest value ice out of this. You might be afraid of them getting to look at too many extra cards with the Rashida if they end up installing it. Especially since you don't have a way of contesting with the remote right now. Might want to stop them from jamming.
Yeah, the Stargate. Now
there's already something there.
We are seeing the top 3 cards of the deck. We are trashing one of them, but this is R&D lock, technically. So we know what Aunthemod's going to draw into next turn unless they spend a lot of turn drawing, which the Rashida breaks that. If it sneaks into server 2, there's going to be a turn where Aunthemod draws into unknown cards. Look for a drawing in. I think server 2 likely could be an agenda here. Sure gamble. We'll see if Aunthemod's Seamless launches out in their remote server. Not getting the lat draw. Aunthemod keeping down to 2 cards in hand, making it a bit difficult, but it looks like we're drawing in. So we know we have the Magnet in hand, the Border Control in hand as well. Whether you want a second Ice R&D is going to keep the Stargate out for a bit.
It's important to mention that Aunthemod with the Vitruvius counter does actually have access to some potential extra skateboard tricks here with Seamless Launch. Being able to score out a 5-3 even with just 1 Seamless Launch.
Yeah, it's really cute. I'd be surprised that this deck isn't on a single biotic. It allows a lot of flexibility too, where you can replay that biotic with enough money, build your own big deal. But Aunthemod just clicking for credits. Lukifer now has 23 credits, and here they have the time and the money to transition into their hyperbaric. And once you get your hyperbaric down to 5 charge, maybe you're rigging it up so it comes even faster. Those Fairchilds, those magnets, you're laughing.
Yeah, then suddenly the very big and scary Fairchild 3 very much shrinks down to very nice and easy 3 credits to break, which is what once you're fully set up, your Rozekis will just pay you every turn, so you'll be able to make a free R&D run with Stargate every turn, at which point the Corp has massive trouble actually breaking out of that lock.
And there you go. When you have that money,
nice.
You trade in your boat for another one. Again, with 1 counter on it, it's hard to get charges, but we're going to go through here. This is a totally fresh Stargate, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to break 2 of those 3 credits. We're going to pay that, or you can trash your daily casts. I think you'd like to do that. There you go. So
yes, you do get rid of the casts here.
You see 3 off the top here. We're assuming there's agendas. We haven't seen one in a while, but no agenda just yet. Manic Arm, a defensive upgrade that actually is quite okay on R&D into a Stargate. You have a second Fairchild 3, which again, if you're on Hyperbaric, you're not too upset about that. And then the Border Control. But it looks like the Manic Arm is going to go down, saving you 3 credits and the nightmare of having to pay 5 or 2 clicks. Not too big of a nightmare, but you're okay trashing that. The ice you can eventually deal with well. Aunthemod now is still not drawing into agendas. There we go.
They did seem to be a very big fan of Yeah, just slow cooking agendas. You're just letting them sit in the remote for a turn or two.
We are returning to hand. The Managarm Skunkworks is
Ooh,
in
the
HQ,
Managarm.
so not the Seamless. And with a single Seamless, as you said, you can do Seamless, Vitruvius Seamless to score the Global Food Initiative, and there's only, I think, 2 Global Food Initiatives in the list, and that's what aunthemod wants here at all costs. Just, it stops them from having to score 3 agendas, because Global Food Initiative is a 5-3 in the corp score area, so they want to transition to that while they think maybe they eventually have a window. The boat counters are going to be important. We haven't seen any breakers yet, but 2 ice into Tranquility is not too strong of a remote server. Specifically, when you're expecting there to be Bioroids, and I think where 2 of the border controls are. I think they're both in hand.
Yes, that's true. They do know where both the border controls are.
Or excuse me,
Furthermore, there can be
top of deck is a border control, but I do think we know there's 1 in hand.
Oh, I guess, yeah. There isn't any way to shuffle right now, though, so they will know that it will end up in hand, unless they feel like stargating again here to also get rid of that one.
I'm really interested to see whether aunthemod wants the Managarm for R&D or whether they need that to close the game out in server 2. And the nanotech coming down, this gets additional strength based off the amount of ice on its server. HQ now, you still have to boost. It does break this whole the on sell for, I think it's 6 credits, which is not great for something that's rezzed for 6, but it's going to stop another ice from coming down there, I reckon, or at least 2 more ice. Getting the endurance charge, that's the big thing here. Into the depths, finding a program. Let's see if we find a hyperbaric. There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
And finding the Managarm, that's a huge hit. That might be the only trashable in hand. So this thing is going to get charged. Now, the daily casts are mostly all gone, so the money is largely coming in from the Tapworm. He's still that single Rozeki. But once you can get this up to 5 strength, even the double Fairchild in R&D is not going to do it. Tranquility draws a card. We have broken R&D lock with 2 unknowns, probably the border control on the outermost. And server 2, if that's a Global Food Initiative and there's a Seamless in hand, this could be the last turn of the game. You only need 3 credits to score out. Second ice on R&D as well. Lukifer has some choices here. Has access to almost all breakers besides Fractor, and we haven't seen any barriers yet besides the border controls, which we know there's 2 probably on the table.
That does seem very likely here that they are hiding both the border controls, or at least installing both the border controls here.
There is a downside. He does have enough money to run it.
And
More
we're
than
in.
enough money.
Mad Dash. Now the border control can eat this Mad Dash pretty easily. And if you get through the border control and you have to endurance through it, you're not coming back through another barrier. This list is not running Hagen. It's not running any other barriers, if I'm not mistaken. So there's the outermost border control. We saw that coming off the top of the deck. So the question here is whether you endurance through it. I think it will pop the border control, which helps you in the future. Shoot, I knew you had that. Yeah. Yeah, they did. He saw this coming. So it looks
like I know you had that too.
Yeah.
So only 9 credits here. aunthemod could res 2 more pieces of ice. That's going to cost most of their money, generally. There's a lot of 6 strength, or 6 cost, excuse me. Just a magnet.
Okay.
So now the hyperbaric hidden behind the Mad Dash. You're going to have to boost that. You have to spend some credits to get that up to strength. It's permanent, though, for the rest of the game. So now you're through for 1 more credit and 1 more ice here. 6 cost, or 6, yeah, cost could be anything. 4 strength on cell, lining up terribly against the nanotech. Just 3 credits to get through.
Yes, nanotech getting through it way cheaper at just 3 credits instead of 6 as it is on HQ.
So
they do get kicked out here for once.
Hitting the clot off meat damage, not an impactful card in this matchup, but that it's hard. Obviously, like, you want to keep the border control for the future because now this remote server is a bit silly. It's a fair bit easier. Now the nanotech did get a bit more difficult, but we do have enough money here. We are going to be able to steal an agenda here. If the food, that's going to be an issue for aunthemod, and next turn he has to really just click for credits. It's a Rashida though. Oh no!
Rashida at 0 credits. Oh no!
Absolutely rused.
That's a beautiful, beautiful bluff here.
The one card that aunthemod needed to put themselves back into the game. Now, if this is the second border control in R&D, that's all the border controls. We'll see if he really wants a Vitruvius back, the border control, to put it onto server 2. At some point, again, if that's a seamless, that helps you to do the double seamless play. But Rashida in the remote server gonna fire that pat tap for this turn, which means you're pretty happy getting more money off the Tranquility home grid, and you do need more money. Yeah, that Mad
Yeah,
Dash
it's
play,
also important.
like, oh, that Mad Dash play, not that it would have converted anyways, because the border control got fired. It did protect the Rashida, which is quite important.
Wow.
But yeah, lukifer now needs to
Now-
steal 4 agendas to win the game. Huge
Good
remote.
old triple install. Come on in. I know you can't. Just building the good old clown car of what's most likely an agenda, a manic arm, and also an Anarch.
Yeah, we know what this is, right? Unless they're double stacking mana garms, which you can do, as long as they're not res, they're not regions. This is probably mana garm anoetic into an agenda. In terms of Rashidas, I think we've seen all of them. Yeah. Could be a Regolith, which aunthemod could just take a turn off to stabilize economy so they can put a third ice up there. But sometimes the third ice is worse. It depends on the on-sell taxes. But lukifer is going to give...
Also, watching it credit. Okay, we have a thinking moment here, obviously, with such a big threat presented. It's also important if that is a Manigar, if that is a Regolith, I'm not sure if you do want to empty it, because the more money you have, obviously the more money the runner will also gain with that tapworm. So you're kind of interested in staying actually below 5 credits here.
We're through the magnet for 1. The nanotech is only on 3 strength, so looking for he's going to have to boost here. 6 credits, unless he wants to... Oh, they're boating and clicking. Wow, boat counters. And now with the Managarm, you have to do double click. Anoetic Void means that if you want to double click, you're still not getting in. aunthemod, now he's on 3 credits here. And you can choose the order of these. So generally you choose the Managarm first.
Yes. It is important to note that aunthemod can't score the 3-pointer here. However, they have a fairly tricky line to score the 2-pointer here. Let's see if they pull it off.
Seamless events could
They
do
can
it.
click for credit. They can seamless.
Yes.
Click for credit.
There you go.
Vitruvius back the seamless.
Or even here, they could just advance once more to get the Vitruvius. But it's double seamless. They're getting an off-world office. Muddy jump there. But aunthemod now, just like a mad dashless runner, is going to go searching for 4 agendas. And any face down install in there in the remote server has to be respected as the Vitruvius. This list it must be on Luminal. Yeah, it has a single Luminal, of course.
Yes.
We'll see what he recurs here with Precision Design.
Surely they are getting back a seamless here, right? With already 2 gone.
Rashida.
Oh, we are recurring a Rashida.
Yeah, 2 seamless are gone.
That's an interesting choice.
It allows...
I guess they're just saying... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I think that's aunthemod needs that so he can draw into the final agenda. I guess that's the hope. Again, this list doesn't have biotic labor, so aunthemod is still going to have to play into the remote server. Rashida also helps to refill cards in hand, and with 6 cards in hand, that anoetic is mean.
That is true. I guess aunthemod is saying, I do not care which agenda I draw here, I just want any, because I feel like my remote is so safe with both Void and Anoetic in there that you just can't crack it.
So lukifer is an awkward...
They just want the Rashida to find it.
lukifer is in a super awkward spot here. Endurance is empty. So anything could be rezzed here. There's not too much. Actually, there's a drafter would be good. Res here. We're not rezzing here. Stargate, want to keep money maybe for the Archives Ice. This also is a successful run, so we get the Endurance charge. Fairchild 3, we're going to have to click through all of this. So it's not like we're going to be able to pull something out of Archives here. There is one agenda there, the Global Food Initiative. Not an agenda aunthemod wants to score, so you're okay with that getting trashed. We're drawing the Tranquility off the top with the Regolith underneath it. aunthemod installing here.
See the install.
Just getting the money.
Gaining 2 credits. Okay.
And
interesting that they didn't choose to draw here.
This has to be the Rashida, unless
It could be a bluff.
I'm guessing.
It's likely the Rashida. I think aunthemod did want to draw there. It makes the Stargate next turn a bit worse because the top card is still the Regolith, so you only see 2 new cards. lukifer only has 1 counter on the Endurance, so they're going to have to use their actual credits. In terms of barriers in the list, I think we know that the outermost of R&D is probably the border control. I think we saw that being drawn. But otherwise, they can get through most anything on R&D with enough clicks, and the nanotech and hyperbaric should be enough. This list isn't on Hagen, which is a bit surprising, but second Fairchild.
Oh, it's 2 Fairchilds. Okay.
I think lukifer can deal with this.
Very expensive. I was surprised by the line that aunthemod took last turn, but this Fairchild 3 actually explains it. if it was a cheaper ice, I would have been more interested in just drawing more instead of moneying up to 11 credits to give them less credit with less money with Tapware. However, just locking up R&D with two very, very big eyes here is, yeah, probably just better.
So the big ice is true, but now with Hyperbaric at 5 strength, that's one of the best ways to deal with this in the standard format. So now you could spend 6 credits, it's still a lot of money, or you can click through one of them, spend 3, which is doable. Off the top though, there's no agendas there. The third Fairchild, and then we see the second Managarm, and then the Regolith we knew at the top. aunthemod Stargates have been very unfortunate. I think we've only seen one agenda, or technically 2 agendas maybe?
You almost don't want to trash anything. You want him to draw
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, true.
Tranquility Home Grid. That looks like it might be just the last food there. aunthemod on 6 cards in hand has enough money to fire the Manoetic more than twice, but with Lukifer only going to get 1 off the Tapworm, they somehow need to steal 3 points. There's 1 in Archives. There's 3 agendas. There's 1 in Archives. This seems really difficult. I don't know what you can do besides hit centrals.
aunthemod just jamming here with install advance, most likely having found a global food initiative here, which is the worst agenda for them to find here since it's the hardest to score. But even with it being the hardest to score, it's still, the remote is just so safe that they probably feel fine just jamming it here.
We're charging server 2. Again, the Managarm is going to trigger before the Anoetic, so this is forcing Lukifer to deal with this 1 credit for the Magnet. It's a fair bit. You can't really click through the on-sell because your turn's going to be over. So 2 boat counters, and we can click through one of the subroutines. This is going to force the Managarm into Anoetic, and Lukifer has to spend the 2 clicks on the Managarm. I'm not sure the purpose of this. This is mathematically impossible. You're not really taxing out the corporation.
Yeah, that's game.
That should be it. There's nothing else in this list that you can advance. 5.
And aunthemod takes it with good old 9 points to 0.
It's a lot of work done for 9 points. Have to score out 4 agendas, one of them being the food, but well played. All right.
That was a very nice game.
That's really interesting.
Slightly.
Like, there's a difference there.
Still works.
We saw the early Stargate, which I don't think is something you see too often in the lat list. And I'm wondering, with retrospect, whether Lukifer aunthemod thinks that the opening aggression was correct versus the opening setup and preparing for a later game and putting pressure on. Of course, there's a lot of pressure that comes from the Stargate. Do you want to jump into maybe, I think table 3 is our last table left?
Yeah, let's have a look in there.
Cool. We'll be there in just a second.
We are deep into the game.
Do you want to just check real quick if you could kindly to see if we can jump in there? We should just be on again. This is just round 2. We've only had 6 lives lost so far. It should be up to 12 after this. We'll see if there's any players that are on their last leg. Because they are potentially round 3 could be the elimination round for some players who maybe had a bit of a bad start so far. Again, it's 3 lives. That's all you got. If you lose 3 games throughout the day, that's it. And so we'll see the last person standing.
We got the okay for you to join.
Lovely. Thank you.
And we're joining into quite the board state here.
Okay, this is a 10-minute warning. Like, we're far enough into the game. This is the same sort of obelisk that we saw Bridgman playing. I think it's card for card the same thing if you were watching round 1. Endurance is down. This is a Kabonesa deck, so it should be a pawn shop deck. We have no agenda points scored, but it looks like we have the big Atlas here. This deck has a single Audacity, if I'm not mistaken, to get up to more points, but it doesn't have a hostile. So if Sokka wants to close the game on agenda points, Audacity server 1 advance, if that's the Global Food Initiative, could be it. This could be the last turn. Top of R&D. I don't know what the multi-axis is coming from the Shaper. If we look at the heap, we're just seeing what you expect. No pawn shop, but we've gone through a couple Harbingers already. And
it's also a Sable run.
Yeah.
Oh, true. It is the Sable run.
Clickless run.
You see a paper clip also getting installed here.
So we have 4 boat counters. That's enough for endurance. We have for envelopment. We have the paperclip, but the Asher on the outside is going to need 2 of the endurance counters. We'll see if the innermost. I don't think there's anything in the list now that stops this run.
There's nothing, no. Border control could delay it by a bit, but doesn't fully stop it.
Yeah.
No 3 ice entry. Oh, there's your border control.
Now, if you want to come back, you still have to spend 2 more counters for the Afshar. It's going to empty your boat. We'll see if the border control is popped here from Sokka. Otherwise, this list is on economic warfare into hard-hitting news, and the credit differential is getting a bit wider. There's a Rashida just pre-res sitting on the table. Man of the Moon just doesn't have time to deal with it. Let alone the Spigator can translate the Afshar into a 2-coster and more credits if you don't believe in it.
Has Ob fired yet today? So on
This turn? I'm not sure. It's a bit hard to check.
No, it hasn't yet.
So, good trash for a 3-cost ice.
Oh, so you could trash for something at 3 cost that ends
Oh,
with
yeah.
another Afshar.
Second Afshar would seal it.
That way you could keep a GFI here safe.
Yeah, second Afshar will totally do it.
To back here.
Let's hope they have it. They did shuffle with the Spin Doctor, but it's a Sandstone. Now it comes down to credits, and I think we're credit perfect, though.
That's true, actually. We do get in here. We're dropping down to 0.
If there was a code gate, but it becomes 5 strength when you hit it, no?
Oh, that is correct.
Exactly.
Oh, no. If that was an Enigma or an Afshar, that would actually seal the deal. I don't know what the code gate numbers are. There's 4 face down in archives, no ice besides the border control, but it looks like that global food is just going to be taken. So Sokka needs the hard-hitting news here. It looks like we don't have access exactly to a misdirection. You still have to survive for a turn. 2 self-modifying codes in the bin, probably Kabonesa early. And Kabonesa can always pull a misdirection, but it's not going to stay around. So you have to do 2 hard-hitting newses. Time is coming up. We only have about 3 minutes left in the round. So Sokka's going to need to move quickly.
The Atlas here should allow to find anything he needs, though.
Yeah. So you could definitely do install food, advance food, hard-hitting news, and then still have that same fork next turn where Man of the Moon has to consider clearing the tags and also still dealing with the remote server, which at this point with the no boat counters with no credits, you will have 2 off the daily cast and you'll get a free card draw. Again, Deep Dive also is open now. Like, I'm assuming this list is on Deep Dive if they have Sable, and with 2 credits from the daily casts, Deep Dive could trigger. You could steal only up to 6 agenda points, but that matters for time, and there you get the play. Install advance, probably the food into hard-hitting news. So Man of the Moon has some forks here. Remote server looks difficult. An overclock probably doesn't do it. You need to charge endurance at least twice. You have access to Deep Dive potentially, and you can also clear the tags. But this is what you love to see from a modern Weyland, where there's a fork. It's like, you can maybe do one of these things. Can you do 2? And they have to do 2.
Yes, presenting the multiple threats is really the key to victory in most op lists, or in general, has been the key to victory in most Weyland lists in the recent times. Usually it's with hard-hitting news, but sometimes also with different threats, like the Urban Renewal. We also see this op and a bunch of others play. We do see the Audacity in hand here, which is the way to advance out a GFI here, even just at 1 counter.
Whoa.
Nothing in archives either.
This is going to be a deep dive.
It's going to be a deep dive, yes, and with 1 boom in archives, if they actually deep dive a boom away, I think they're safe on tags.
Yes, however, with the Audacity in hand, they aren't safe on Sokka getting to 7 points.
Yeah. So totally clean
Man
here.
of the Moon actually can't win here. They had to hit 1 agenda here, as Sokka's whole agenda suite is just worth 2 points each to the runner, and Deep Dive only allows you to access at most 2 here. Yes, as Sokka is saying, they can at most Deep Dive up to 6 here. However, even if time was called this second, Sokka would get another turn to score what's in server 7, which is most likely a GFI.
Yeah, I think there's some lines of plays here where you could have rigging up an endurance and ran to get up to 4 for the remote server. I think that's the narrowest out here, but we're getting a single deep dive. You do see the second boom. That's not going to matter too much with the win in the remote server. You see a single Azief. You do have another click here, though, so you could deep dive once more, but then you can only access a single agenda. And again, yeah, you do need 4 of these. It's hard to see on JNet, but we're seeing a swath of ice, a Maryland and Svikator, and the Azief into the boom. The Azief getting stolen, and everything else is going to be shuffled back. So the top of R&D is new. We're running HQ here to see, and above the log, getting to 6 points. Ooh. Whoa. There was a chance that man could have had it there.
Yeah, very much so. We, however, do see the advancing of a GFI here to go up to 7 points. Proving Andre wrong in saying that this op totally can't score out at all.
I'm like so surprised because they're pushing for it, and I think they need to because they realize they cannot keep the board down. The board is like a distraction, and then they have to push out to the win. This is cool. Like, the border control is obviously one of the strongest ways in op to get the remote server to stick, but well done to Sokka. Again, Sokka unfortunately had to get a game loss. Their deck did not line up with their submitted deck in round 1. You hate to see that, especially after they won that match on top of it. But yeah, at least Sokka now is sitting a bit more comfortable, taking a life off of a different player instead. That's really cool. You're going to see a bit more of that deck today too. I think we're 2 or 3 players on a similar list, and I think we have another op brew. That Man of the Moon is also an op player as well, but playing a very different list.
Yeah, very much so. Even though it's also asset focused, it features a lot of different cards, including Jinteki cards. We haven't seen it all today, so maybe you'll get to see that later.
And if I'm not mistaken, we can take a second to update our live lives counter. Let's see how this looks. So currently, this is what we were at the end of round 1. So it looks like Sokka is okay there. Jai has lost their first life this round. Man of the Moon, we did see that happen. So no one in APAC on 2 lives left, but it is the America's situation that's getting a bit more dire. Cahuita on her last life as well. The Hotel Foxtrot, just 1 life to go. Lukifer losing a life there, and aunthemod as well. So everyone from ACC is still holding on. While in Euro Africa's TugtetguT still undefeated. Yasengrin on the last live. Unfortunately, Bridgman undefeated as well. And MrBuggles is, I think, still pretty good. So that should be 12 lives, if I'm not mistaken. Did I do that right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that's what it looks like. And if you want to see the rounds, again, you can follow at home on the tracker on the Excel spreadsheet that has all the deck lists. So you can see the sort of matchups here. I'm not very good at telling what happened. I guess it looks like about even Corp Runner wins again. Cool.
Seems like it, although yes, it is quite difficult to track it over here. Unfortunately, that's already mostly it from me. I unfortunately have to take care of a thing
Yeah.
in about 5 minutes, so I'll bow out for now. Luckily, I will be replaced by Neuropanzer, which will be joining you shortly.
Exactly.
Thanks for letting me onto the stream, and I'll see you all around. I'll probably end up watching a bit later.
Awesome. Onion, thank you
Thanks for having
so
me.
much for taking the time to participate in casting. It's a huge treat to be able to cast alongside you. And thanks again for joining. We'll hopefully enjoy the rest of the Intercontinentals.
See ya.
Thanks.
All right, welcome back to the Continentals 2022. We are only 2 rounds in. This is about the beginning of round 3, which will start in just a second. Again, my name is Andre. Welcome. I'm from the Metro Grid, but I'm here happily on the twitch.tv/Project Nisei. Thanks for having me. And of course, I'm joined by Dropbear, who's been here all morning so far, or I'd say all evening. How's it going, Dropbear?
Oh, not too bad. We've had some pretty good games, I'd say, up to now.
They've been exciting, and this sort of format I think makes some really flashy and exciting games when you know every game matters so much. And of course, once again, it's my pleasure to be joined by Neuropanzer. He's been here all the Continental season, and once again coming up on Intercontinentals. How's it going, Pants?
Doing great. Looking forward to some great games of Netrunner and seeing some knockout punches get thrown probably pretty soon.
Yeah, we are going to see them. And I think we're going to try this round to try and watch one of the tables that are on their last lives. Again, if you don't know how this format works, we have 12 players here. They're largely the top 4 from every round. We have one player from who is the second Swiss but 5th finish from APAC, just because Arlek could not compete today. But these players are competing for a fair bit. The prize today is not only to have your likeness on an official altar from Nisei, which is really cool, but the biggest deal is that we have a Worlds buy. The idea is that a player who is competitively minded can take this to Worlds and cash it in for 2 free wins instead of playing their first round, which puts you on track to be undefeated, which is kind of what you want in the Swiss rounds of Worlds. If you look here at our chart here, you can see we'll jump to the chart that is on the Google Drive. We have a couple players on their last life there. We have Cahuita and Hotel Foxtrot from the American Continentals region, and Yasangrin SC, who is still on his last life there. We haven't seen any of these players yet. They've played some really clean, fantastic Netrunner over the last couple weeks at Continentals, and we'll see if they can pull themselves the bootstrap themselves and keep themselves back into the game here. It's really scary when you're on your last life. It can get to you. Panzer, we haven't had the chance to ask you so far, but we've seen a bit of a change in the meta right now. We're still seeing all the lat, we're still seeing endurance, we're seeing a bit of, I think, the Hoshiko kind of deck, but we're seeing a bit more op. What's your read so far on the change of the meta today?
I'm honestly not completely sure. I haven't taken a look through all the deck lists, so this is going to be a little bit on the fly. I think what we're seeing though is it's yet another pivot. I think that's one thing we've seen all season is the meta seems pretty solidified. A tournament happens. Everyone says, "Oh no, everything about that meta was wrong. I know what's going to beat it now," and they shift the next week.
Yeah,
we saw that with a shift from the Reality Plus deck that just completely took over to everyone realized, oh, this lat deck just destroys that. Let's play sports to beat lat. And then everyone said, okay, sports is pretty good. How do we beat sports? And we just kind of saw things continue to evolve and continue to evolve. I think this is yet another turn. It's an attempt to beat potentially this Hoshiko deck or the lats that are on deep dives. Obviously, a really good way to do both of those is having a lot of border controls, as many as you can possibly fit in your deck, and ways to tutor it up.
Yeah, it's a huge card. We've seen that work in Precision Design. Again, if they're trying to get through stuff with Endurance, they only have so many counters. And I think the interesting thing too, maybe a lot of players haven't seen this. I do think Bridgman was playing this list and making a very good finish at the Continentals of Euro Africas just last weekend. It's this op list. And I think there's 2 breeds of it here at the top cut. The one that we just saw, I'll pull up, I'm going to pull up Bridgman's list. It's really interesting because it is that 2-pronged attack. And I was a bit doubtful when I first saw this, whether this deck could score at agendas. It has a very strange agenda suite. 3 global food initiatives and a bunch of 2-pointers. So trying to minimize the amount of agendas while still having access to that 5-3 to close the game out. And that's really, really important. We've seen a lot of HB decks struggle to find their last 5-3 agenda to make sure they don't have to score 4 agendas out. But then you have a bunch of these economic assets that work with the op ability. So once they're trashed on their own, they become another tempo positive agenda. And that kind of continues to go. The urban renewals force interaction. They force out those apocalypses from hand. And then you just have 8 pieces of ice. But those are some quite good ice. And I'm looking mostly at the development and the border control.
Yeah, I think one thing that's very interesting about this agenda suite, you might ask, okay, if you're somewhat of a prison deck, why would you want to have anything other than just 3-pointers? And I think one of the answers here is Aziev Protocol actually threatens a kill if you get it the same turn that an urban renewal ticks down. And you're actually able to do that from hand because you have audacities.
Yeah.
Which is a very cool interaction with this deck.
On top of that, we haven't seen it yet, but like if you're one of those really brave controlling the message players who can just take a 3-2 and put it naked on ice in a remote server, pretending it's something like a Maryland that they might not be interested in trashing, you can get those scored. It's fine. It kind of works out sometimes. So you just got to make sure you get the reads on your opponent.
Deep Dive and Mad Dash also are considerations because technically with Deep Dive, you can just steal 6 points
Mhm.
instead of just 4. And then Mad Dash, obviously, 3 points turns into 4, which is usually game losing.
Yeah, Madish is so important. I think all of the decks we're seeing today
Mhm.
are specifically those sort of global food. I don't think there's any decks we're seeing today, if I'm not mistaken, that have like natural 3-point agendas in them. So just about every runner is going to have to steal 4 agenda points unless they mad dash one of them, or sorry, 4 agendas unless they mad dash one of them. I don't think I'm wrong about that. We're not seeing any real 3-pointers. Oh no, there's
Not that I'm
obicatas.
seeing,
There's
at least
obicatas,
initially.
but that's I think a bit of
Oh,
a
yeah,
different
obicatas, yeah.
beast.
Overcards aren't stealable, so we can safely put them aside.
Actually, I do need to correct myself. Maninthemoon is the one deck that's running a full suite of 3-pointers. They're on 3 CityWorks, 3 SDS drone deployment in Weyland and the ASF, trying to play as few agendas as they can. Because their deck is a bit more, I would say, of an acid-based prison deck. I think they are way less likely to try and score out. They're on like Bladderwort, Drago, Boom, Trust Operation, Wake Up Call. Like they have a bit more meaner tricks to try and make sure that you can't trash the board. But otherwise, I think that largely does track. We have some tables up.
Tables are going up, it looks like. Yeah. How do we feel about table 1? That is the first guaranteed.
Oh,
death
yeah,
match.
yeah. That seems great. Do you want to check real quickly? That would be Sengen versus
let me
Hotel
ask him.
Foxtrot. Let's just see what they think about that. Again, sometimes the nerves of the stream can get to you, especially in the earlier rounds. Yusengren now very familiar with playing in front of camera. If you haven't watched his stream, Yusengren SC on Twitch or YouTube, it's been an absolute treat. He's been making content for a while now. And of course, I'm really excited to see Sokka's video side of this event as well. I get to see his reaction when he gets a game loss for getting the wrong deck booted up. It's definitely going to be unfortunate. But this is round 3, mind you. One of these opponents.
It looks like we're getting a request to go to a different table.
Okay, cool.
So not a problem there. Let's. What other matches are we interested in here? Who else is on 1 life at the moment?
Let me check real quick. I think I know Cahuita is, and I think there might be one more player.
I think I think she's the only other one. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask them if we're
right on.
If we're allowed to jump into that one.
It should be Cahuita versus Sokka. Cahuita is on a very fast Sportsmetal. Sorry, drop.
Alternatively, we haven't seen a Hoshiko yet, so we do have table 2 open.
Is Tug still in Hoshiko? I think he is, right?
Yep.
Oh, awesome. That's a really cool deck. I would love to see that at some point. I have no doubt we will. Tug has not even lost a single life. Again, if you're participating in the chat, there are some raffles that I think Panther has been running for some really nice prizes. Just exclamation raffle gets you in there. You only have 1 entry, but there's some. Nisei's been very generous and been raffling out stuff across all of the Continentals and through most of their streams. So do get into that if you can. Also, come say hi to everyone. If you're newer to the game, if you're maybe more a startup player and a standard player, do please log into the chat, ask some questions. Not that we might not be able to address you personally. This is not a one-on-one stream, but everybody else in chat is very quick to help people understand this game and get back into it or get into it if they're coming from startup to standard. So don't hesitate to say hi and ask some questions. Get your exclamation mark raffles into the chat as well.
Okay, we have confirmation from Cahuita. Sokka didn't explicitly say, I guess, but
I can't make that call live. But Sokka generally is okay with streaming classically.
Let me double check here.
Thank you. We've also run into some potential issues. We saw this in round 1, and I'm interested to see what Nisei has done about this, but I do think we might have seen some missed triggers. JNet doesn't seem to be always running the op trigger when it comes to installing things at start of turn. If you ask me, classically what I learned in Netrunner is that if you have a card that is installed...
We're good on this front.
Perfect. But if you see a card that's installed during start of turn, and it enters the table during the start of turn window, it's not going to fire its own start of turn trigger. And op has been doing that on JNet. So we have to pay attention to see what that happens or how that's working. But hey, we're off, and this is going to be a fast game. In fact, Cahuita's already on 1 agenda point. We've seen Cahuita close games out. She's closed it out in 6 turns so far. We have that early tranquility. Lat is setting up. This is Telework contract. This is an APOC Lat, if I'm not mistaken. So it does still have a single Stargate. It does still have a clot. But Cahuita here can just score out if she wants to. Tranquility home grade getting 2 credits, or 1 credit, excuse me. Sorry, 2 credits, 1 for the pad tap, and a card in server 3.
Yeah, slower start here. Obviously, funny to say that, agenda already in the score area, but this is a slower start for this sports list. Unfortunately, the Elivagar bifurcation did not get an extra spin trigger. That spin doctor was trashed off the board, so not getting that extra value here. Just starting off a little bit slower, but Tranquility is good money. The sports deck doesn't need that much money to be able to close out a game. So getting these Tranquility triggers is going to fuel. There's already enough money for a biotic, and sometimes that's all you need because Audacity does not cost much money at all.
Two
Sokka
Rashidas.
just doesn't want any tricks. Double Rashida trash is well, putting down, like, you're expecting, like, the runner to not bother wasting 2 clicks going on both servers, usually, but in this case, Sokka knows, no, I'm going for that. That's... Yeah.
So
and we're seeing some of the strength of this, the Stargate threat, because we saw Ice go onto R&D rather than on one of those remotes to protect the Rashida.
Yeah, this is open deck
Here we have an
lists.
RLC for an install.
Second ice in front of it. It's interesting to see how much Cahuita she's going to respect the Apocalypse. It's not the strongest matchup for an Apocalypse. There will be some ice dedicated to the table, but it's usually not that much. If an Endurance comes down, you're largely good to go. You do see the early respect from the Ika to stop a drafter from connecting. But Sokka, you need to get your accesses in this matchup definitely sooner than later. Sportsmetal is hard to keep down because anytime you interact with them and steal agendas, they get that juice. Maybe you get your tap credits, but Cahuita can just score from hand if she's ready to do so from this state next turn. The question is whether Sokka can threaten a self-modifying code or just an Enclot. Whether Into the Depths will come down sooner than later. Maybe with Endurance it will, but we're just running archives valuing those charges.
Yeah, and pretty importantly, Into the Depths, there is 2 copies of Into the Depths and 1 copy of SMC. So there is instant speed clot threat. It is only relevant while that SMC has not been popped.
Second Spin Doctor installed in Tranquility, giving credits out to both sides of the table. This gives 2 card draw. This is a card that on its own you might actually want to threaten even if there's no face downs in archives, just because Cahuita's list is, I think, on the 2 Audacities, a card that lets her fast advance from hand at the cost of throwing out everything, which can be difficult if you're holding on to multiple agendas or multiple other fast advance pieces, but Spin Doctor can help repair some of that damage.
And pretty importantly, also offers Stargate protection if that is in the near future.
For sure. Sock on 6 credits. The Endurance means that he can run just about any server here. Whether you want to threaten the Spin Doctor, pull down the second Tranquility, probably not that important to do the Tranquility part of that. But it's kind of like surprising sometimes. The Tranquility home grid can pay for agendas on their own. Install Advanced Audacity, you're actually making money scoring a 3-2, 3-1 agenda. But Spin Doctor popped there on the Endurance run just to get the counter. 1 face down, and the second Spin Doctor being returned into R&D. So R&D still has some good options. Sometimes you want to keep things like Rashida in there for the drafter threat. But we also have a pawn shop. This is interesting. And this, I think, if you saw a pawn shop without seeing any of the Reaver other stuff, you might think that this is an APOC list. But of course, open deck lists. We'll see if Cahuita can score out here. It's been a couple turns. Biotic Labor.
Biotic. All right. Here we go. What's the first agenda? Vitruvius, that's definitely fine. The agenda you want as Cahuita here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a blank 3-2, 2-3.
You'll take it.
Yeah, I think that the only improvement would be Luminal. Luminal obviously would be a great agenda to set up for next turn, but you want to get a real 2-pointer. You don't want to have to waste your time scoring a Mega Pre when you can let the runner do that work for you.
And we're charging HQ into the depths. We're not even rezzing, so you're going to get Endurance counters. Plus, let's see if they pull a Clot here. A lot of times they also just charge Endurance, but I feel like with 6 counters, the Stargate's going to come down instead. Stargate. And there's that Mega Pre.
Right on time.
It's only a 3-1, but so now that it's scored.
Other Mega Pre's are... Yeah, other Mega Pre's are now pretty threatening because they are 3-2s that are never 2 points for the runner unless there's a mad dash.
GFI on top. Though. So do you trash something and then try and run R&D again?
I think it's interesting.
You can certainly get in because of the boat, right? I think you do.
Yeah, the Mavirus...
You can potentially...
You could technically trash everything here if you want, but then you're not locking the top of R&D. The red level clearance is flexible. Yeah. I don't think this list is running as many Bass, Chiraboga, or Work Crew, so it's not as important, but it's definitely a valuable card. So that's going to go down. We'll see if the... We're mad dashing, that's for sure.
Oh, mad dash.
I want to know whether Sokka is going to respect the Mavirus or not. Sokka now ahead on agenda points 4. That mad dash getting added as an additional agenda point as long as you connect on this run. We'll see if you deal with the Mavirus. It's not the best draw for Cahuita, but it's an important card, especially with red level clearance, one of which has now been archived. In fact, 2 of them.
think it's important to point out now, though, that the Corp doesn't really need to worry about Apocalypse threat, because with Stargate on the board and Endurance, there's not really a point to it
Yeah, no, for
anymore.
sure.
Mm-hmm.
And Claude's coming down, so while you know that there's the what's it called, the Mavirus in hand, Cahuita could technically install and res that for only 1 credit to trash the Claude. I don't actually know if Cahuita's on Arc Lockdown. I'd have to check the list, but that's an impactful card. The issue is that how can Cahuita break R&D lock consistently with a boat with 6 charges and a Stargate on the table? Double install though.
I think that's a good.
Probably Mavirus.
So I think that's important to point out, Dropbear, your point here. There isn't a deep dive in this list. Deep dive is kind of, it would be much scarier right now because it just represents extra accesses. There isn't a, if you're running 3 Centrals, the only thing you do is Apocalypse, and it doesn't matter much right now.
Sokka, pawning away the Telework contract, saving the click. We're charging server 4 here. I think you're expecting this to be a Mavirus, maybe the last Rashida if you're unlucky. But it is a Mavirus, so you're going to get that tempo purge. Not resting for the net damage makes a lot of sense. And now we'll see, because the simul chips are really important. But the simul chips also require a card to be trashed the turn. So while you can feed it the Ika, we have seen Sokka value the simul chips pretty aggressively to use the Stargates again and again. So at least that's going to slow that down if you need the simul chips to stop fast events. Maryland in the remote server. Going to go ahead and take that down. Stargate, we're coming in. 7 boat counters. Let's see if Cahuita wants to res here. She hasn't so far. We'll see 3 off the top. Mega Pre, El Vagao, and a Maryland. So Sokka can take 3 more points. Or sorry, 2 more points.
Only 1 click left, so.
This looks quite rough. The
Oof.
Mega Pre's in archive. Sokka is basically on game point with only 2 more spin doctors in the list. Now, the Sportsmetal draw there is fascinating because Cahuita can draw with impunity. She might get a spin doctor here to save archives. I don't know what she can do to stop R&D from bleeding accesses. I feel like when she's 5-3, it's going to be hard to score out, but biotic labor, or hard to win, I mean, sooner than things catch up with her. But she's on game point.
So,
especially having to buy out the agenda now only on 3 credits to potentially res ice on R&D.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think Cahuita just has to hope that the Stargate does not connect, because she could easily have the Mega Pre in hand, another 3-2 in hand, and Audacity out. But we'll see here as a start, because if there's 1 agenda up the top here, that's it. But it looks like we're safe. Spin Doctor, Rashida, Biotic Labor. Sokka's going to be hitting HQ after this, no doubt. I don't know if you want to run archives. It allows you them to draw this turn. I don't think you're in a rush. You could trash the Biotic, but the Spin Doctor's coming down. And now we're just flushing HQ because the game could be in there. We're only going to go for a couple single accesses here. Hedge Fund. I don't know what else is known here. There's an Elvagao.
Oh,
that's the game.
That's game.
Yeah, that's...
Archives has it. And Sokka is going to take it up to 7 points. Unfortunately, that is the end of our American Continental Champions run here at the Intercontinentals. Cahuita taking her 3 losses, unfortunately. Getting up to 5 agenda points, definitely threatening it out. I don't know whether she had the final 3-2 in hand. There's only, I think, 3 left. Well, the Mega Pre, the Luminal, and the Vitruvius. But Sokka putting on that aggression. You saw none of the ice mattered. None of the ice mattered. You have the endurance. Whether you can take the time and credits to like res that stuff, who knows? But well played, Cahuita. A really great Continental season, and great to see her playing again on these top tables. All right, we still have a lot of time in the round. Sportsmetal matchups go fast, usually one way or another. Where are we jumping into? You want to go see MrBuggles versus Tug? It's going to be Hoshiko versus, I think, PE.
About it.
Yep.
Would you mind, Pants, just checking if we can? Thank you.
Ask.
Yeah, that's an interesting matchup. The Shaper could be difficult. You saw the Cloud mattered. It kind of did.
We're good on this matchup.
Lovely. Okay, so we're back in. And this is the Hoshiko deck. It is an endurance-based Anarch with Hoshiko. And you're seeing endurance is a very powerful card. Even at 5 influence, it's good enough, especially with Hippo. But here we're face checking into it. Let's see, with 5 credits, we have access to every single breaker in the bin. We have our killer, which is generally the most important. I think this list is only running sentries. It's Odoroshi's 3 times and Anemone's 3 times. And Tug is technically on game points. If he can access with 4 cards in hand, he can steal the Obokata and win before the personal evolution damage. But of course, Buggles has 2 cards on the table. We've seen this throughout today. Just keep advancing the cards on the table until one of them wins you the game. With 3 mitoses are out, 1 spin doctor, and there's Anemone. We'll see if Buggles throws a card from hand.
And that does block the oboe.
It does throw the MK in the bin immediately. There already was one in there, I believe.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah, DreamNet, incredibly important. That clickless card draw means that, not that they have the credits here for snare, but it could be NGO front res into snare threat. But the DreamNet is going to keep you nice and safe.
Oh, there is the Obokata in there.
Draw.
The Anemone did matter.
For it.
Tug's going to draw back up and go back in. You can end the game here. You got 2 hits here. They can't hit you with snare. The false lead, they technically could false lead here if Buggles wanted to, but I think you'd need this to win the game somehow. Obokata here would be it.
The false lead.
Show of force, okay.
Oh, show of force. Another agenda. So up to 6 points. Any agenda wins, but choosing to just gain a credit.
Yeah.
And end the turn rather than going back in. Obviously, one of those cards is an Obokata protocol. You're not going to be able to steal.
Clearinghouse, wait.
For 2 damage.
Okay, wait, how many Steelskin Scarrings have we seen? No, Steelskin Scarring just got hit. The first one.
Okay.
Oh, that could have been something really mean. If that's a show of force on the table, that would have been 3 damage on top of the 2 from the Clearinghouse, mind you. It's a trap that you can res at the top of your turn to do damage equal to the advancements. But I think there was a Steelskin Scarring to keep you safe. That makes you think, what is server 3? It kind of looks like a show of force.
Potentially a sting as well.
Yeah, sting's enough, right?
Damage.
But there's the Obokata.
There we go.
Oh, there's the Obokata.
No sweat there. Steelskin Scarring.
So we were talking about Obokata being unstealable. 2 of them got stolen this game, and that is more than enough.
Yeah. Tug is getting at the end of his deck. Asker only has 7 cards left, so it's getting a bit dodgy, but they did steal 2 Obokatas. That's what you'd expect. DreamNet is so important in this matchup, let alone the draw from Hoshiko, the clickless card draw. But Buggles almost had it. I think if the Steelskin Scarring wasn't there, and I think Asker is smart to keep those 2 around, that could have been a different story. Kind of what Anarch can do there, huh? All right, that's exciting.
Info on HQ is being able to break in for 0 crest and just continuously hammer it is it's a thing. People are. It's one of those things where you got to realize, go think of how to get around everything, like boats, ice destruction, ice, bypass, ice. I don't care because I've got boat. It's just. It's getting into a very tricky mind game right now, especially with making deck lists.
Yeah, that PE deck is one of the few that are running very few ice, and so they don't mind so much. It's more about, like, against the lat deck, it's the Stone Shift chart rooms that are interesting. I don't think they mind the endurance as much, but yeah, you're seeing it's still mattering. Still, these decks are getting close to the precipice. We still have a fair bit of time in the round, though. Do you want to maybe, Pants, if you can check? I think we haven't seen Jai or iceprisma on table so far, or on stream so far.
Are they also undefeated currently?
That sounds right.
Am I correct about that? No, Jai has 1 life off, but that's
okay.
That's the only one. Let me go ask.
These are both players from the APAC region. APAC region's doing really well currently in the standings. We'll see if
Yay.
Yeah, so in terms of the events, like the Continentals got more and more players as the events went on. Whether that means there was a harder run, kind of up to you to decide. But the APAC players so far are absolutely killing it out there.
We are good to stream on this table.
Thank you. All right. So this is still round 3.
We already have a pretty advanced score state. Yeah, this is still the same round. We're at 4 points to 0. So PD off to a pretty fast start. Boat already down to 1 counter. Stargate already on the table. There is a paperclip, which is important given that there is a Hagen Res on the mega remote server with the Skunkworks and Void already in play.
We are not seeing people play pinhole threading. We are not seeing people play Light the Fire. So these sort of defensive upgrade remote servers, things that some people stopped playing with the threat of these cards with Midnight Sun, but they are coming back and they're very important in this matchup. While you have the breakers, while you have the endurance, it's still so difficult to deal with this. Maybe you can tax out some of the cards from hand with Anoetic, but Jai has a good remote server. Even with a single piece of ice, that's probably good enough.
Mm-hmm.
This is the standard list. I reckon Prisma is. I don't think it's anything too spicy. They were playing the exact same list that Sokka was on the day that they came in as the finalists. They came in second. I think they had 1 change with the killer, see which way they lean after the event. But Jai here, needs to find that last food, or they're going to be in that awkward 4 agenda dance, which you want to avoid at all costs because you have a good scoring remote. Let's see if you can go find the Global Food Initiative. Seamlesses, 2 in the bin, probably 1 in hand. It's a bit hard for us to check quickly in the log.
You see what else is in the bin?
Big deal.
There's a card with a cost 17 in the bin right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's a big deal. So that is also a potential ending line for this deck. Obviously, we see a big deal in the bin. Unlikely to be another one in the deck. Let me just check the deck list real quick and make sure. Sure enough, there was exactly one big deal, but that is something to keep in mind for the rest of the game. That is a potential ending line for this.
This card's been like a really funny inclusion. We've seen it across Continentals. I don't know if I've actually seen one fire. It does have an impact on the game. Now that the runner knows it's in archives, it's a bit of a different situation, but having that as an out is, it's a bit of the nuclear option, but if you win the game with it, yeah, why not? But Jai?
Is there archive memories, or are we just relying on a...
I think you're relying largely on the Precision Design
Doctor,
recurring or Spin Doctor, yeah.
Yeah, there is not any recursion other than PD and Spin Doctor in this list. So you would be required to do one of those if you want to get this big deal back.
And once you've PD'd, you're already won the game. So it's unless you
not necessarily, right? If you get one with Seamless, then you could theoretically fast advance out that very last agenda with big deal.
Prisma checking archives, we see some face downs there. Nothing too impactful. The next activation command, though, is a very meaningful card. I think a lot of these lists are running 2 of them just because it does stop the boat in its tracks. And a misclick there on R&D is caught because we want to Stargate in. Good catch there. And some magnets. So that's going to take all your boat counters, going to leave the endurance at 0 for the next turn, which might be what Jai needs to jam with their remote server. But if you lock the top of R&D and find the global food initiatives, Jai is going to be in an ugly spot. This R&D lock, again, it might just think, I'm seeing some cards, but you see what they draw. You control what they draw. That's so important, especially when they're on game point. Unfortunately, there's no agendas there. Hedge fund, a piece of ice, and then a Tranquility home grid, which would be okay, but definitely not necessary. We're taking the ice down. Yeah, makes sense.
Drafter, a really good hit here. It is another thing to tax out your boat. You absolutely do not want Drafter firing. We talked about recursion. I was wrong. Drafter firing is a way to get big deal back.
Yeah.
And it's also a way to get anything else that's going to help you win the game back. So it's a really important one to not let hit the table.
Drafter is the most innocent ice, and yet it will automatically win you a game if it ever fires once. It is like runners just forget about it and then go, oh, that lost me the game.
I haven't seen that yet, but we rigged up that little orb. It's only going to save you 2 credits. You don't get to charge it, but heck, I was going to say there's not a lot of drip economy in this game. I don't think we've seen any core purge a tapworm to date, or on the day. I don't think it might be correct, but that's just enough drip here. We're getting 2 credits a turn plus the 1 from Beth. Card remote server.
I think we have seen decks win through a drafter fire. It is very much the exception, not the rule. It's the reason that we usually go crazy when it happens.
Yeah, the architects of the old day. That was a bit of a different beast, but yeah, still very good. Prisma's drawing up here, getting their clickless econ on the top of the turn. Checking archives again. We've seen some of the HB decks want to ice up archives just to stop the endurance counters coming in, because that's how Prisma is dealing with ice here. And critical mission to end the turn. We're going to discard down to 5 PD, stopping you from getting that lat ability. We see the Caldera there. I don't think that's very common. It's a 1 influence way to deal with the PE decks that you might have expected. They are taking up 1/6 of the field here in the Intercontinentals.
Yeah, it's a pretty good hit against PE because one of the few things that it's actually pretty rare to be able to prevent core damage. Caldera is one of the few ways that you can, so you're a lot less scared of those cerebral overriders against it. Obviously, not super relevant in this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunately the cost of a tech card. Luckily, Lat hopefully is drawing a bit more than some of the other shapers can. But Jai here, we've seen 2 seamlesses in the bin, so it's not like we're gonna get a seamless launch into a food in this remote server. That's something iceprisma understands. So we'll see if this is just the upgrade that we saw off the top of the deck, the Tranquility home grid. But I like this. Jaw's taking their time. They're trying to figure this one out. They're not going too fast. They're thinking their turns through. You got to respect that. I don't think we're coming up on time in the round yet.
Yeah, one of the interesting little interactions in this particular game is, although Boat probably breaks more ice than any other card installed this entire weekend, It is not an ice breaker. Hagen does not actually lose strength, so Hagen will continue to be a slightly better tax, even though you're using boat to break your ice.
And speaking about
We do see a
slightly,
next activation command and an advance, though.
yes. So
This is threatening.
this is threatening. With the final seamless launch in hand, which I think at this point Jai probably has in hand. I'm assuming they might have recurred one if they needed one with the precision design ability. But this next activation command is really impactful against this boat. It prevents non-icebreaker cards from breaking subroutines. That means you can't boomerang. It means you can't botchless. You can't boat. The only thing that iceprisma can use on the table right now is a single paperclip, which while that will get you through the Hagen, it won't get you through what's probably in front of the Hagen, let alone you still have to deal with the 2 defensive upgrades. So iceprisma now needs to actually find solutions, whether that's hyperbarics, whether that's ecas, whether that's nanotechs. They have to go get them, and it's hard to rigging them up when you can't get through R&D or HQ. So this is difficult. I think there is a chance that they can make Jai spend enough credits, maybe resing 1 ice, triggering a nanoetic, buys you a turn, but that seems a bit difficult. Drawing up twice is probably not the best start for charging the remote server. Self-modifying
do you
code,
wanna
it's
cut in
overclock.
real quick?
Yeah.
Not to start a giveaway, I do need to mention here, I do need to mention here, this is alt arts supplied by Zeroth Maxima, well-known host of a podcast whose name I'm contractually prohibited from saying, but want to mention that Zeroth is running another Who or What Will Win Worlds episode. You are invited to participate in that. Just wanted to give that shout out. Thank you, Zeroth, for providing these alt arts for this raffle.
Oh, that's super cool. Thanks, Phil. Those are always really great episodes. Iceprisma, though.
Can't find my breakers.
Can't find breakers. That's tragic.
And it's not just the breakers.
Knows
It's
that you need those breakers.
It's the into the depths too, right? When you're relying on endurance and the next activation command stops you tutoring, this is probably going to be the game here. Does Jai have the food into seamless? It looks like the third seamless is there.
Advance. Yep, that's a food. And that's a
Taking
quick
it.
7-0 against this lat deck.
I think that's not the first 7-0 we've seen today against Lat with PD.
It shows the power of the tech. Next activation command. I mean, one of the strengths of Into the Depths is how flexible it is and how powerful it can be.
Yep.
Though you actually have to break ice to do anything with it. Self-modifying code would have just gotten you your breaker there.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is run 3x self-modifying code is the future of Shaper.
The once and future self-modifying code.
Returning in circles just like the orb ever wanted. We got a couple rounds left, or a couple minutes left in the round. I think we could maybe jump into lukifer Bridgman. Is that okay if you want to test the waters there?
Let me go ahead and ask him.
I'm really excited to see standings. There are going to be a couple players that are eliminated. We're trying not to be biased here. There's a couple players that I don't want to see eliminated, but we probably are going to have someone, at least one person leaving at the end of this round.
We are good to be on this stream.
Thank you.
Well, technically, 11
and it is
players must be
near end
eliminated.
game.
All right, we're jumping in. We only have Shaper matches left here. Ooh, lukifer Sportsmetal.
You want to see something fun? You want to see something very fun? There are 5 agendas in the runner's score area right now. One of them is a piece of ice and a Giordano Memorial Field Rest. There's just a lowly gatekeeper here on the outside. You can break that for 2 credits with Hyperbaric, but you can't get into server 7. It's impossible.
Is there a Giordano in R&D? Apparently it's unique. It looks like there is. So this is going to cost you a lot.
Wow.
What's the cost of this thing? 10 credits? That's cool.
10 credits, 1 for every, because the ice counts as an agenda worth -1 agenda point.
So lukifer, I think, had the
Meridian
most
doing work today.
lukifer had the most interesting Sportsmetal deck we saw, and it was on the 2 Moonpool or 3 Moonpool. There's a chance that lukifer pulled back on 2 Moonpool, 1 Audacity. I heard that was the conversation they were considering. There is an agenda in Archives. There is a Biotic Labor in HQ, and lukifer is on only 0 credits, but is on game point. So the question is, how can they leverage that? They do have fast break in their deck, but they need 4 credits to play that, and that is technically a credit positive card if they need to just install things and click for credits. Red level clearance, also very popular, but we're through this gatekeeper. It's a Hyperloop extension. That's the money they need.
So Yeah, Hyperloop puts lukifer up to 3 credits. That's huge for him. Really wants to be on that amount of money. Wonder if we're going to see 2 more credits from Sportsmetal.
If Bridgman doesn't trash the Tranquility, lukifer can
Drawing
biotic out.
cards. Drawing cards.
Interesting.
Okay.
Maybe digging for that last
Potentially
Audacity.
signals a moon pool.
I think I'd be surprised if lukifer. We can check the list, but I think lukifer might be on 2 Moonpool, and they're all both removed from game.
Oh, okay.
But I think the Audacity is the draw here. Otherwise, you could biotic labor onto Tranquility if you're on 5, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see also if Bridgman trashes his Tranquility, because this is impactful when lukifer is only on 3 credits. But he has money to score. It just comes down to hopefully the Audacity. I'm just going to tab over and check real quick what this list looks like it's on. It is 1 Audacity, 2 Moonpool, and 3 Bass. Elvagaro from HQ.
Finds the bifurcation in HQ.
What's winning agendas in archives?
No clicks left to go to archives, though.
Server 9 could be a spin doctor, but lukifer can get 2 cards or 2 credits here. This is going to be one of those photo finishes. There's no cloth threat. Let me check. Self-modifying code gets nothing, or sorry, simulchip gets nothing.
Thinking very hard about this draw versus credit decision.
lukifer has had, I think, the longest I'm going to step into the tank moment that we saw on stream during their Continentals, where they had to figure out whether they can score a global food initiative from hand with double fast break, double moonpool. I think they were just a bit short. That was during like the near finals. It was so exciting to watch. But lukifer probably had a couple weeks now to figure out all of the intricacies that they're pondering in their own tank. That's not looking like that's the win.
These fast breaks would be incredible right now. There are 7 agendas in the runner's score area.
Yeah.
14 to get into R&D.
Archives. It has to be Spin Doctor. That's game.
It must be, right?
No.
Reaches archives.
That's it.
Finds the hub.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Sure. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Yeah, a Moonpool in theory could save you there, but we've seen where the tours.
Oh, literally.
Oh,
I
no.
literally
there.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Did they have a Spin Doctor, or did they just forget that it was there?
I hate to see it.
So we don't know if that means that they
sucks.
forgot that there was a Spin Doctor, or they forgot to deal with that in archives. It looks like that was there for a while. It was like the second card out of like 6.
There was one Spin Doctor left in the list. There's one RFG. There's one in the not on the table though.
Luke says he had nothing on the table, so that's unfortunate. They probably had a good play the next turn, but you still have to hold on against the Stargate. There's still, of course, the point in archives, but lukifer is going to take a loss there, unfortunately. It's tough. There's a lot to think about when you're trying to play Moonpool instead of Audacity. Audacity goes fast. Moonpool, you got to think. So there is some tax there for sure. We got one last table here. Do you want to just check? Yeah, I think you're already on it. Thank you, Pants. Woo! These lives, again, we're burning through them. We're burning through some lives. There's probably going to be a fewer Netrunner players standing after the round. If there is an odd number of players, I think the highest seed probably just stands. I don't know if you get the highest seed buy or the lowest seed gets the buy. I'm not actually sure the structure on this one.
We are good to stream this.
Awesome, thank you.
Once again, reaching a pretty advanced board state.
This might be the last turn. Turn in the game.
Let me know
Certainly
if you've seen this. Yeah, have you seen this before? 4 ice on the remote server, upgrades, the boat's on 1 counter, the Shaper has only 1 agenda point, and we're on game point. I think this is probably the last turn.
If this has ever happened, if this has ever happened to you, I'm sorry to hear that, but we're here to see it again. Obviously, there is a Fairchild 3 on R&D. That's making it a little bit expensive to get into R&D, but nothing that a Hyperbaric can't handle right now.
And this is
the trouble is, obviously, this is threatening to be the game-winning score, and there's a border control, and there's a Skunkworks, and presumably there's a Void in here. That this is a tough server.
This is the different Shaper list. So this is on Kabonesa Wu. So you're looking for those early Rizekis. You're looking for the Reaver. I'm assuming you have the 3 Harbingers and the Aesop's Pawn Job. So it has a stronger economy engine, but it is a bit more click intensive. It takes a while to set up. It's a bit more also fiddly. If you don't draw your Aesops, you're really not doing too much. But Man the Moon looks relatively set up with a single orb. They have the Reaver there, and they have all their breakers. The Heap, but the Simulchip doesn't give them access to too much. It's just the Clot, the orbs, and a single Mayfly, which is cool as a way to have a Kabonesa panic button. But this remote server, the border control means you're going to have to run it twice. The Managar means you're going to have to spend 5 credits or 2 clicks, and probably an Anoetics in server 1. I don't think there's that many other upgrades in these sort of lists. So they have one click
One
here.
of the most important numbers right now is 2. Man in the Moon is only on 2 agenda points, which means that the deep dive threat, which normally would be very potent to close out a game, doesn't actually work here because you can't score enough agendas to win the game before aunthemod's able to close it out with an agenda here in the remote.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the what the multi-axis is. With all this stuff installed, you're not expecting a Stargate, and yeah, they don't have. It's not that you can mad dash with the deep dive, so you're probably a click short.
Yeah, the only multi-axis that I see on the list is the deep dive.
Okay, that tracks. Man in the Moon needs to figure this out again. They have to steal 3 agendas in 4 clicks. They have no ways to get clicks back. You can't put down your DJ Fenris into Sable. It's not going to work this turn. You don't get your mark, but you need to hit single axes everywhere. HQ, R&D, R&D. Hope that you're stealing on all of them. But there's not that many agendas left in the list.
You're on 18 credits, and you're
it costs 8 to get in, breaking border control completely. It costs 8 to break every sub. Then you have to pay either 2 clicks or 5 with Skunkworks. And then if you get voided, you have to do it all again. And then if you get border controlled, you have to do it all again.
Yeah.
So this is actually a pretty tough place to try to break in.
I don't know if you can do this. I don't think you have enough clicks. I don't know if you have enough credits. How much does it actually cost? Like nanotech is 2 credits on the drafter. It's 1 on the magnet. The on sale is actually 3 credits. So 3, 4, 5, 6. Border control is 7, 8. But
that's time in the round.
Time is called.
So this is the last turn.
It was the last turn anyways.
This is the last
but yeah,
turn that really matters.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they understood anyways. So you might as well.
Yeah, probably last turn anyways. Yep.
Understood.
Wait, how often can you run this back? I don't actually think it's that bad. It's 1 to 2 for the border control. The money doesn't really matter here. It's 5 for the sentries. It's 1 for the magnet. The border control goes. The unsell does not get harder. Can you run this 3-4 times? The question is whether you have enough Managarm credits and the Anoetic. They can only Anoetic once. I do think there's a chance they can run this, but even if you run this and steal the agenda, you're losing on time.
The issue is you have to break Managarm 3 times, because if you ever pay clicks, you just get border controlled.
But even if you do that, you still lose to time, right?
Yeah.
Like you need to do that and run like 2 centrals. Yeah, it's so hard. Without mad dash.
Just need to find 3 agendas now. Just there need to be 2 on top or 2 in hand.
The question is if there's a tie, who's the higher seed there? I think it's aunthemod because Man in the Moon was the 5th finisher. Food from hand.
Oh, here's step number 1. That's food.
We're hitting R&D here.
Okay, deep dive it is.
Is it on top of R&D?
It needs to be on top of R&D, and we need a deep dive into another one.
It needs to be.
Hyperbaric, we're boosting. Money doesn't matter. You just need 2 credits. Top of the deck. You want a trash card? Okay. No steal, no trash. Deep dive sees another food. That's going to take you to 6 agenda points. So if aunthemod has in their remote server, they can still win cleanly. Otherwise,
if this is a ruse, then it rused both of them out of it.
No, there you go.
Nope. It is just the good game aunthemod. That got a lot closer than I was expecting on that last turn, though.
That was way more close than it needed to be. Good game to both players. aunthemod going to take it 8-6, but it's very, very close there. If they could just get one more cheeky steal. Yeah, unfortunately, Mad Dash is so important in this event, in this top cut, but most of the decks that are on Deep Dive are not on Mad Dash for what might be obvious reasons. They just don't work together. Okay. I think we have 2 people have left the tournament. You want to go and see what those lives look like?
Sure.
All right, so let's recreate our own board. I just want to make sure that we're not missing anything here. So it looks like Sokka's still good. iceprisma has taken their first loss, losing 1 of their lives, so they have 2 left. Otherwise, all of APAC is only 1 life down. If we jump over to the American side, unfortunately, Cahuita came to the end of her run, so that is going to be it. But she has a fantastic showing up to date, and it's really a pleasure to watch her stuff. Hotel Foxtrot, however, holding on, and lukifer also on the last leg there. aunthemod still doing good. They still have 2 lives left. If we jump down to Euro Africa's TugtetguT Bridgman still both undefeated. But yes, Sangren, unfortunately, gonna take the L there. Oh, I hate to see it. I was rooting for you, Jeff, the whole time. And MrBuggles also on the last life. So we only have a couple undefeated players, and all of those players are from the Euro Africa's Continentals, the largest Continentals. Some people said the most competitive Continentals this season. We'll see how that lines up. But if you want to see what the breakdown looks like otherwise in terms of the actual matchups, I think this was round 3. So round 4 is just about to start. I think we're flying straight into round 4, right?
Yeah, they just paired it, so we know what is up
Okay.
next round.
And once again, we had a perfectly
Oh.
even runner corp split. This keeps happening.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah, well played to everyone who made it this far. Again, Intercontinental is a really obviously one of the hardest fields you could have actually like ever prepared for. The fact that these players have spent so much time on this weekend's grinding games, going to the top cut, and still having the time to come out here to compete and put on a show for everyone. Huge respect to both of them. So even though that we're seeing our first players walk away from these tables, really well played to all of them. And we are going to continue on. We still have 10 players left. We have still some undefeated players. And we have a couple that are on their last lives there. maninthemoon, hotelfoxtrot, lukifer, and MrBuggles are all just holding on. I think MrBuggles is the one PE player. And who else is playing PE? Another one is an NWE playing PE, right?
That would be iceprisma.
Iceprisma. Yeah, iceprisma.
Okay, cool. So they're still holding on. They had to play Corp twice so far, so they're doing well with their personal evolution. Oh, wow. Okay. And again, players today, they are playing for a big prize, a Worlds buy, let alone to get your nice little face on a card. The soccer card to Intercontinental last year, just like was revealed, and it's very, very good. It's very pretty. I'm not sure who the artist is off the top, but it looked fantastic. I think that's it for now. Our tournament games are... I think actually, no, they are spinning up. So I don't think we're going to hit to a break. Hopefully y'all doing well. Just to reframe, my name is Andre from the Metropol Grid. I am hosting the stream here on the Project Nisei Twitch channel. Please, there's a follow button if you're watching on Twitch. Go hit that so you can get a notification when Nisei goes live. Nisei doesn't go live that consistently, but when they do, it's generally very important. Let's talk about Worlds. That starts in the beginning of October in Toronto, Ontario, here in Canada. Would love to have you there. Tickets are still open. The hotel room block, the Nisei block, has been closed down. Hopefully you got your tickets yet, but there still is a lot of hotel room space in Toronto as a city. Hopefully we're going to see you there, and hopefully we're going to see some of these players here because they're fighting to get that buy. Pants, you're going to be at Worlds, huh?
I am going to be at Worlds. I do want to say we are actually taking a quick 10-minute break.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
So we do have time after this, but yes, I'm going to be at Worlds. I'm actually planning on doing commentary at Worlds, so you may get to see my smiling face there yet again.
I think we're going to be commentating together. I'm looking forward for it. I don't know, Dropbear, it's a bit farther from you. I don't know. Have you making it across the all the ocean?
No, I don't have that kind of
I get
push. It's all good. I'll definitely be watching you guys commentate though, and I'll definitely be enjoying it. So but it's really good to see all this stuff before Worlds, and maybe it. With the Midnight Sun coming out very hot, it's good to see maybe how the meta will settle, especially after ban lists.
Yo, speaking of quite hot, did y'all see that Nisei released the Bravado alt art with the Toronto CN Tower in it? I think it's the Adam Doyle. Oh my god, it's so good. I don't know if y'all seen it.
Good.
It is so good. I think it's my favorite alt art they've shown so far. But on that note, we're going to throw to a break. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. The tables are spinning up, so don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with Intercontinental's 2022. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the Intercontinentals 2022. My name is Andre from the Matchball Grid. I'm joined by Pantser. How's it going, Pants?
Doing great.
And of
It's
course,
going to be a good round.
it is. We're about to start round 4, but of course, also Dropbear all the way down from down under. It's getting late there, man. You doing okay?
Oh, it's this will probably be my last round, but such amazing games. It's always great to watch.
It's a pleasure to have you here, and we're about to start round 4. Mind you, we've already lost 2 players there, Cahuita and Yusengrin, taking an early exit. But we have some undefeated players. We have some players on their last lives here. It looks like EACC is doing pretty good. They still have the 2 last undefeated players. Mind you, these are the top 4 players, just about, from every of the Continentals. This is an invite-only tournament. So unlike things like Worlds or Continentals where you can just participate, and mind you should participate in Worlds, it's a lot of fun. This one is one of the few rare invitational tournaments a year. I think there's only just about 2 every year. There's this and then the circuit breaker thing happening in a bit. But we're just about to start the rounds. We are actually into a server here where we're starting. I think we're just starting.
We are.
We're off.
So this is maninthemoon's op list. This is one of the most interesting ones in the field. It's a little bit more of a pure prison list. We have 3 bladderworts to try to deal net damage. We have 3 urban renewals. We have MCA austerity policy. This is going a little more all in on killing the runner and just making a horizontal board state it's hard to deal with.
It's like a really interesting deck. Looking at the deck list, it's kind of hard to see how they're going to capitalize on a win condition. They have some interesting cards like Bladderwort. They have the Trust Operation as a 3-up to threaten tags. They also have Boom, and with MCA Austerity Policy, which they can tutor from their deck, they can actually set up a combo where you score that out, you give them a bunch of tags with Drago Ivanov, and then you boom them. So we'll see. Again, it's open deck lists. We'll see if Hotel Foxtrot has played in this matchup. They have an economy start, sure gamble, daily cast, clickless card draw, but the wall-to-wall there in server 5 is going to get 3 abilities. So we're not going to see the advancement, and we're probably not going to see this return to HQ, but maninthemoon has an okay start here.
Yeah, obviously there is still something of a scoring threat because MCA austerity policy, it does many things. One of the things that it does is give you enough clicks to score 5-3 from hand if you have 3 credits or 3 counters on it at the start of turn. I have to think though, looking at this list, one of the things you're potentially looking to do with that MCA austerity policy is... Oh wait, no. Sorry, I don't actually see mutually assured destruction. I should have looked at the list before saying this.
No, so
it's there to potentially store out these 5-3s, I think.
The big combo is if you get your MC Austerity Policy all the way loaded, you crack it, which lets you find the Drago, and then you have 6 clicks, so you can quadruple advance 2 tags, boom.
Oh.
Yeah, it's spicy.
Yeah, you just have 6 clicks. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
that's pretty good.
It's a threat. So the question is whether Hotel Foxtrot can deal with this early, if we have to see a boat come down. A lot of the ice in this list is actually a bit thinner. I don't know if they're on envelopment. I know they're on some strange 2-costers. Like we saw White Spaces classically. We saw Formicary. Just because these cards are good to get rezzed, and then maybe you Svigator them away. We'll see. Border control is definitely here, and we'll see if Hotel Foxtrot wants to push the issue here with only 3 clicks.
This seems pretty important. Getting this MCA austerity policy down early is pretty huge.
It's only a 1-of in the list too. So once you get this back into the deck, then it starts to become a threat. And here Formicary unfortunately gives the runner a choice, and 3 choices now. Either 2 endurance counters, 2 net damage, or end the run. And Hotel Foxtrot's going to come down here and trash that MCA. Now we do have a credit disparity here. maninthemoon is only going to start on 3 credits after the wall-to-wall. They could res a Maryland. They're not going to get credits from that. But if they can land a hard-hitting news here, Hotel Foxtrot is in a bit of an awkward spot. They can probably survive.
Oh, there's no hard-hitting news in the list.
Oh,
That's
excuse me. Yeah, you're totally right.
That's the cost of these bladderworts.
Yeah.
Bladderwort is 2 influence each. You spend 6 on that. Now, a relevant card here is Wake Up Call.
Yes.
Wake Up Call does potentially threaten to trash this boat or take all of these cards from hand. And actually, no, it would just trash this boat here thanks to the Bladderwort net damage.
Yeah, this Bladderwort now rezzed. You're under 4 credits, so you do get this 4 or less. It's a deep dive from HQ, which I think is the Hotel Foxtrot special, the 1 additional card added to the lat list. I wanted that one for sure. But this is the awkward thing with Bladderwort, is if you can trash it, you want to trash it. If the corp has money, you're in a bad spot. So the corp wants to like continually threaten stuff on the table, while at the same time threaten having less than 4 credits. We'll see if the Baseball Bat Goon Squad is here, because Hotel Foxtrot cannot take 4 mate damage. We'll see if a ship is sunk that soon after its maiden voyage. There it is!
Yep. And there it goes.
Oh, the hull's been breached!
At the bottom of the ocean.
Oh no,
Bye-bye.
that's another damn I wanted that one, but the boat is coming down, cracked in half by a bat, and we're just pushing into a CityWorks project? We have no
It
money,
works
Can't
with
get
one
it.
advancement.
so this is 3 meat
But you-
damage. On top of it, you have the bladderwort, so it's 4 damage in a turn. If we still have that bug? Oh no, it's all good. So some of the face,
The public agenda.
yeah, that was sorted out in the last
So
patch.
this would be 3 meat damage on access, plus 2 net damage to get through Formicary. So if you are willing to spend 5 hit points from your face, you can in fact steal this agenda.
You can't. You
Essentially
have
sets
to
you up-
bladder ward.
Yeah, bladder wart, you have to respect that. Okay, and with the number of clicks left, that's gonna be a tall order. Yeah.
So you're
just gonna set up a Rozeki here.
you're in no rush. Actually, wall to wall, you can advance this slowly, but you can't score it out. You just don't have the credits. So Bladderwort hitting a sure gamble from hand, doing way more work than you think.
Would because of bladder wart, right?
Wait, sorry?
The issue is wall to wall can't actually hit. It only hits ice.
Oh, touche.
So
Very
you
good.
can't actually advance out the CityWorks project that way. If it could, that is actually scoreable this turn because you get a credit from wall to wall and a credit from bladderwort.
Yeah, I don't know what Man the Moon is here. I think they're just going to stew on this. They might just want to advance this once per turn just to keep the threat real, to keep themselves underneath Bladderwort. They're probably going to want some amount of credits on the table because a second Bladderwort, then Hotel Foxtrot finds them really kind of in a bad spot, trying to climb up a very icy hill. But they do have the 3 credits coming in. They can let Man of the Moon score the CityWorks project. It's not going to be that impactful for the game. This is not a Neurospike. You can let this go. I think you're more interested to deal with the other stuff on the table and stabilize your economy. One deep dive down, though, you're going to have to try and win off of the that stone ship helps a lot. That stops you
Stone
from
ship's
dying
real
to
big.
any nonsense. But you're going to want to transition to Stargate sooner than later to close the game once you keep your economy up. And there's a second Bladderwort. Nice.
Oh,
Take that bioethics
So that's-
committee. Paperclip in the bin. You technically helped the runner, but a tapworm as well. Not going to do a lot in this matchup, but Hotel Foxtrot feeling really safe with the stone ship.
yeah, just gonna advance out here. Thanks to the stone ship, the meat damage from CityWorks project is not nearly as threatening. So, feeling that this is the right time to get that CityWorks project off the table. Make sure that you actually have the time and the resources to try to score other agendas. Bladderworts are going down though.
Yeah.
Those are important to hit the bin.
This needs to happen. Not only is the credits that the Man in the Moon really needs, but this is also the economy, the net damage. So that's very, very valuable. I don't know what you can do here on 0 credits. You are going to have the 1 credit from wall to wall. Now wall to wall is juiced up. You can get multiple abilities off this because it's the only res asset. But this seems tricky. Like, I don't know how you want to score out in a late game behind a Formicary. The deck has not even hostile takeovers, so it's on and above the law, and then you're running at 6 3-pointers, the package of CityWorks projects, which are dead on centrals, and the SDS drone deployments, which you could easily feed either of these 2 programs.
Both sides are really poor right now, though. But not anymore. There was the chance of a hard. There is no chance of hard hitting. It's not.
Yeah, right.
Dang.
I'm surprised by this too, but like
Yep.
that's classically how we've seen these ob decks like leverage this. But this list is a lot more complicated. It's going for a long late game. It has that potential to do surprise burst damage with things like Azief and I believe Urban Renewal, and of course we saw the 2 Bladderworts. But with Stone Ship Chart Room being so common in the modern meta, let alone not getting the free card draw, I think that game plan might be a bit difficult. It's all about the Ice Suite, and if we look at the Ice Suite. Let's see what it is. I don't honestly know what it is. It's Formicary, Ice Wall, Tithe, and White Space. Nothing over 2 cost.
One of the fascinating things about this list is there are 3 trust operation in it. And a lot of times when you see trust operation, you're expecting, oh, there's going to be gross ice that they get to res for free out of this. They're going to get an archer for free out of this. They're going to get a tier out of this for free. There's nothing like that. Trust operation is probably just getting you back an MCA austerity policy, something like that. So it's just continuing to put the runner in this prison is what it seems like that card's in here for.
Yep.
And there's 3 copies of it.
No, there's a really cool prison there where you use MCA austerity policy. I think you can maybe score an agenda and then also get a Drago click, something like that, and basically use the Drago tags to continually recur MCA austerity policies or assets. And you have something quite interesting. Now, runners aren't really floating tags, but if they do end up floating a single tag, Trust Operation is pretty wild in an asset-based deck. Like, that's a lot of value for a single card. Oh, yeah, this is hard.
There's also just a fair amount of incidental value because there are resources you want off the board. You want these stone ships gone. Oh, that's huge. CityWorks project, very well defended when it's installed, not when you find it in a central.
And Hotel Foxtrot setting up with the money now that wall-to-wall is working for both players equally well. We do have the Daily Cast and the Rizeki, so Hotel Foxtrot just needs to transition into the mid to late game. And Man the Moon seems to be struggling to get to that point. I don't know if this deck has a robust mid to late game again. When your upper strength of your ice is things like white space, it's kind of looking a bit odd. But we'll see. Again, Man the Moon did very well with this deck on the previous days on the Continentals, coming in second at Swiss. So there has to be something to it. We'll just definitely want to see what that is. So this also has a fair bit of recursion. Sorry?
Yeah, this is a board state where I think as Ob, you would ideally like to trash this pad tap. The question is, are you able to take the time and spend the money to do so? Because you're in this kind of prison-y board state where you're dripping a couple credits a turn. The runner's getting credits off of the pad tap every single time you do that.
Yeah. You saw this deck. So this deck has a lot of recursion. It has 3 preemptive, which is not a card you see a lot in the modern meta, and 2 spin doctor. And a big part about this card is that this deck has so many ways to tutor the most important card in the deck, MC Austerity Policy. So now that it's back in R&D, a Nasex and Server 5 can be cracked at instant speed to get the MC Austerity on the table. There's a bunch of 2-costers in this deck. That's why the form carries, the white spaces are so common, because most of them will be Sphygatorid. I don't know if we're on Extract. We're not. To make those into the MC Austerity, which you have to continually defend. R&D is open though. No res, no trash. Hotel Foxtrot needs a way to deal with the former carry. You can always just take the net damage. So not really an end the run there. But we'll see if Man of the Moon gets an Austerity on the table this turn with an Nasex. Only one more Bladderwort in contention. And the second orb is probably going to solve all of Hotel's economy issues. Not that they have issues, but I mean for the future.
Yeah, a pretty important... I don't know if this is a change from the list or if this is... I don't know if Hotel Foxtrot's initially actually had one, but there is no Parisha. So you're relying completely on green orbs and blue slabs for your economy. You're not actually going to get any recurring credits from your Parisha to trash these bountiful assets on the table.
Yeah, it's that always... Sorry?
Core pace ops on the deck. What are you trashing?
You might just pull down the Formicary. It doesn't do too much. You can get MCA, but then you're not really icing the MCA. So it looks like we're going to get the wall-to-wall, and that's going to get a 0 cost. So you can get a Spin Doctor here. But looks like it's a Drago. Left that on the table too long. So this is where you get the Trust Operation. Advance, Drago for a tag. Wow, that's so mean. You leave that Sphigator for 1 turn. Asking for an action here.
Asking if there's an action.
Because they can pop the Stone Ship here if they need to. Before it gets trashed.
It's only 1 tag.
So Trust Operation gets back cards like Bladderwort. It gets back cards like Wall to Wall. None of the ice you're really excited to res. And mind you, Trust Operation is only from Archives, not from HQ.
That's correct.
So Stone Ship getting drawn there. You good? Yeah, probably. With 1 tag, there's no single tag punishment besides Trust Operation here. There you go. New card for Midnight Sun. Trash installed resource. Getting that a daily cast and getting the Bladderwort up. Okay. This is the strength of the Rizekis. You can't trash them. So Hotel Foxtrot still has a good enough economy down. The question is, can they deal with the Drago this turn? Do they need to? Otherwise, you can see a second Trust Operation over and over again. Build your own Restore. Build your own Friends in High Places slowly. But that Bladderwort is not going to do net damage unless Server 6 is something that can be rezzed to duck. Hotel
Let's be honest, it probably can.
Dirty Laundry's good start here on HQ. We haven't seen any of the dredge works. Could be what Server 6 is. That allows Man of the Moon to deal with some of the agendas. And Hotel Foxtrot's going to probably need to steal 3 agendas unless they can mad dash the 5-3. The only one from Essential Server that they could choose not to steal. Access to preemptive action from HQ. If they ever find an SDS on top of R&D and there's no shuffle, then they can mad dash it, but it can be tricky. 8 credits, 1 tag. The tag means you're forcing them to Drago, and Drago is expensive. Spending your whole turn and 2 advancements on the Drago is a real cost. That might be able to keep them under Bladderwort, but we're just charging the remote server taking 2 net damage here. We'll see if R&D is another Formicary. Never mind, we got an Ika. This is a bit scary, right? Because this deck is actually really excited to Sphigator away the Formicary, so you might lose your Ika in 1 turn. I wonder if the net damage is acceptable.
Symbol Chip is on the board to get it back, which does help, but... You still have to pay that reinstall. You have to pay that rehost cost if it.
There you go.
That's another form of character. Yeah.
The ants keep coming. 2 net damage, mind you. You can pop this. Is the only ice that works like this that allows you to reapproach a server. So we're firing all there. We're going to take 2 net damage,
Yeah,
I reckon.
firing.
And they can still clear the tag. They lost the Diesel and the Hyperbaric. So now if you need the decoder, which I don't think this list demands a decoder as long as you can keep your money up to deal with the white space. Drago coming down for 1. Yeah, it's just 3 white space. Everything else is Ice Wall, Former Carry, and a single Tithe. So the boat, not that necessary in this matchup.
Still never like seeing it go down the way that it went down, just because that does mean you're not getting the value off of these runs that you would be if you had a boat installed. But so Wake Up Call is still a very good hit early, unintended. But the second pad tap is honestly huge here. Again, in these prison board states where a lot of times it's I'm doing one thing this turn and then I'm going to drip 1 credit. Having 2 pad taps to passively drip extra money is gigantic.
And I don't know if we stress this enough. Both of these players are on their last life, so one of these players will be walking away. This is a very important game. Ooh. And there you go, MC Austerity trashing the ECUD Forma carry, whether we want to simul chip this turn. So MC Austerity, there you go. Hotel Foxtrot just going for the simul chip. Was technically threatened by the Wake Up Call this turn. But Austerity Policy now going to rob Hotel Foxtrot of the clicks. Luckily, you're getting 4 credits clicklessly, so I don't think you're feeling too bad about losing one of your 4 clicks. Single power counter on the Austerity. That's the most you can do with this. So it's charging up. Once this is on 2 or 3 counters, you can start doing some mean stuff on it.
Ice.
I think you're hoping for that to be an ice wall. We're advancing it. It has to be an ice wall. Why are we advancing that? Why are we advancing the ice wall?
Beyond 4 credits. So that if you res the ice wall, you're on 3, and you get your Bladderwort net damage.
But Bladderwort, you get the credit first, so you have to duck something.
Yes. Yeah, so this would be, you're hoping to res a 1-cost thing. Potentially it's the ice wall, potentially it's server 6.
Yeah, Bladderwort's really tricky. You get the credit first, and then after that, you have to have 4 or less. So unless they can res server 6, you're not going to get the... So I don't know how the investment actually matters. We'll see. Playing around Tapworm real hard for the future.
One of the fun things about this op deck is
server.
Oh, and sure enough, you have the Nasex, so you definitely duck down below 4. This is just an ice wall and a Forma carry. There's not much ice on this remote, and yet it's very difficult for Hotel Foxtrot to break through because of how much money Hotel Foxtrot's had to spend running these remotes and taking down remotes that just get reinstalled.
They have the paperclip, right? I think they're just like one. They can get this if they really wanted to, take the net damage. They're losing some cards. They just lost the Beth at the top. We're popping the Nasex immediately. I don't know whether... No, we're just Figatoring it. So the card here, it's importantly, should not get its start of turn trigger, whatever is going to be installed with the Nasex. So this Urban Renewal should have 3 counters. It looks like this is now working correctly. So now this is another thing on the table that is forcing Hotel Foxtrot's hand. You have the Bladderwort that's still tricking down. Actually, this turn, probably not. You have that MCA that's building up. And we're now getting that ice wall up to strength. I don't know if you're going to Bladderwort this turn unless the ice wall is res, but that's kind of cool. Woo. This also taxes up the paperclip, right? Like 1 for 1. You are trading 1 for 1.
An ice wall would be honestly really good right now. Because you can choose between, do I want 1 credit this turn, or do I want to deny a credit from the runner every time they have to run this server for every future turn this turn.
This is kind of cool.
And also deal 1 net.
Yeah.
Now they're still going to be short on the Bladderwort. It looks like Hotel Foxtrot's still going to take it down. I don't know if they had a way to duck this. But with the Austerity, it's going to be able to give 5 clicks next turn, which means it's not going to be Drago into Boom. Admittedly, the Drago is still in the archive, so you have to get that shuffled back. So I don't think Man in the Moon can do much with this Austerity on 2 power counters besides potentially scoring out the Above the Law. I think they leave it.
Yeah. Potentially install another ice and threaten to just score a 5-3 from hand next turn. Though low on credits to do that, so that's actually going to be tricky.
Svigator declined to use.
Actually, yeah, the extractor means that going low on credits doesn't matter nearly as much when you're trying to score out an agenda. You can just trash one of the ice that got who needs ice. So
see what Man the Moon.
Face-offs.
The thing is, like, even on 4 credits here, if they don't Svigator and they want an Austerity Policy to score out an agenda, like an SDS or something, that's still 5 credits. Like, it's still a lot of their money. R&D, mind you, still wide open. Like, Hotel Foxtrot can just transition to the win if they find, like, a Stargate. And I think you'd want to wait for the Mad Dash if you have that. Austerity, up on 3. So now Hotel Foxtrot again only has 3 clicks. We're just advancing our ice wall. And we're going to start with the preemptive. This is really important because this is going to get the Drago back in the deck. So this turn, if you have the Drago into Boom, you can threaten it. Now you are going to need, I believe it's 8 credits because you need a quadruple advanced Drago. There you go. It's back in the deck. And you need to play the Boom. So that means next turn, I don't know if it's possible. You're only going to have 6 credits with the Svigator. So maybe you just do Drago into like Trust Operation and start like repairing your board state.
Yeah, that's probably where you start.
Because you could also Drago into a new remote server and then like use the Trust Operation to trash the daily cast, reinstall the Austerity, hit that Austerity, so that there's a chance that they only have a 2-click turn. And then that's when you start building up this like urban renewal threat with maybe you can get back some of your dangerous Jinteki plants.
Yeah, definitely an interesting turn here for Hotel Foxtrot. 3 clicks, obviously, thanks to the MCA. He's thinking it through.
Is Biowar the only real economy in this deck? There's and also wall to wall.
It has Nasex.
There's Nasex as well.
Yeah,
which is pad campaign with upside because it helps you trash at instant speed and also potentially duck down below 4.
But that's totally worth noting. Like this deck doesn't have hedge fund, it doesn't have Maryland, it doesn't have even launch campaign. A lot of these like very common ob decks or cards that give that ob value. Now this thing is like very lean to the ground. You see, they want to be on low credits, which is absolutely I would say surprising, but it's kind of refreshing to see a deck that wants to run the other way away from Beth and Tapworm.
And obviously you have the extractor, but you don't necessarily want to trigger that every single turn.
That's I think the biggest economy card in the deck.
Yeah.
Hotel.
You trigger that when you've got a agenda in hand and you need to score it out.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's the real use case for it.
I think extractor a lot of times is
next.
Oh, we're running this. We're pulling it down. So we're assuming this has to be the ice wall. So you got to spend 4 and 4. I think you can just take the 2 net damage from the Formicary. You have trashed a card this turn. You're not too weak to the wake up call.
Oh boy.
Oh, they did the math wrong?
Oh, did the math?
Oh, they're short 1 credit on the Austerity. No,
you're right. Austerity's 3 to trash.
Yeah, they goofed the math.
Allowing an unwall. Allowing an undo here because it could only be ice wall.
That's generous.
It's a very generous undo.
That's noble. Okay. So we'll see here if Hotel takes it, but basically Man the Moon is allowing the undo. They knew what this ice is. Like if you know the deck list, it 100% has to be the ice wall. So Man in the Moon was not concerned about the learned information, but Hotel Foxtrot's going to take their licks. At least here they even actually like broke this, which is the most unfortunate part, right? Like they just spent 4 credits for no reason, let alone they install the paperclip.
It looks like it looks like gonna say this is info that I learned. I'm just gonna not break.
Oh, okay, that's good.
So going to install the paperclip, but not break.
That's fine. They can still click for a credit, come back, and they'll be okay. But yeah, that's really very fair sportsmanship from both players.
Agreed.
Instead, we're taking down that urban renewal.
Well, you kind of need to.
I don't know if you do, because this can be way worse. Because right now we're going to see Drago into it's going to come back. And then you still need to deal with the Drago. You're going to see Trust Operation.
It could be worse. This is now you trash this Formicary and you're set up to actually score 5-3 and be on game point with your 3-2.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see whether Man in the Moon actually wants to win this game by scoring out agendas. Because yeah, you're totally right. You could do it. It's going to cost a lot. You're going to lose your board state. You're going to have no longer threats on the table. Like literally nothing on the table. So while you could, I don't know if you really want to SDS down an Ika. You definitely wanted to SDS down a Paperclip. Or not definitely, but probably not. This is going to be an interesting turn. What the fuck?
CS does kill no. Does it kill any program?
Yeah, it's the corpse choice. You can do anything.
Might as well kill a Rozeki. That Rozeki is the most powerful card on that side of the board.
Let's see here. Hotel Foxtrot, again, it's just very close. If they want to just swing to close the game. That wake up call did have a huge impact on the game again. Like Hotel Foxtrot's clearly struggling to deal with the remote server. Maybe it's just that they're not used to doing the math when you need endurance for everything else. Am I right? But yeah, endurance obviously would help with this remote server here. Not sure what the delay is here. Man of the Moon. has the whole turn here, and they can, of course, if they wanted to, a lot of times the play is, if you're not scoring out of 5-3, is you can click the MC Austerity Policy top ability, and then click the MC Austerity Policy bottom ability. And if you do that, you still ensure that the runner has only 3 clicks next turn, and if you want to get this back on the table with some sort of Drago into Trust Operation, you can give them a 2-click turn, which is not the worst when they're getting so much drip, but that's definitely a thing that the runner doesn't want to have happen to them.
You should probably also draw before trying to make a play decision.
Yeah, they're deciding here whether they want to Svigator, right? Start a turn. So if they Svigator the Ice Wall, they can just go get, they'll have 5 credits, and they can just go get their what's it called? Their Drago, right? And they'll have 5 credits. They're still short. They could get enough clicks. Wait, there's a... you can still get 6 clicks on your turn. The problem is if they have Boom into Drago, they still just need 8 credits. They'll only be at 5. There's nothing that will give them clickless credits.
I'm assuming that you just have to accept that you're not going to be able to do that, and you have to go back to default 5-3 score out.
Yeah.
I think you still do the Trust
Unless you
Operation.
want to keep it on the board.
I'm
Yeah.
so excited to
Unless
see
you
this turn.
There's Retribution as well. I just don't know how much Retribution does
Decline.
on this board state. Declines to Svigator. Just going to let the MCA cook for another turn.
I think we're going to crack it. The problem is also if you crack it into Drago, right? Like you're spending all your money on the Drago, so you need something to stick. Yeah, money is a big thing here. I don't think they're scoring out of 5-3 anymore, of course, because they didn't Svigator. Whoa. This is also where the ruling is so important. In theory, Man the Moon could have like Svigator down the ice wall to get another Svigator, but then you can't use that Svigator to sell your Forma carry because if the card wasn't installed at start of turn, you can't use the start of turn ability. And there you go, Drago on the table.
So sure enough, it is the Drago.
So it looks like we're going to use this to give a tag to Trust Operation, the MC back into Server 2 is my guess. Drago giving a tag. We still have 4 clicks left. Did we click the MCA first? I don't know if we did. No, we just went straight to trash. So Trust Operation. Trashing the daily casts. And then the MCA is going to come back into Server 2. And we're going to continue to hit that. So now we have 2 threats on the table.
I agree, Rude.
Ooh.
Funny enough, Hotel Foxtrot is a player who's definitely used to the rudeness of Drago.
Having used it himself in American Continentals to almost take down the whole thing.
So Man of the Moon went for credits instead of clicking the MC Austerity, but the Retribution taking them the orb.
Retribution
takes top of it.
Yeah. All right. Well, the orb goes down.
Rozeki, it's the most powerful card on the board.
We have some Nisei judges showing up. I imagine time is sneaking up and both players are on 3. I think Man of the Moon might be in the worst situation in terms of standing. Okay, 7 minutes is still a fair bet. Drago coming down for 1. Still have a tag there.
Tag.
In terms of tag punishments, there's only the last Trust Operation left in the list. The pad taps, I don't think are really a threat here. You could deal with the MC Austerity this turn. You don't really need to. It's 4 for the Ice Wall, 3 more for the Austerity. But Hotel Foxtrot is, again, just 1 Mad Dash, 1 Stargate away from the game. And
so obviously we're seeing priorities from that last turn because one of a fantastic feeling in Netrunner is getting to MCA Austerity Policy twice. Could have done that last turn, chose not to.
Yep. And we'll see. That Retribution was a bit expensive when you only had 2 credits, but that orb coming down is important. I wonder if time is going to catch up to both these players. Hotel Foxtrot still has that clickless economy, and eventually we'll have their clickless card draw. They've been off flat for a couple turns now. But Man the Moon definitely wants to hit the Austerity, probably wants to get something on the table, but it looks like it's just 2 credits. And back to Hotel Foxtrot.
Yeah, MCA credit.
There is 16 cards left in the stack, and one of them is definitely a Stargate. So at this point, do you just try and dig for it?
It's even.
I think that's a reasonable line at this point.
I think more important is the Mad Dash. Oh, there's the SF.
Oh, there's the Azief though.
Or you can just do that.
That's huge.
So you no longer need the Mad Dash. And I think this is a really big deal because Man in the Moon like really thought their turnover a couple 2 turns ago when they popped Austerity. And of course that was a complicated turn, but I think they might have been considering Svigator to steal an agenda. So I think there's probably a 5-3 agenda still in hand here. We haven't seen Spin Doctor. We haven't seen Preemptive to shuffle face downs, and we haven't seen any of the Drudge Works. So the agendas have to be somewhere. We're 20 cards into the deck. Now Man in the Moon is sweating, icing up HQ again. I think there might be something in there. In terms of
And that's definitely a tell for the runner. The runner is probably going, okay, can I break this?
I think there's an alternate win condition here based on time in the round, which is if you're able to take down this MCA austerity policy, I don't know if the corp has a valid win condition that takes less than 5 minutes to execute.
I think you're totally right. I think you can just sit down, trash the austerity, and as long as there's no austerity on the table, there's nothing you have to worry about. The only threat here is that the preemptive, it's going to put the Drago back in the deck, so the Svikator can make the Ice Wall back into Drago, and so you have to play that game again if there's the third trust operation. But I think if you trash both these assets, the deck has no game plan for the next 2-3 turns.
Yeah, no way to score without MCA. There's just, with the current board state, I think that's not ever a reasonable plan. And
you could also threaten Clot. I think
really
the list has one more self-modifying code in it.
True.
But it looks like this MCA.
Well, you're definitely never killing now.
Yeah.
Just to the stone ship.
Oh,
you need a trust op before you're able to boom.
Yes, but I the money on that too is still an 8 credit play. Like I don't understand how this deck can get the money to do that.
So this is a potential scoring window. This is able to. Yep, sure enough, trashing the Formicary. Going to get a 1 cost.
It's just a bladder word. Okay, you're not going to get the credit off
for
that,
some extra money,
let alone the damage.
Yeah.
You do get the 2 credits off the pad tap, off the Svikator itself, but now it looks like we have enough money to score from hand. And Hotel Foxtrot did not get down to Simulship, did not get down to SMC. Both of these things could threaten out a Clot from the list, but it looks like Man in the Moon can take it up to 6 agenda points, which means Hotel Foxtrot needs to actually win the game before time is called. So there you go, install. 5 advance here. We might see the SDS to take down the last Rizeki.
It is.
Let's see what they value here.
What is getting shot?
It's not
here?
The paperclip.
You gotta think it isn't. The Eco's a reasonable pick. The Rizeki's a reasonable pick.
I think
9 credits is a fair amount. So the Rizeki might not. Yep, choosing the Rizeki here. Once again, Rizeki being valued over other valid options on the table.
Now there's
those green orbs now staring at you from the bin.
There's nothing that can be rezzed, so we can just smash HQ here. There's 3 cards in there. A lot of them are trashable. There you go. City Works.
There we go.
Oh.
Had to have been there in a while.
City Works.
Yo, a 31-minute game where credits gained was 27. This corp gained less credits than minutes. They're averaging less than 1 credit per minute. Like, obviously that's part of the game plan of this list, but that's not something you'd expect. That's so wild. Yeah, now they did not draw into judge work.
That was a hard fought game. Well played by both.
It's a wild match. But there was no judge works. There was no spin doctor. So like unfortunately that's gonna crowd into HQ sooner than later. It looks like that was the last game we're gonna see today from Man in the Moon, who took their final strike. So they should be out here. We're gonna see how this gets updated soon. It looks like our lives might just be updated. So we're gonna do it here in real time. So it looks like Sokka and iceprisma still holding on for 2. Jai now on their last life there. They did just take Colossus round, and actually Man in the Moon is still around. That was not their last life. Excuse me, the narrative was wrong. That's fine.
Okay.
Unless we're wrong and it hasn't been updated yet. I think we're wrong. Okay,
yeah,
that's
I think it's being updated in real time.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
It's being updated.
Okay.
They're out.
Unfortunately. So that is the last life for Man in the Moon there. Hotel Foxtrot is staying all around, as we just saw. Lukifer is still there. aunthemod is down to the last life. They did take the last loss. And if we go over to EACC, not much has changed. While Tug and Bridgman still stand undefeated, MrBuggles is on their last life as well. I think everyone in the Euro Africas has won their games. Just to make sure that we are correct here, we're going to shout it out or throw it out over to the Nisei box. This is probably more accurate, but I think this is the same that we said. They have nice graphics, those with those skulls and those winged hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Tug and Bridgman. Bridgman, mind you, like did really well at Euro Africas, but Bridgman was basically playing every single Continentals. You could not go to Continental and like throw a rock without hitting a Bridgman deck. And so he's here. He's doing really well. And of course, TugtetguT Asker, the winner of the Euro Africas, plays very clean. If you can find Asker making a mistake on camera on playing Netrunner, like you can send that in for a lot of money somewhere at a sweepstake. That does not happen. And he plays clean and mean Netrunner. Oh, it looks like we're getting an update here. We actually might not be entirely correct. It looks like Buggles actually just took their last life. Excuse me.
That was the last game of the round.
Oh, beans. Okay, so that should be it. Okay, excuse me. There we go. This is not mistaken. We should have about, I don't know what the math is anymore, but this looks accurate. This is going to be accurate here. So we have Bridgman and Tug that are undefeated. We have almost all now of the American Continental section still on their last life, while APAC is still going strong. Well, Man in the Moon had to end their run Intercontinentals. Huge shout out for them stepping up, mind you, from the second Swiss finish, 5th in the top of the pack. I think it's Arlek I don't know how to pronounce their name, could not make it today. They were one of the top finishers in the Asia Pacific region. We have iceprisma and Sokka still on 2 lives left, but I think that's going to take us into a break. We do have a break between round 4 and round 5. Firstly, before we cut to the break, I want to give a huge shout out to Dropbear, who joined us for some casting. Dropbear, thanks so much for dropping by.
It's always a pleasure to cast for some Netrunner, and thank you very much for having me on.
Our absolute pleasure. It's getting late, I know, no doubt, down there in Australia, but we still have a couple more rounds. We are just 4 rounds in. We're expecting to have 4 to 5 more rounds here. It depends how things go. With 2 undefeated players, like, it could take a while as we watch more rounds, which is Tug versus Bridgman, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be on a short break. I'm not exactly sure how long it is. I will update the graphics as we find out, but just enjoy a lunch, maybe. It's lunchtime here, so I'm going to get some food, but we'll put some music on. Don't go anywhere. Subscribe to Project Nisei. Hit a follow button. We'll be back in a bit. Welcome back. We're just about to start round 5. I thought we were going to have a longer break there. Sorry, that's on me, I guess. But we have some exciting Netrunner. And of course, speaking of exciting, we're joined by Cranked once again. Cranked, how's it going, man?
Good, man. Go Yankees.
Go Yankees, go, I've heard. Okay, sure. Of course, Pants, you're here too, and we're about to jump into round 5. Real quick, just want to correct this. It looks like our chart was slightly wrong. It's been updated now, but it looks like we actually only have one undefeated player still. Tug has lost a game, but speaking of a game, we're going to go right into this. We have here aunthemod versus lukifer. Both players playing really fast here. It's going to be Sportsmetal versus Lat. We have a superconducting hub stolen there, and both of these players are on their last life, so this is very important. In fact, 2 agendas already in the runner's score area.
Yeah, this turn, Lat scored 2 agendas, and yet I feel that Sports is way ahead on it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, this is the one, as much as Sportsmetal like doesn't mind getting their agenda stolen, this is the one deck where lukifer is going to want to feed the agendas to the corporation, or to the runner, excuse me. Like, we have the Giordornos, we have the fast breaks. You want to get those agendas in the score area to make everything else much more powerful. 3 cards on the table. aunthemod having the clot down. We'll see if lukifer purged this, whether they have that virus to line up, but we might just see a turn off from a sports deck, which you kind of love to see that as the runner. They go way too fast.
Noteworthy. That's a preemptive hard install clot from hand.
Yeah.
Which you love to see. That's the sign of respect.
So lukifer's deck is...
Especially with Sports on 0 points. That's very early to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the Bass, though.
No, can't trash.
That's going to stay on for at least 1 more click.
I wonder if you have the credits, would you even trash that? Like, you're feeling pretty safe with the clot. It's worth knowing lukifer's deck has the 1 virus for 1 influence, but on top of that, it has a single arc lockdown. And I've heard lukifer talk about cutting them a virus. Just manually purging an arc lockdown is good enough. Again, the simul chips are not as common. You only see 2 in lists, sometimes 1. So you don't have to fight too hard, but a Mega Pre from HQ.
Oh, the Mega Pre. Another agenda that gets sniped, but yet I still feel that it's much better for Sports.
aunthemod now dipping down
to
to
3-0, but I've never seen a more even game in my life.
aunthemod getting the lat draw there, off the draw, off Sportsmetal, denying the pad tap credit if I'm not mistaken, but funny interaction. And we have the Bass in the remote server, lukifer on 10 credits. They can't exactly score out. They would need them a virus as well. We'll see if this is just a turn to purge, but aunthemod now at 0 might not want to face check into some of this ice. I think this is the list that has what's it called, meridians in them, which have really good face checks, unless you want to add them to your score area.
Yeah, he's very, very happy if aunthemod face checks a Meridian and ends up going to 2 agenda points with 4 agendas in score area.
Oh, yeah. Fast break for days. Triple advance, though.
Oh, so this is just, So this is just Luminal. That's very good. This is clicks to purge if you want to purge. Sure enough, manual purge.
So it's the 1 arc lockdown, the 1 cost HB operation that allows you to pick a card in the heap or name a card in the heap and remove all copies from the game, which means you no longer have to dance around that simulchip clot interaction. So we'll see if lukifer even needs it, because aunthemod has to install the simulchip, install another program that they want to trash. So we'll see. What if Cyberdex but 3-2? Yeah, we figured it out. Unban me now.
It's a mini little Cyberdex, because you even gain the 2 credits thanks to Sports.
I think Cyberdeck Sandbox has some other lines of text on it, but all right, we'll take it.
Diesel into Dirty Laundry on HQ. You want to keep those accesses up, and red level clearance, a very important card in this deck that runs the 3 Bass, I believe, 2 Moon Pool, so a lot of ways to fast advance off of clicklessly installed assets. 5 cards in hand.
Importantly, this lat list, we talk about getting accesses. A lot of times against Sports, it is just an access race. You need to access enough cards to win the game. There isn't really any multi-access out of this lat list except the Stargate, so have to run a lot early and hope to find that Stargate pretty quickly. Now with the clot down, Bass Chiraboga, it is important to take down, spending 4 credits and a click just to do that.
Not only do you have to access the right cards against Sportsmetal, or not only do you have to just access cards against Sportsmetal, you have to access the right cards, because look at aunthemod score area. Hyperloop, you don't really care if that gets stolen. Mega Pre, you probably want that stolen. So this is what we were talking about when we look at a 3-0 game and say, well, it's pretty even. I don't know. Lukifer might have the edge.
Yeah, lukifer's games have been so exciting. Like, you see a lot of times he gets to 5-6 points in the runner's score area, and then lukifer like tries to find that line that immediately closes the game. Fast break. The Giordornos and R&D. Yeah, I know. There's some ridiculous endings here in lukifer. I don't think we've seen any amazing ones on stream just yet. Obviously, lukifer has been getting them consistently, but I want to see those moon pools do something. I want to see the fast break into combo. But aunthemod starting up with their 2nd diesel of the day. 3 credits
Speaking
again?
of Giordano, that line that you're talking about, Giordano already taxes 6. So server 3 could just be, all right, I'm slapping down a Giordano, I'm slapping down any ice, I don't care what it is. Come try to get an agenda.
Oh yeah, Giordano's just unassailable at the moment. Like you just can't fight that remotely at all
And it's just going to get worse.
Spin Doctor leaving that on the
Spin Doctor,
table.
glad to stay.
It turns out that the runner has most of the time has to steal agendas to win the game. So yes, it will probably get worse.
Yeah. Pad tap, obviously, 2 of those coming down means that the Sportsmetal credit triggers feel less and less appropriate, less and less desirable as the game goes along. Obviously, sports letting you get cards, a lot of times sports wants cards anyway. Things like Audacity, drawing to find those, it just helps you close out these games very quickly.
It's worth pointing out, though, 10 credits does not actually go as far in this Sports Metal deck as it does in your average Sports Metal deck. Moonpool is 3 credits to res. That's not nothing. You have to get up to that 4 credit threshold for Fast Break to matter as well. So this deck seems a little bit more hungry than credits than many others.
You don't often see this scored. You get 7 hand size. You get to draw 4 cards if you want to, but it looks like we win for 2 cards, 2 credits to both players off the pad tap. But that Superconducting Hub helps, and I think both of you are saying it. This deck is really hungry on cards and way hungrier on credits in some ways. Just because if you want a fast advance with the Moonpool, not only do you need the Moonpool and maybe the red level clearance, but you also need an agenda to score and 2 more agendas either face down in archives or in your hand, which is a big reason why the Superconducting Hub has found a home here. So we'll see. HQ, mind you, is wide open, and aunthemod has played, I think, at least 1 Dirty Laundry. So there are some ways to tempo positive get the accesses, but you definitely want to keep that pressure on because you can disassemble the Moonpool. It is a bit more fragile than some of the other more direct things like Biotic Labor or Audacity.
That's a nice pointing out in Twitch chat. The Superconducting Hub also acts as a pretty sweet piece of lap tech. Yeah. Have fun getting your draw with 7 cards in hand.
RLC on that last turn, I find a very interesting play. Obviously, not installing that agenda. RLC only installs non-agenda cards, so it wasn't crucial for that score out. Superconducting Hub was already down. What RLC does is give you an extra Spin Doctor target that can be shuffled back in. So you're basically just saying, all right, I'm going to pay 1 credit to get potentially your Giordano down and not have to worry about getting that down next turn.
Yeah, it's definitely future forward thinking. It's usually not a card that you see get played without having an immediate effect, and I want to see how that plays out because it's a really interesting play. Speaking of plays, Endurance is coming down. It's rigged up, so it comes down for 5 credits. It already has 5 counters on it after the successful HQ run, and the Simulchip is now threatening the Clot. Yeah, so the Rizeki at instant speed can become a Clot. You don't even have to pay any credits as long as the program wasn't trashed this turn, which is not going to happen on the Corpse turn. So lukifer now has to decide how they want to deal with this. Can they draw into the Arc Lockdown? Is server 3 the Mavirus? They are now fairly restricted by what they could do by this single Simulchip on the table.
Server 3 very likely to be Mavirus or Giordano Memorial Field. If it was Tranquility Home Grid, the only other upgrade in the deck, probably would have been rezzed a very long time ago.
I think that was the card that was red leveled in, right? So it might just be there for a table.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Is it fresh?
So
no, I'm not paying attention.
You'd expect this to have been rezzed on, if this were a Tranquility, though, on this turn. So this feels like a Giordano to me with 2 ice on it. Just saying, all right, come in. A 6 for the pleasure of even getting to look at these cards.
Into the depths here.
It's not going to help you against Giordano. It's the boat belongs at a regatta, not a baseball game.
We're diving into R&D. There's no ice in this deck that the boat can't get through with 5 counters, let alone 2. So we're going to pull through. We're going to tug through that drafter. We're going to get a single access here on R&D. We'll see what the Into the Depths trigger is here. A Stargate could have a huge impact on the game, but we're just going to go ahead. Endurance, charge 1, steal the Mega Pre.
Oh, that's a Mega Pre?
That's a big one.
That's the second Mega Pre.
That's actually pretty
That's
important.
the good one to steal. The third one's even better. The first one, less so, but we just got 4 credits back from the Into the Depths, not threatening that multi-access on R&D. Maybe with a Spin Doctor, you have other things to worry about first, but 11 credits, a full boat. You could run server 3. You could pay 6 credits. You will just end up emptying your ship.
Correction, you would pay 8 credits.
Oh, yeah, it just got worse, didn't it?
Yeah.
And what's it to trash, Giordano? It's like
lukifer.
3 credits, 5 credits, 3? Oh, aunthemod doing the work for us.
We're seeing it is 3. It is 3 to trash.
What's the number on that card? You don't see a lot of this card, but this can be very powerful in very niche decks. Decks that want to run.
Get out of my head, Charles. Get out of my head.
Diesel for 3 more. That's all 3 of them there. And aunthemod, maybe they want to run this remote server. I don't think this deck runs overclock. That's been cut from a lot of these lat decks to run some of the other run-based stuff.
Yeah, not seeing overclock in this list.
But we're charging 10 credits is enough to deal with Giordano.
There is a mad dash. Okay, here's a Meridian. You don't have to break this, but
I don't think you cost really you 2 more credits
in your square area.
If you don't, you're paying 10, my dude. I think you do have to break it.
Technically, it is a valid game action not to break it if you want to continue the run. I don't think you really want to, though. So is this the Giordano? No, it's a breach. That's the Hyperloop. Is this the virus, then?
It's a home grid.
Tranquility home grid. Okay.
So this is cool.
So bluffing that it's a Giordano.
Because lukifer might not have wanted to res that because if they didn't need the card draw and they don't want to give the pad tap credit, so they keep this. And you saw how much that impacted aunthemod, even typing it, going ahead and making it obvious what they're playing around in the text chat. So there's some good value to that. Again, the face down cards.
What a deep cover Tranquility. I'm just gobsmacked by that.
Yeah.
Now aunthemod is on game point. The big argument with this deck is how many global food initiatives to run, how many Vitruviuses. That is something that I know has changed over testing, maybe even between these 2 events. It looks like we're on 1 food, 2 Vitruviuses. So there's actually a fair few cards off the top of R&D that just close the game when aunthemod is on 5 agenda points. So now lukifer is, I think, a fair bit behind. They have to deal with Clot still. Tapworm into Clot is totally fair. Same with Rizeki. But they also have to not lose to a single Stargate run.
Any agenda is potentially lethal. There is one mad dash in aunthemod's list.
Asking for an action.
Asking for action.
Asking for action again. Respect check.
Yep.
What's the action here?
It'd be Clot. It'd be fishing out Clot. I think from.
But like, what are you audacing out an Elvigau from hand?
Or the Vitruvius just to put yourself on game point as well.
But they have like another action, right? Like, okay, now this is what the action window is. Here you go.
Yeah, here's where it is.
But that's respect. That's respect.
What?
So now you know this card has to be agenda. There's nothing else advanceable. The spin doctor's on the table, so you could overinstall it. Even with an upgrade, you can trash anything into archives. That's fine. But now the Clot's on the table, so the arc lockdown hasn't shown up yet, and so lukifer now needs to figure out how to purge.
Pretty hot here. Giordano would be pretty hot here.
Is there a way that he can get into server 3 with only 2 boat counters? You'd have to hope that inner ice doesn't stop you.
Yeah, I think most of it is just Drafter, Gatekeeper, and Meridian. Yeah. So there you go. There's the overinstall. That's a Clot bait.
We do get the trash. Clot has effectively been baited out. So 1 Simmel chip is down now. There is 1 more remaining in the list, I believe. Let me check that.
And now that the Simul chip is done,
there are only 2 Simmel chip in this list. Yeah.
You don't have access to Simul chip into. I guess he didn't have a self-modifying code, but so I guess it's not that impactful here. Here, the Spin Doctor needs to be threatened. Once a Spin Doctor is threatened, Stargate is a pretty open way to close the game. You still have to end up. You're going to endurance to the drafter, but we're checking archives. 1 face down. We're going to shuffle probably 2 back end. Red level clearance is quite strong in this list. And the face down.
Sure enough. I'll see. So the boat goes up to 3 counters. It is able to break anything on the board currently, though not 2 eyes.
aunthemod doesn't have to do a lot here. They're still fully in control. They still have the Clot. They're building up their boat counters. Their economy is okay. I don't know whether they want to transition to money and into the depths into Stargate would be impactful, but it's going to be hard to get enough charges on the Durance to get that down and then Stargate the same turn. That'll be a 2-turn play.
I think he may be.
Go ahead, Pants.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Because there's no SMC, I think aunthemod may be drawing, he may be drawing for the last Simmel chip here. I would not be shocked by that.
Simmel chip, or he would have to have it into the depths. But I agree that I think that's something that lukifer should be really worried about is just losing blindly off of Stargate.
Mm-hmm.
So Spin Doctor access from HQ not trashed. We're on 6 cards in hand, mind you, with the increased hand size, and server 3 still has a card in it. Funny enough, lukifer could have overinstalled their agenda with another agenda and built that for the next turn, but it looks like purging the Claw was important. So aunthemod knows that they cannot stop fast advance this turn unless they find what I believe is going to be their second Simul chip. So at this point, now the central pressure matters. lukifer is not going to be able to score 4 points in a single turn, but they can definitely get to 5, and then the following turn, even Audacity to 7. So this game could just be 2 clicks left, or 2 turns left, excuse me. Third Pat Tap seems a bit greedy.
Green orb. Sorry, the third blue slab, not green orb.
There's the simul-chip, cracking it immediately, though.
Oh, immediately. Wow.
Respecting the lockdown.
So much direct cloth threat this game.
Really respecting the Arc lockdown and also betting big that server 3 card is not Mavirus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now that's the last recursion we have. So the Arc lockdown's not going to matter. If lukifer can just take time to purge this away, they won't have to discard from HQ. They can just purge this down and then we'll be out of clots. Mind if I undo the pat tap? Yeah, the pat tap seems a bit greedy on this board state. Like your economy is okay. The pat taps haven't even been firing consistently.
Yeah, lukifer with the take back, that was a click deep, so definitely not obligated to indulge that, but we're all friends here.
So 2 clicks left. We're hitting HQ. We
know
hitting
HQ instead.
I think we know the spin doctor. Now we know there's a drafter as well.
Is there, at this point in the game, is there really any difference between lukifer's ice? It kind of feels like it all plays the same role for him, which is to say advance 2 counters off the boat.
It's all the same.
That's really what it feels like.
There's a chance that the Meridian is okay to take the score area if you have the Mad Dash in hand and a Stargate, but based on the placement, probably not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think if you're on 6 now, then you're much more.
Yeah.
You feel much better about taking a Meridian. But being on 5, there's only 3 agendas left in the deck that'll score you 2. So.
Andre HQ, we're charging Endurance, red level clearance from hand. Now aunthemod has 19 credits, still isn't able to get any sort of multi-axis going. It's 1 Stargate in the list, and Into the Depths is the only way to pull it at instant speed, if you want to call that instant speed. But HQ, 8 cards in hand. We could see an easy Moonpool shenanigans here. Server 3 could have been a Brewing Bass or Brewing Moonpool for now a long time. That pat tap, that slab being returned.
Pretty importantly, lukifer finds himself in a position where there is Biotic Labor, there is Moonpool left in this list, and he has built his own Arc lockdown by purging this clot manually multiple times.
Elevagao getting scored, no D-res, thank you. But we're now technically on game point. I think that's only 1 Global Food Initiative in the list, but this deck is actually really good at mass panic drawing. The what's it called? The fast break? Yeah, fast break. I wanted to say Mad Dash, very similar names. But the fast break will draw 5 cards for a click, give you a credit if you can afford it, and let you install a card. Which means that this deck actually has some lines of plays with red level clearance, fast break, and Moonpool and Audacity to score out a global food from hand. It's wild. And there's the red level clearance. aunthemod not hitting R&D.
See what's happening here.
Having 7 cards in HQ is definitely, it is some amount of HQ security. If you have a 1 in 7, that's a fair bit better than 1 in 5, of course.
A lot of cards left in R&D as well, so
yeah.
You can pretty safely knock the top of your deck and hope a little bit.
We're just installing the
Hyperbaric does come down. This is respecting the gatekeeper. That's the only thing it can break.
Here we start.
Here it goes.
Fast break, draw 5. Oh my, he's on fire.
5,
Fast break to gain money. Fast break has reached the point where it is gonna actually give returns. Gonna need a minute. I'm not surprised. Your hand is just more than doubled in size.
lukifer jumping into the tank to think this over. Luckily, the tank is the Moonpool tank. So now you need a lot of cards. You can install here the Global Food Initiative. Then with red level clearance, you can quickly install a Bass. You can also red level clearance quickly install a Moonpool. Both of those give you enough advancements and time. I think the Moonpool is technically the cheaper option because you're spending 3 clicks or 3 credits to get 2 advancements. That's not bad. You don't have to do Bass plus advancements. The question is, though, it all comes down to where the Global Food Initiative is. I do also think, and I think lukifer will know this more than we will, is how possible it is to score multiple agendas in the same turn. So score the last Mega Priest, score a Vitruvius. That's also a possibility. Or an Elvagao would be a bit easier.
Is there a potential line to score a 5-3 this turn if the GFI just got drawn?
Totally. Yeah. It's going to come. It's going to be, I think, limited by money sooner because you're going to need to install. It's going to be like, you need red level clearances. You're going to need, I think, 2 advancements if it comes down to it. And I think you're going to res at least 1 Moonpool, 1 Bass, something like that. So you're at 9 credits. Maybe you have an extra red level clearance to get a clickless credit. But like, it's totally possible. I think 3 points is possible in a food. And I think 2 agendas is also possible.
If I was a betting man, this feels like the sort of all-in like chip shove that you make when you have the 5-3 and you're looking
Yep.
for the rest of the pieces to get you there. Because that's a lot harder to draw. That's a one of. But if I've got exactly GFI and I'm like, okay, well, especially if server 3 is going to be something that helps you. If that's a moon pool, if that's a bass, if that's something that's going to give you advancements or clicks, you're even more likely to make this sort of all-in play.
And we've seen
love
Lukifer
this
do
sports
this.
list.
We've seen Lukifer shove the
love
chips
this
across the
sports list.
table even before. And we've seen it before when he's only had like 10 cards in his deck. So the chance of like drawing it were a bit more, consistent than having almost 30 cards. But like he's the player who has been consistently saying like, let's see how it works out.
Okay, we have installs. We have 2 installs.
Let's find out if he's Steph Curry or if he's
we have an
Kwame
ice.
Brown.
Okay.
Could still be 2 more installs off of this fast break in theory. You do have to pay all costs, so
This also could just
installing
be
more ice here actually does take money.
This could just be a tempo fast break. We have seen Lukifer do that. They fast break just to set up because again, that's still an immense click compression. Draw 5, install 3 cards, gain a credit for a click. That's just good. You don't need to win the game off of that.
One of the tricky things with that. Oh no, we have the red level clearance.
Hang on.
Drawing?
The draw doesn't look good.
Uh-oh.
Now we need Moonpool fuel, right? That's a clickless draw too.
Okay.
What's happening? Server 7 again. Well, the upgrades are pretty limited. There's no upgrade that actually has fast events potential. The Mavirus is useless. The Tranquilities and the Giorno are definitely okay to install clicklessly. It's not necessary. You're going to be discarding cards at the end of your turn probably anyways. Another red level.
Another red level.
This is not looking good.
I don't
For
know.
Homestar Runner.
I'm kind of in on this. Install non-agenda.
Installing a non-agenda. I don't know.
Okay.
Spin Doctor to draw more.
Now it's getting weirder.
You still think it looks good now?
Nope.
And Lukifer is taking time to think this one over. Okay, so they still have 2 clicks. There could be an agenda on the table. Red level clearance check. When we look at the bin, we see 2. There might be 1 more in hand. Again, there's still 17 cards in the RD, so it's hard to make any of these calls. But what would they have to do here? They can definitely score out a 3-2 or 3-1 if they just install red level. If they install a moon pool. Oh wait, but cards have been added to archives. Can you moon pool? No, that's fine. That's a Regenesis thing, right? Or a mitosis.
Yeah, that's fine.
Whichever one.
Regenesis.
Regenesis. Yeah. Okay, Moonpool is confusing me with Regenesis.
Moonpool doesn't care.
But then they can shuffle back cards from HQ into archives into R&D to get 2 advancements. They can easily score a 3-2 here.
Mm-hmm.
The 5-3 is a bit tricky.
The question is, right, what exactly is server 7, I think is part of the question here. One of the tricks is, obviously, Giordano is a pretty good card. The issue is Giordano doesn't tax enough right now. It only takes 10 credits, and on the mod's at 20.
Yeah. And then Mad Dash loses you the game.
It only taxes 10 credits. It's only 10 credits. It's nothing, right?
Only 10, yeah. You really wish it were 20 right now.
They're just double checking. Think I've got it. Okay, take all your time.
So what's the backup
don't
plan?
think I've got
If you're not able to score the 5-3, what is the backup plan for this turn?
No, I think there's a 5-3 score here.
Presumably it involves shuffling the 5-3 back into R&D with Spin Doctor, I would guess, or Moonpool.
Yeah, Moonpool's an easy way to save.
Do you have money to score a 3-2? I think that's probably the next best thing, and then just hope to score a bifurcation or anything next turn.
Yeah, I think that's easier.
Or there aren't that many cards left if you don't have the Audacity already. So you can also potentially just hope to windmill slam an Audacity for the last points.
So
I think we saw the biotic labor in Lukifer's hand very early on. So unless he got rid of that, that's at least online. But that's all your money, though it does set you up for a Audacity next turn. So that's that would be
another
live if
install on server 7.
Okay. Server 3 might be a Moonpool, actually. I think that's important, or a Bass, because it's been there for a while, and you're going to need that. We're now filling up... Are we filling up archives for Moonpool? You don't need to do that, do you? No, you don't.
Well, Moonpool's only going to get you 2 advancements.
That's it.
Yeah, no, so just going to end turn. Server 7. So Fast Break makes some clown cars, and that's the extent of it for now.
Okay.
Let's see, this is probably 2 face downs, I would guess.
That looked ugly. We're gonna find out what that was.
That was like watching a gymnast like flip around in the air for 20 minutes and then not stick the landing.
But it looked like lukifer over-installed
a
something.
Stargate
Oh
comes
boy.
down.
Okay.
Oh no.
This,
Right after the spin doctor goes. All right,
That
so you
baits
knock
the
the top
spin
of your
doctor
deck and
very
you
well.
pray.
if there's a mad dash here, it's over. If it's a 3-2, it's
Eat.
potentially over. Should you join a hyperloop? Okay, so it's not a
Hyperloop?
3,
So
but
is
there's a mad dash.
Is
There
a
it
mad
is.
dash?
There it is.
Is there
Mad
a,
Mad
dash
dash.
is
there
one
some-
of these a spin
Moonpool
doctor.
saves it.
Yeah.
Moonpool saves it.
Spin Doctor saves it too.
You're right.
But
Moonpool
Moonpool
does
is
save it.
very likely to be on the table here.
Well, Moonpool only gets face downs, right?
Yeah, it's face down. Oh, yeah, it's
Oh,
face up.
does it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Moonpool
no.
only gets face downs.
Oh, no.
Dang. What a way for this to end. It's very, very smartly baiting out the spin doctor there.
Apparently, lukifer 7 agendas in
Seven
RD
agendas-
just didn't draw one. It was a
Wow.
Moonpool pre-installed.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh, no, the mad dash in hand.
GG.
And that's going to be the 7 point, the mad dash.
Very well
7
played.
1-point agendas in the score area will get you there. You just need enough accesses.
Half break combo
But
deck
it-
wins
it-
on Stream Challenge 2022. Impossible.
It looks like it was extremely close. Lukifer is saying there were 7 agendas in R&D, just looking for one of them, and then there probably was a Moonpool line on. There probably was a Moonpool line to score out a 5-3, is what it sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
they showed
incredibly close.
the remote server there. It was a Giordano, so that wasn't going to keep out aunthemod, but aunthemod was building up for that Stargate. They were building up to close the game. I'm just checking real quick. I think that might be it for lukifer. Lukifer has unfortunately now been eliminated. aunthemod is still carrying on with 1 life left. Let's see if there's left in the round. Is there more matches? I think there is.
There are 3 matches in theory still up.
Do you want
On
to
the
do?
mod, notably the last hope for the Americas representatives.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We could do iceprisma Jai. I don't think we've seen much of them. Let's see if that's available.
I think this that one just ended, it looks like.
Oh, beans. Okay, so that's just Sokka Bridgman. We'll see if we can jump in.
looks
There.
like
Let
it.
me see.
If you're just tuning in, by the way, this is round 5. We're just wrapping up the end of round 5. We will have a 10-minute break after this round, so not a huge break, and then we are just going to power through. So we have a couple rounds left after that, but they go fast, mind you. These
Yeah,
are not
good to stream.
full-length rounds. These are only 40 minutes. Perfect. Thank you.
So again, a very advanced board state, as you would expect from this far into the round. We are 6 points versus 6 points. Not much ice currently up for Sokka. A full board state out here for Bridgman, and I think importantly a clot down that does play around the one audacity we know is in this list.
The op deck has an interesting agenda suite. It's 3 global food initiatives, and then just about every 3-2 that they can play to fill out to 20 points. And the one audacity, Sokka seems to be posturing like they have it in hand. If we look at the bin there, you see all the economic warfare's played, no hard-hitting news, a lot of face down. The remote server not very strong against a paperclip. Stargate could close it here, but we're missing. There they are.
Snap purge. I agree with you, Andre. I think Sokka might have it because you don't snap purge like that if you don't.
Oh, you got to run HQ here 3 times. You need to find the 3-2 agenda, win the game. Svigator, trash that. See more cards.
It's gone.
Oh, we're leaving it.
Yeah, you got leaving that. Okay.
Hard hitting.
Hard hitting news in hand. Okay.
Simulchip, we're safe.
Chip
Okay.
comes down. Okay.
That's a clot.
Yeah, that's a clot.
So we know that there's a hard hitting in hand. In fact, I believe 2, if I'm not mistaken, another off the top of the deck, which isn't a great draw. Sokka only on 2 credits, so not much they can do. They can't purge. And there's not a lot of cards this deck can threaten a clot out, because everything that's installed, they have to advance before the clot is actually threatened. And I don't think this deck has any advanceables besides agendas. So now Sokka actually has to figure out how to pivot to the remote server, because you can't feed them agenda because they win off the agenda. You can't give an agenda to bait the clot unless you can do that and install a spin doctor. But I think we have 2 spin doctors out. And the deck only has 1 more.
And there's only one more.
Sokka's basically got to figure out how to Bridgman. Yeah,
That's a
there's
concession.
I was gonna say, I think
Okay.
Sokka needs to figure out a way to put Bridgman in a position where there's even a mistake for him to make. The simul chip doing so much more work than just the raw clot on the table here.
Yeah, and these 2 players, I think, are
unfortunately.
they've been, I'm not mistaken, either testing together, but they've been playing each other's decks into this event. The Bridgman deck was that reality plus the fun quote unquote deck as it's titled on Netrunner DB, but Bridgman's been doing some really mean deck building, and it looks like both players on the same lists, just about. So I think they understand.
So I believe that is Bridgman knocking out the same list player in that case.
Sokka done?
Sokka was on the last life there. Yeah.
I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see when this is updated. I'm not sure if that's true. I think Sokka might be on the last life. I don't think anyone really was. I don't think Sokka was that. We'll find out. We'll find out.
Unless they've already updated it.
Yeah, I think they might have.
Unless they've already updated it. I believe that might have been Sokka knocked out.
Okay, so I think
that would put Bridgman in a pretty commanding position. And actually, regardless of the results, Bridgman in a pretty commanding position at the top of the standings, the only undefeated player still.
Yeah.
After 5 rounds.
That was Sokka's second loss. So he is not out yet.
Okay, that tracks. So it looks like Sokka is. So if we look at this, these are the standings right now. So far, 6 players, are now out of the Intercontinentals. If we're looking up there at APAC, we have a lot of players still in their last life. iceprisma, Jai, and Sokka, all 3 of them have 1 life left before they're eliminated from the tournament. And aunthemod is the last hope there of the Americas regions with 1 life left, but Euro Africa seems to be where all the lives have been stored. Bridgman still undefeated, haven't lost a game, and we were incorrect. Tug did lose a game, I think, last round to iceprisma, if I'm not mistaken, but they're still standing pretty on 2 lives. So we still got a bit of Netrunner to go. Again, these rounds are going to get faster. They're only 40-minute rounds, but with less players, the rounds are end quicker, so things kind of snowball, and they keep going faster and faster while the Netrunner gods demand sacrifices.
Yeah, what I'm seeing out of this is I think we should ask the developers if there was an extra life exploit patched in for the European release. Because they seem to have way more lives than any other region.
Oh, yeah.
Pal got a different build than the rest of us.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, hey, we're going to have a 10-minute break here, so I think we need this time. Get some water, do your Duolingo, eat a sandwich, whatever you need to do, because we're going to be back here in 10 minutes, and let me tell you, we're not going to stop. So get whatever you need to get done. Mail that letter. We'll be back here in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Trust the Weyland Consortium. Built to last. The Weyland Consortium. Builder of nations.
right, welcome back. The Intercontinental is 2022 here on Project Nisei. We're about to enter our 6th round. Again, the Netrunner gods demand sacrifices, and sacrifices they will get. We are down to half our competitors. We had 6 players starting round 1, so that was about 5 rounds ago, and we're now down to 6. Almost all of the Americas is left with just aunthemod here with 1 life left. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a bit of a different format than what you might be used to. This is just 3. You have a 3 life format. So every player comes in here with 3 lives. They just play games single-sided, also only one side, runner or corp, against a random opponent. And every time you lose a game, you lose a life. At the end of this event, the last person standing will be our winner. They will get a world's buy, let alone a nice commissioned art of them on a cool Nisei card, which is really quite exciting. We're just about to start a round. Again, I have to give, of course, huge shout-outs to Neuropanther, who's been basically streaming all the Continental season. Absolutely ridiculous. How's it going, Panther? It's been great to have you this whole month.
I missed APAC. I missed APAC. That's the only one I didn't stream on.
That's humble. Yeah. No, okay, never mind. I'll take that back. But Cranked also there. It's been a pleasure to cast the Cranked. How's it going?
Man, how are you?
I'm doing good. We have, just like a straight shot now through to the end of it. The graph here says it can only go to round 9, and I think that might be right. It's very likely we're going to lose a couple competitors here. We're down to 6, and then it gets a bit faster. It's worth noting that when we have an odd number of players, one player who will just sit out. I'm not sure whether it's a higher seed that gets a benefit or the lower seed, like in Swiss tournaments, but we'll see that really soon. And it looks like our tables are just about to get spun up.
Yeah, we are good to stream on table 2. That is Tug versus Bridgman.
Okay. That is a meaningful table. For these players that have gone this far and only dropped 1 game, to have them face off against each other means, the metal is going to be really tested, put to the floor, or I guess it's now just a keel to the water because it's up. Superheavy Logistics, the Bridgman version, which is scoring out a bit more agendas than I thought it would, running all the foods, all the 2-pointers, a lot of really tempo positive assets that get the op trigger, and then you're leveraging that credit differential into hard-hitting news, especially with economic warfare, and then punishing that with boom. And I haven't seen enough of this deck. This is the Hoshiko deck. I know, Panzer, you were more around for Euro Africas. What can you tell me about this endurance-based Anarch?
We only saw it on stream a few times, but I think one of the key interactions, which does matter somewhat for this list because it does care about its ice, is you have endurance plus hippo. You get to throw down a hippo, and normally the problem with hippo is you then have to pay to break the ice. Endurance says, actually, no, you do that for free, and then you never have to pay for it again.
Whoa, a lot of installs there. A big thing in this deck is establishing your runner economy, and it looks like both tables have economy. Take that fat tap. You can get 1 credit. I'll get, 6. That's fine. I don't know if you've ever trashed that.
Oh,
yeah.
Watch this.
Oh, that's so wild of a start. But
the pad tap even goes down.
Finally going now. You have the economy to support that. We're gonna have to zoom out here on JNet. So get your magnifying glasses. We'll see how much Tug value setting up. This is also not an Apocalypse Anarch, right? This is just standard accesses. 2 Stargate, I think.
There isn't room for Apocalypse. We're spending 10 influence on boats.
Yeah, that's true. So we have 2 endurances. Those are going to come down for 8 credits, no rigging up. But we have 2 Stargates, which was the Anarch solution to a meta expecting a lot of Sportsmetal. And it's impactful in this matchup, too. You are going to need a fair few agendas to steal. I don't know. Tug has a Mad Dash, I reckon? No. Yeah, 1 Mad Dash.
Yeah.
So that is going to be important. If Tug doesn't want to have to steal 3 agendas, they can Mad Dash to get it to 4. And Bridgman here is thinking, Spin Doctor is interesting. You technically can trash this just to shuffle. That stops technically Hoshiko from accessing a card, but we're going to let that live. Both players are going to. So Tug is going to be able to flip over Hoshiko for the first time. It's also important to understand that they've ran for the first time. So now economic warfare into hard-hitting news is a real threat. Hoshiko flipped over, does have a link.
We have renewal is going to start ticking down.
This is really pushing the issue here. Like, oh, you better trash something, my guy.
Oh no, we have to zoom out. The urban renewal is fun, and we haven't seen a lot of flatlines with the urban renewal, but it forces the issue. It forces the interaction. You need to largely deal with this. Eventually, it could threaten urban renewal to a fast advanced score of an ICF protocol. Anarchs can deal with that with Steel Skin Scarring in hand, so sometimes the lethal is not as guaranteed as it might look on paper. But we'll see here. 3 more cards in server. Some of these could just be agendas, and Tug is not accessing, flipping back and forth between Hoshiko's digital and natural form.
he'll definitely not secure off the off of one. I was gonna say off of the one urban renewal, because we now have Steelskin Scarring to worry about. 2 urban renewal though, a little bit of a different story.
And so we see our first.
Frank, I have a question for you. You told me that assets were dead. What's going on here?
Hey man, listen. Sometimes you're wrong.
It's a bit surprising. Like that was I think the prevailing idea going into this new meta. So much of Mumbad, well, all of Mumbad rotated, and so much of that was really strong asset cards, and those are gone. So some of the stalwart asset decks like Controlling the Message don't see so much play anymore. But it looks like we're pushing into a remote server behind a single ice. Could be as much as an envelopment or a border control. There is some proper good ice in this deck. And we're going to start there with a Wildcat Strike. Give some decisions to Bridgman, cards or credits. A lot of times you don't see the card option.
For
This
what
could
it's
also
worth,
easily
it's
be
correctly
Atlas.
identified the Bridgman's correctly identified the anti-boat and hippo tech. Just don't install ice. Simple.
Yeah.
Can't believe I didn't think of that.
I think
Whoa.
another option for this agenda in server 8, this could be an Atlas.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Choosing 4 cards for the runner. Interesting.
4 cards, you don't see that often, especially with like 2 urban renewals on the
Yeah.
table. You might want to tax cards out, but we're gonna end that that Wildcat Strike with
Here we have the moshing.
moshing. So Black Orchestra in the bin, as well as a Leech and a Botulus. So in terms of heat breakers, it's only the Decoder. There's a lot of barriers that end the run in this list, as it is in Weyland.
I think the Wildcat Strike decision to go with cards is intentionally to keep Tug off of the ability to both install boat and then run the remote with breakers support. Unfortunately, the moshing kind of made it a moot point, but potentially trying to trick Bridgeman into making the right decision wrong in retrospect.
Tug, you're going to take the credit back. No problem between these two. It looks like there's something better to do for that last credit. You kind of, don't know if he's actually made a run this turn, so not respecting or not having to play around that economic warfare, not getting the endurance charge. Second moshing, filling up with an MK Ultra. You also see a Dirty Laundry and the final moshing there. So Tug on a comfortable 7 credits. This is also not a Weyland list that's running anything like Wake Up Call or Retribution. So there's no way for Bridgman to reach out and destroy that boat. So this endurance is going to stick for the whole game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, MK Ultra obviously not as huge to have in the bin in terms of end the run subroutines. There is a Veritas in this up list, which it's a good tax. You want to be able to break that cheaper than otherwise.
This is good. Wait, Ozef can win. Oh no, double Steelskin.
No, 2 Steelskin. They're delayed. Okay. All right, reload.
Okay, yeah. That was.
I thought it was delayed, but it was just okay. There are still 5 cards.
Yeah, so Steelskin Scarring, the important Anarch card here. If this is trashed even from damage from hand, it triggers and you get 2 card draw. Or reimagining, if you've seen I've Had Worse back in the day before rotation. But this is the reason that Tug can kind of just tank through at least one of these urban renewals. Now there's going to be 2 more coming down on him. This urban renewal is fully charged up. We haven't really mentioned it, but Ob's ability has been firing consistently off of the launch campaign, or the Svigator off the launch campaign, and the Maryland. And that's been just getting more cards on the table. We got that clickless Svigator. We got that clickless urban renewal. Bridgman has a huge fork here. They could just score out what could be a big Atlas, or if it's just a food, that's not too bad for Tug. But the Atlas gives you so many possibilities. Those Atlas counters, you can use that instant speed to find any card from your deck, add it to your hand after revealing it. And that means you're guaranteed economic warfare twice into hard-hitting news, as long as you have one of the 3 pieces in hand. Oh, where's the Aziaf? He set it up and hitting the Mad Dash. That's important. Wow. That's value damage. Very important damage.
There are no 3-pointers in this list, so that does force 4 agenda steals.
Yeah, if I'm Bridgeman, I'm still very happy with that exchange. The Mad Dash out of play means you get to breathe a little easier until, of course, the runner hits 6 points.
Server 8, we're jamming into something else in server 11, and this is what you're going to see Bridgman do. Just continue to put threats on the table. Tug needs to start respecting these urban renewals. One of them is going to be triggering next turn. We're going to open up with another Wildcat Strike. Love to see on top tables how this decision works. But so far, we've been a bit surprised. Card draw here seems pretty good. You already have the endurance.
This is credits.
Yeah.
It has to be credits, right?
Has to be, yeah.
I don't know. This deck is all about the credit differential.
With the urban renewals, though, with the urban renewals on the table, I think you have to deny the cards here. I'm also not playing in Intercontinentals, though.
Just going for the credits there. Again, card draw can generally represent credits. A lot of the cards in this Hoshiko deck are economy cards, so it's sometimes hard to make that call. But with 14 credits and a boat counter, this remote server is definitely not safe if you want to charge there. You're still pretty comfortable into double economic warfare, hard-hitting news. You do have to worry about the urban renewal, though. It's lethal here if you don't take this down or at least draw up, and then you still worry about the Zeph into Audacity, which is a niche play. There's only one
deck. Go ahead.
Running server 8, though.
I think this deck is only on...
No ice is really worrisome. Except envelopment. Never mind.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
No, you could come back. You have to get your endurance charge and come back. Now, Hoshiko didn't flip, but hard hitting news is on 14 to 9 credits. You're going to get 1 credit off the wall to wall, even more off the Maryland, even more off the Spigator if you want. But a Rashida, we're going to have a bit of a credit disparity here. And we'll see what this urban renewal hits, because if you can Audacity into the last SCF, if there's not a steel skin in hand, and yeah, if there's not a steel skin in hand, this could be lethal.
Yeah, that's lethal, potentially. Let's see if that is indeed the play.
So we have all the reses here, of course. This is really important to know. Sphigator, if you're using the Sphigator to trash a card and you're installing a card with Op that has a start of turn trigger, it won't trigger this turn. So this launch campaign is going to stay on 6 credits. Still definitely a good ability. Maryland shuffling itself back in. We're on 15 credits to 14. Again, Hoshiko isn't flipped, so she doesn't get her link or her 2 credits off the bat. I was going to say off the boat. That also works.
If this decision to not trash the renewal quite literally blows up in Tug's face.
Let's see what the damage is.
It would take a pretty specific combination of cards, but
yeah,
I have seen stranger things happen in these games of Netrunner over these last couple weekends.
The list is on 3 SCF, but only 1 Audacity.
Intercontinentals is the exact
same.
Oh,
okay, so there is a steel skin. Right. Gonna survive this turn no matter what. So
that's all of them.
Last urban renewal, that's all of them. Yeah, this last urban renewal is now a priority, you have to think.
Yeah, I think you have to trash this 3rd renewal. I really would be shocked if Tug lets this fire.
Yeah, and if you're Bridgman, I think you think about icing this up and trying to actually protect it.
Absolutely, I agree.
But one of the awkward things is Hippo plus boat means icing it up doesn't work as well as you want it to.
Yeah, I don't know what he can do to keep out of. You can always do the border control play. Border control is a bit weak into Hippo. It gets really awkward. But we're going to go for the scoring remote server. Bridgman understanding they need to transition into a game-winning plan. And hopefully all that other stuff in the remote servers is just an unfortunate distraction that Tug still has to deal with. We saw this more in Man in the Moon's list, but that list was like way more ripe with recursion, because that is kind of the unfortunate thing. The narrative here on Op is so flavorful. They are mining their deck for cards to put on the table. And eventually when they've done all their work, they've pulled all these cards out. Mind you, Maryland does go back. The density in R&D goes up and there's just less stuff to put on the table. Their ability fires less consistently. So we do have a preemptive in this list. There are still some spin doctors, but you need those to get your 1 costs, your 0 costs back into the deck to make sure you're fueled up. HQ, hard-hitting news. So now that game is definitely afoot. There's 3 of in this list, so Tug was going to play like that on turn 1 usually. What's in the remote?
Far away from an HHN play, even if there's economic warfare is in hand. That would be a pretty big commitment.
Agreed.
Yeah, we have seen the plays where, like, you know, the credit differential is favoring the runner here, but if the corp has a credit differential, you do see the plays where they do give them all the tags just so they can have a fork, because they can install an agenda, maybe advance it once and then throw the tags out. That matters a lot more on game point, but it's definitely an option. It's just Bridgman's economy is not as strong as Tug's is currently.
Jonathan, we call that the old value HHN.
Yeah, you need to get that fork. Bridgman now, love it. You're spending so much time ordering your start of turn triggers, and there's not a lot of decks that do that, but we're going to go ahead and Sphigator away the envelopment, go get a 4-coster. That's going to be ice. I think we're on Mouseless, Border Control, and Veritas. But Border Control is what you expect. Do you want that to be on the outside where it gets eaten by a Hippo?
Probably not. You're right. It's probably a 3-sub ice. I would expect the Moz or the Veritas more, whichever one you care less about.
There you go. That's good defense. It's hard to Hippo this with the awkwardness of the endurance, let alone Black Orchestra does not like to deal with this one at all. So it looks like Hippo's not the most impactful in server 8, and Hippo endurance is so strong. The big reason why you want to consider spending 10 influence here.
Oh, here's an Econ Warfare. And it's just a value Econ Warfare. Econ Warfare Advance.
Anti-sure gamble, surrendering a global food initiative in server 8. And Atlas would be...
unsure gamble, if you will.
urban renewal does go down, that seems like it absolutely has to happen. This does open up preemptive action. There is one preemptive action in the deck for these 3 urban renewals, just to put the runner, that lock them back in here with you rather than the vice versa.
I was thinking about that exact play, is how much of a flex it would be to just shuffle in 3 urban renewals and make them play the game all over again.
But this time without steel skins.
Yeah, this is the interesting line of plays here. Like the launch campaign, even when it has few credits on it, you want to consider trashing it sometimes, because what can happen here is Bridgman can get the 2 credits off the launch campaign and then Svikator it into a spin doctor, right? Like these sort of lines exist if you don't respect the assets, even though sometimes it's not worth taking 4 credits off the launch campaign. Maybe at that point you can just consider trashing the Svikator and that buys you a turn, but that's the cool thing about ob assets. It's like even just about any of their assets, even if uncontested, they get additional value. It's really cool. But Tug, thinking through here, you're assuming that the remote server is mouseless into border control. The deck only has 2 envelopments. I don't think it's on all 3. But we're going to find out. Let's see if this gets hippoed or whether
it's only on 2 envelopment. So here is the mouseless.
Fire all, losing the paperclip. That's perfect in the bin.
Oh, hits the paperclip. That's actually really good for Tug.
Yeah, it's kind of what you want here.
There was not a paperclip in the bin.
Kind of what you needed, in fact. Oh, man.
It's a mini moshing.
Yeah. Got to get that clip in the bin somehow, lol. Yeah, totally. Now the border control here, you don't have to commit the endurance counters. But then
that's the 2nd envelopment.
Element here.
Oh, paperclip is now in the bin. This is breakable. And Up Trigger has already been used this turn, so you can't even let it trash itself.
Has it been used?
Yes, to get the mouseless, correct? Off of Svikator.
Oh, but that was on the corpse turn.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was last turn. You're right. That was last turn.
Live.
Yeah, so this is fascinating. This is such a strange piece of ice. You might see that subroutine trash this ice. Why would I play this? But the idea is that there's a lot of times the runner wants to trash this, because if they don't trash this envelopment, or sorry, if they don't break it, this gets trashed, and then the envelopment can become a border control installed and rezzed from deck for free. And that's massively powerful. So Tug might actually boat through all of this. They could just end the run here. They can paperclip through all of this. Didn't want to see this one. Yeah, there's only 1 ice of this, so Tug was probably playing around this. Again, deck lists are open.
The only silver lining to going through this is you got to think this is border control behind the envelopment, and it is at least in Tug's favor if it is, because the border control won't be able to fetch an Offstar, and the next time if he does try to go through this envelopment again, he can let the trash this ice fire and kind of dismantle the scoring remote. The problem is I don't think 13 credits is enough to do all of that while also staying alive.
I think you're right. That last point's the important one. Obviously, Tug can break this ice. Tug can get in. Tug can at least break this ice. Has to go down to 3 credits to do that, and that is extremely dangerous when you know there's a hard-hitting news in hand already.
Yeah. And otherwise, you let that end the run fire, because Endurance can't get through 5 subroutines. It can only get through 4. Oh, Spiderweb, how much we've missed you just to deal with these sort of stuff, but definitely better than Spiderweb on this board state. Such a fascinating decision here. I don't know if Tug can get the access on that few credits. The hard-hitting news is too big of a threat.
It's even worse than hard-hitting news in hand, because it's hard-hitting news in hand plus tutor up a spin doctor to get extra draw to find the boom.
Yeah, and if that's an Atlas, you can even hard-hitting news score an Atlas with a counter, potentially. Oh, I guess they would steal it if they went in, so never mind, but that's also a threat too. Yeah, there? Yeah, Tug is thinking it through.
A real big think on this turn.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to watch Asker. Very aggressive runner, finding some like very, very precise lines. We're firing it.
Whoa. And let the trash subroutine fire.
So we are not spending any of our credits here, hopefully, but Bridgman now has to trash the envelopment. It's not an option. It's not may trash this ice. It's getting trashed. And so Bridgman can use the op ability, which allows you to find a card of this 1 cost less than this and install it and res it for free. Again, for free means without paying credit costs. So if it's something like an Archer, you'd have to forfeit an agenda. That's not happening today. But we're going to go find a 4 cost here and strap it outside on server 8. I don't know if you need ice up central. So you can put the ice anywhere, which is really cool. It doesn't even have to be an ice, but it's going to be an ice.
There's not really any doubt about what this is, right? It's going to be border control. Oh, Veritas. It's not border control.
Veritas. Interesting.
This is a border control on the innermost. That'd be really good, because now they have to paperclip break this for 6. If they don't want to get a 3 credit fire, or they don't want to get through, and even then they're not getting through. That's a good server.
You can definitely get back in. Yeah, you can definitely get back in, but at what real cost? Like, there's going to be some pretty massive credit swings, and
And then you get 2
you're
tags.
probably going to be eating a second tag. Yeah.
And like,
And much like Mouseless, Veritas is a very annoying ice to have on the outside, even though you have this hippo, because what you're gonna pay 8 to install an MK Ultra and fully break it. I don't think you want to do that.
we're going through. You can pay 1 credit to just stop the credits. You can pay 2 credits to go through. Hard-hitting news doesn't need a successful run, if I'm not mistaken, so the run has been made. Now, Tug will access that will force them to stay digital till they'll lose a credit next turn. Sometimes that doesn't help into hard-hitting news as much as you do get the link. But we're breaking all the way through now. Bridgman, if they want to use the border control, the best lining here is that Tug Asger will not have to deal with the ob trigger off the border control as well, because it's only once per turn and it's already been used.
September A&R in chat is asking, do you even use border control here? I think you do, because if we make the assumption this is Atlas in the remote,
Yeah.
the line you can still take is advance to score a Atlas with a counter and then still level the HHN.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially because Spin Doctor's coming up and you can get some of these back into the deck. You can also, like, on the turn, Spigator away the Veritas into like an end to run 3 cost, like Afshar and Sandstone. That's also useful if you were not confident that the remote server is strong going into the following turns. But like the Spigator is like so, I don't know, it's easy to underappreciate this thing. This thing is kind of like the old Blue Sun decks where you can rip up your board state at the cost of getting a surprise boost of credits. There you go, border control.
In the run.
We're smashing centrals here, hard-hitting news, no surprise. I think there's 2 in HQ if we're not mistaken. But there's a food.
Oh, there's a food though.
Okay.
That's a good find.
On the board.
Tug, floating the tag. There's no active tag punishment in this list. It's just the Paladin Puemo. She can come down if you want to spend the time. Well, let's see what happens here with the launch campaign. You could speak a
Does the
turret.
extractor or does the excavator trash something here? Launch campaign's an obvious target. Yep, sure enough, it gets excavated.
Oh, economic warfare into hard-hitting news here is going to be good.
Yep.
Zero coster. I think it's only Spin Doctor. I don't know if there's much else in this list that costs just 0.
Rashida, potentially.
Rashida.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's Rashida as well. And there is also extractor, or excavator, but I don't think that's a good get here.
No, I can think of some better gets.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wow, this is fascinating. That turn took more time than some entire Sportsmetal matches. And there's nothing wrong with that because I think that's interesting. That means we're doing something cool. Nothing wrong with Sportsmetal, but like, oh.
Okay, well, hold on. It is another excavator.
Am I the moron? No one answered that.
Oh, man. Okay, so we got double Spigator. You can always trash one. It's just like Aesop's Pawn Shop. Like, it gets something out of your R&D. That sometimes is a downside if you're worried about agenda density, but it's just another thing to excavate. And then you can get a -1 cost card. I'm kidding, but it's not bad. Richmond now still starting their turn here. They have the wall-to-wall. They can only get 1 fire off of this. Oh, they've already done it. They got a credit. So advance. Atlas with token.
Atlas with token. Okay. And what's the last click? Jam?
Jam.
And a jam. All right, we have a jam.
So
I'm choosing to not play the HHN.
It's hard, right? It's 8 credits and a link, and I think you want to wait for the economic warfare to make it really stick. And you know the Atlas means there's an economic warfare, and this remote server is still quite difficult. So the problem is like Bridgman here, I think they're threatening Rashida. Global Food Initiative is not really going to do anything at server 8, but above the law off the top.
Hang on.
Oh, now server 8 looks a lot worse than it did before because it does not end the run.
Top of R&D here, Tug. Nothing. But the fact that the Mad Dash was hit by the damage early is going to be a world of difference here, where Asgore is no longer considered to be on game point with the Mad Dash in the bin. DreamNet, though, coming down a bit late here. Floating attack. This shouldn't draw, right? No. Spin Doctor from HQ.
DreamNet should
I
not
will
trigger.
not.
Let's trash a Spin Doctor out of HQ. So let's see if the Sphitogore is going to do anything this turn. There are 2 of them that can trigger.
You can always trash the wall again to get a Spin Doctor if you want to. It's not doing a lot. So far in the bin, we have 2 Spin Doctors out. So there's only 2 more recursion pieces if you need them. And again, op recursion is a bit more valuable than some other decks where just shuffling cards back into your deck might not matter in the long run. With op, if you can tutor those cards, they can matter immediately. But there is a credit differential here. 6 credits to 12. Bridgman has very easy access to hard-hitting news in hand. I think that's 2 of the 3 cards from HQ. and an economic warfare could come. But Project Atlas, just getting the token even to like get an Audacity could matter for install advanced global food. It looks like we're trashing the Veritas. Let's get a 3-coster.
Shoring up R&D.
Big old barrier. That's probably going to get hippoed, ain't it? If not, yeah, endurance hippoed probably.
Yeah, I'm curious about that decision. I really liked what server
Me
rate
too.
looked like. But I guess Bridgeman he might be worried about that server the minute that the next agenda gets scored. It's game.
Oh,
Well,
there's
never-
an Azio.
Double Stargate hit. Whoa!
Trashes Stargate and Stargate.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa! My gates! My gates!
My gate.
Okay.
Alright,
Gate's
it's canceled.
So R&D is now singles, and if Bridgman can get a 3-2 agenda, which is again most of the agendas in the deck, barring the 2 global food initiatives, they can pull Audacity at instant speed. If he has an Audacity in hand, oh no, that's a
Oh,
food.
there's
God.
a GFI though. This is game point. It is not
Launch campaign, we're going
it
back.
Still
Go
could
fresh
be launch
cards.
campaign.
Go
That's a
fresh
new
cards.
access.
This doesn't look like an agenda.
God,
I
no, this does
have
not
to
feel
think there would be a
agenda-like.
lot more popping off if this were an agenda.
But Tug is not worried about hard hitting news, hoping he can end the game.
Run
If there's
HQ
there's one of the two.
finds HHN.
So if Bridgman has the Audacity in hand, he has the win. If he has a 3-2 agenda, he has the win. Again, that Atlas token can be used at instant speed, and we have one single Audacity in the list. This list does not have hostile takeover, so you're going to have to score at least a 2-point agenda. And we're going to trash the mouse list to get a 3-cost card, smash that onto R&D.
That's the 3 cost.
There's the Afshar.
Afshar onto R&D.
I
Okay.
love this Weyland. It's like re-sculpting the board. The game
Oh
state
my
keeps changing. It's awesome. Wall to wall also drawing a card. So we have very much broken R&D lock, let alone we shuffled with the Svigator, which is very necessary when the opponent is seeing the top of R&D. So the Global Food Initiative, the last one is awkward, but any other agenda, if Bridgman has it in hand, can win this turn. There's no clickless card draw.
Bridgeman is not immediately like
Hold
windmill
on, here's an
slam.
install.
Hang on.
You have to hold
We
on for
don't
another
see an
turn.
advancement yet.
There's
No,
only
just
one more
an
spin
install and
doctor.
install.
You'd want
He
that.
does not have it.
There's
And
the
an
hard
HHN.
There's
hitting.
the
Okay,
HHN.
HHN
All
does
right,
come
so
down.
And now
really driving home the point that Asger, you're dead next turn if you don't win right now.
Asger has one good access. Run HQ, run R&D, hope for the best. Hippo is going to make that actually
Here's the
two
Hippo. That
runs.
opens R&D back up.
Yeah. You're going to need to charge your endurance by running central server. Technically not charged, but close enough. And then you can run R&D twice. If you get a
Ew.
trashable.
Was that a
Raw card,
misclick?
gain credit.
No, he needed to charge the boat.
Yeah,
Oh,
needs to
boat
charge the
card
boat.
counter. Okay.
So this Afshar, you can break
So
all of it.
This boat is going to get rid of that Afshar.
Single access could be it.
R&D is now open.
Nothing but
Wall-to-wall
Walter.
trash.
All right, fresh cards.
Fresh card.
No.
Man, might wanna
Just an
consider
unseen.
something.
That's not an agenda, and that's game.
Wow.
Bridgman
Wow.
takes it. What a game. If you're confused why the concession is there, is Tug has 5 tags. And Bridgman has enough credits and the ability to pull any card from deck. So boom, the 7 meat damage punishment is going to be drawn next turn. Asger is just going to be able to pile the cards up and shuffle in a bit sooner. But that is a clean game. Whoa, 6-6. And yet the meat damage would seal it. Who knows if he drew the Audacity? We'll never find out. But that was clutch. Asger's
You know what
saying
this
it.
means?
Sorry?
You know what this means?
What's that?
Bridgman is at 0 deaths.
Yeah.
Full lives. Everyone else is on 1 or eliminated.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, it's a boss fight now, huh? Everyone's just throwing
Yeah.
themselves at Bridgman, saying they can take down the champ.
That was a clinic from Bridgeman.
Oh, so cool.
That was impeccably played.
You
It
said,
really shows why I'm sitting here. There were so many times that I was thinking, oh, this can't possibly be the play. Nope, sure enough. Search
He
up the
won't get a
Svigator.
second Spyagador. He's not gonna tutor up another excavator, right?
you did say there's also like so many or sorry, you saw in chat after that Asger the Tug was saying like those 2 Stargate hits, the Azef for 2 Stargates was like very clearly having a huge impact on the game. And wow, well shot. You got to shoot your shots. Okay, we got some standings. I think that was the last round, and again we're gonna be flying through this. Let's jump over back to Cobra.
I don't think this wasn't on any HB ice, but you could say that obelisk successfully gatekeeps against that Hoshiko list.
So here we are standings. Okay, so unfortunately aunthemod did take their loss there. So the Americas contingent, have been defeated. So we are left only with the Euro Africa team versus Asia Pacific. If you haven't followed the Continentals, it's important to know that these players are not actually from all these regions. You can enter any continental you want in which the time zone made sense, as long as you only enter one every year. So we still have players from all over playing from all over. And it's just Bridgman there with 3 lives, while everyone else is on life support. We have Tug on 1 heart left, and while Sokka and iceprisma, the 2 finalists from Asia Pacific, are still holding on 2. So I feel like at this point, like obviously one person's going to get eliminated next round, but whoever's fighting against Bridgman probably drew a bit the shorter straw. We'll see what that pairing up is going to look like. But Bridgman's definitely very comfortable. You know, when you're in the finals and you're the upper seed, so you can only like you have to lose 2 games in a row. Imagine that on 3 games.
Looks like Sokka is going to be against the boss this round.
Okay.
Pants, I'm going to give you an assignment for Worlds, okay? Are you ready for your homework? Yeah. You need to print up a alt art of Op that's, instead of extract Excel, export Excel, it says Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss.
Fantastic. Yes.
This is going to be exciting again. This is not going to be on for much longer. I don't know if we're going to hit the 9 rounds. This could be over in as soon as 2 rounds, right? One person gets dropped here, and then if Bridgman can win 2 games in a row, that is it. Again, if you are an Intercontinental champion, not only do you get to see your likeness drawn up in full quality by whatever artist that Nisei commissions for it. So far, we've seen the soccer art, and it's quite stellar. But on top of that, you do get the Worlds buy. I do not have confirmation whether all of these players are currently going to be going to Worlds. I think the Worlds buy does carry over to the next Worlds you attend to. I don't know if it's gated on. It doesn't expire, does it? There's no way.
I doubt it would.
Yeah.
I don't have confirmation on that. I'm not part of OP, but
yeah, whatever. We'll find out. But we'll see the pairings.
Do we want to see the guaranteed elimination match? That would be Tug versus iceprisma.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Tug Corp yet, have we?
No, I'm not even sure what he's on.
He's on Asa, right?
Oh, is
really?
I think he's on Asa, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you're totally right. It's Asa. It has...
Yeah, we have not seen this list.
It's nothing too flashy. This Asa list has a single ice wall in it. That's what the meta's come through. That you just need an end to run bury you. You need a vanilla because of the book. We're playing 1 influence for an ice wall.
See what needs me. I'll be in the basement.
You just can't. It's 1 credit cheaper than wraparound, so you might as well, huh? Oh man, this is sick. It's also on the architect deployment test. That 4-2 agenda slot in a lot of the HB decks is a bit contentious now that we've lost the Cyberdeck sandbox to the last ban list, but we're looking at 14 ice, 2 border controls, 2 Chrysiums, a single mana garm. So this is not an Asa list that's having big defensive upgrades. In fact, it only has 1, but it is tech to deal with Apocalypse and Deep Dive. Let's see if that matters in this matchup. I don't know if Ice Prisma is on either of those. No, Prisma is just on the classic same list that they were on, if I'm not mistaken, the Bridgman list.
And we really do have the full gamut of architect deployment test value. You can get something as impactful as an Onsel or Fairchild 3 rest for free, or you could save 1 credit on Iceball.
Yeah. Yo, people are not even
fascinated by this Austin group deck.
People are not.
I need to see this. It looks like Asger's prepping for a meta where Vitruvius is banned, right? Like that's the only explanation I can think of.
What is the HB Ice?
I think you're right.
Echo? People are not even running Echo, which is 0 strength, so it's a fair bit worse against Amakua, but that is hilarious, that Ice Wall. I'd love to see that do something meaningful. And we actually have seen it. Like, no joke, in Continentals, we've seen Ice Wall be annoying, where people are spending 2 bolt counters to get through the little dinky corset Weyland barrier. This is sick.
Yeah, why pay more for a ice with 2 subroutines when you can pay less for 1? It's cost both the same amount.
It lets you duck underneath your what's it called? Your bladder wort if you need to. Fantastic. I think the lat deck that Ice Prisma is playing, it has.
We are good to stream.
Oh, perfect.
We're good to stream on this table. It's not up yet, but we are good to stream on it.
So this looks pretty consistent to what we've seen before. I think there's only 2 changes. I'm trying to figure out exactly what they are. The forensics on this are a bit difficult, but we have the 1 single self-modifying code. So that came in at the slot of the Into the Depths, but also we're no longer on Parisia, and I'm not sure where that slot got repositioned to.
Well, Caldera is also taking up a pad tap.
Caldera, that's it.
One of the changes.
Oh, so there's a 3rd change too, right? Because the Parisia's gone.
I'll tell you where that Parisha went.
Yeah.
2nd Mad Dash.
Oh, right on.
Ooh,
yeah, huge.
That's important.
And
this is a GFI deck, so that does matter.
We've seen.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big deal.
Yeah. We've seen so many matches where that Mad Dash is the most important thing. Like even in the last one, like the Mad Dash is game winning, it lost to meat damage, and now the game goes on. So We're gonna keep going. That's really cool changes. It's also really exciting to see how this list changes, and while it is only slightly, it changes to address the modern meta. So you see Continentals week after week after week. This lat deck is slowly evolving, just slightly changing shape to be able to deal with the problems presented to it.
Unlocks one of my favorite plays in Netrunner, which I have in fact made, which is mad dash, fail to find, hit mad dash.
Yeah, it's like yeah, when you audacity away your audacity, that sort of stuff just happens. All right,
it does. Unfortunately, it's just part of the game.
We only have a couple rounds left here. We should be starting up. Only one of the tables is spun up. I'm not sure if there's a gap between this. I think Bridgman still has to play right away, right? It's not like they're waiting for anything else.
There's 4 players
we're
left,
waiting on
so...
we're waiting on confirmation.
Cool.
Players are waiting for the round to officially start.
And again, hey, if you're watching at home, welcome to twitch.tv/Project Nisei. Firstly, there's a raffle in the chat. Why wouldn't you write !raffle in there? You have a chance of getting it. It looks like they're alt art surveyors donated by Dropbear. Huge shout out for Dropbear. We had him on the stream just a bit before. Get involved in that, of course. Hit follow if you want to be notified when Nisei is next going live. Maybe that's going to be at Worlds. Maybe there's something before Worlds. I don't know. Nisei streams erratically, but we'll see at Worlds at least. Otherwise, you can subscribe Nisei if you have that Amazon Prime burning a hole in your pocket. No doubt that helps support Nisei. That money goes to them and all the great stuff they do.
I would recommend it. You do get to spam green orbs in chat, which is extremely important in a green orb meta.
Wait, do I have a green orb emote and I didn't know it? I do? Oh my god.
You do if you have a tier 1 sub to Nisei.
Oh, this is awesome. I had no idea I unlocked that.
Thank you, chat. Thank you for the green orbs. That's exactly what we want to see.
That's super cool. Okay, get some orbs in chat. Oh.
Right after we ban the card Rozeki, can we ban the Rozeki emote too?
No, it's gonna live on forever.
I think because of scarcity, it probably has to go up to tier 3 though.
I think that's the subs that I don't have access to. Yeah, it's good. Ban Rozeki. So I'm not saying Rozeki is going to be banned, but this is a very important talking point. Again, if you're just tuning in, you're getting ready for Worlds, maybe you're new to Netrunner competitive play, is that Nisei has said there's going to be a new update to the ban list within, they say, 3 weeks of Worlds, which is just about next week, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're building your decks, just pay attention to, again, follow Nisei on Twitter, nisei.net. They'll update everything there to see what changes are going to be made, because, of course, you don't want to spend time tuning a deck and then realize that that's not something you can bring to the standard format. On top of that, at Worlds, there is also a startup event. Whether there's going to be a startup ban list, I don't know. I don't think they've said anything like that. But do remember, there are side events at Worlds like Startup, the Crown of Lasers tournament. If you want to get involved in a team tournament, we'd highly recommend that. In fact, this is our team here, which is pretty funny. We haven't prepared for it.
You have the chance to potentially sweep our team or get swept by our team.
Yeah, those are the only 2 options, but one of them is going to happen for sure. All right.
It looks like we are in game. They are starting off, so we are already Asa installed. So we haven't seen Asa yet this tournament. So if you are not familiar with Asa Group, this is the first time you install a card each turn. You can also install another non-agenda card from HQ in the same server or protecting the same server. So you are not seeing an incorrect board state. There are 4 installed cards after Tug's first turn.
This is HB. It's about efficiency. It might not be too flashy, but currently in this game, just being efficient, getting ahead of that sort of economy over time engines that a lot of the runners are running is really important. This is an ID that has 1 world. It is just very, very quite good. And you're going to see that Tug is going to be very aggressively able to build board states, to put stuff behind ice and force out those boat counters, force out that early aggression that iceprisma might not be equipped to deal with if they don't draw in too well. Top of R&D there, single axis. Poking for singles here, probably for a tap warp, I reckon. We'll see what comes down. Just a pad tap into a Beth. Not a bad start. That Beth is going to be guaranteed some sort of value. But the remote server must have something nice if Rashida's hanging out there with the Maryland.
Tried to set up the Skunkworks server early.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There you go. Whoa!
There's Luminal. Time walk.
That's the one you want.
Right.
Get your 3 clicks back. This allows you to score an agenda and still build your board state, let alone getting that extra click with Asa is worth 2 clicks sometimes as long as you're installing stuff. And you're going to see Tug is going to value this aggression. Another really big card in this matchup is fully operational. It's an operation. You play it for 1 credit. Oh, there it is. Okay. So You gain 2 credits to draw 2 cards, and you get to repeat this for every ice server. And there's no ability, no identity in Netrunner that allows you to build ice servers as quickly as a ASA group. So this is such a powerful card. For 1 click, 1 credit, we just drew 2 cards, gained 4 credits. And this scales linearly into the game. So we'll see how it goes. But iceprisma now to 1 credit has the boat. We're hoping for an agenda here.
Club.
Woo!
Border control.
You can't pop that here.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably the perfect time to be hitting that border control.
See, that's an agenda. They don't have a lot of money to trash stuff. You'd love to see an upgrade here for Asger. And it's just an off-world office, though.
It is an agenda. It's an off-world office.
Sneaky.
Huge call there. That means Asger probably has the seamless launch in hand, the ability to score at that 4-2 next turn. But now the game is totally different when you understand that short window. You remember that one turn where your ice couldn't be broken? It was a while ago.
Only a true master would try to push through another agenda in server 4.
Let's see if Prisma is contesting this again. They don't have a lot of credits. Oh, we're gonna check it.
Running for it.
Oh, it's there.
I love it.
Okay, so
Keep him honest. I'm a huge fan of this play.
And we're gonna boat through the ice wall.
It's a spin doctor. It's
No,
safe.
I love the decision there.
Is this the glacier that brings down the boat eventually?
It could be. It absolutely could be. You don't need a single
we all saw
advancement
the
on
end of
that
that movie.
You don't need a single advancement on that thing for it to be just as taxing to the endurance.
Just as good. Spin
So
doctor.
this is already a fantastic res just for this value server.
Now the boat is empty, and iceprisma is only going to be on 2 credits. They did get their pad campaign, so there's not going to be much they're getting. This is not precision design, so they can actually work hard if they want to focus on getting their clickless card draw, but Tug has the border control. So now they can put something on the outside, a Fairchild 3, and on sell, whatever they need, and start jamming behind that server, and that's going to be a real tax for the endurance. While losing that off-world office is a big hit, Tug is set up for the future, and I think they're in a pretty okay spot here. Start with the hedge, get some money up. Again, a lot of the ice in this deck is quite expensive. Reviewing the list, we're on 3 Fairchild, 1 Ansel. So a few less Ansels than we saw. We're also on double Magnet, which is kind of the respect play against some of these botchless lists, some of the Eco lists. Tug is playing botchless himself.
Magnet also notably equally good as Ice Wall against the boat.
Oh, yeah.
Very true. Now, one interesting thing about this ASA group list, we talked about next activation command with when we were talking about the PD lists. This ASA is on 2 next activation command, so there are lines where you build up a bad enough server, you play a next activation command, and that server is unbreakable even though you don't have a Void in there, potentially even though you don't have a Skunkworks in there.
And we saw 3 cards hit the table after that Spin Doctor draw. Only 3 in hand. We're checking server 5 there. Likely to be a Marilyn or a Nico. Some just incidental value. But we have seen Asger just like put Rashida's out there. It's a Nico though. You don't mind checking that. It does give you your endurance counter. You can trash that for 2 if you want. That card is one of the few assets that's actually economically positive on the turn that it's res. So a lot of times that draws a bit more heat. But iceprisma understands with 3 credits, that's not the biggest of their concerns. Paperclip in the bin as well.
This lat start does not seem overly explosive. Really did not
at all.
succeed in getting the drip setup that it needed to.
But that's like the hedge, like, you know, that's what happens when you like hard cast endurance on turn 2, right? Like you get rewarded, but also your early game is going to get a fair bit uglier.
I mean, in fairness, it did steal a 4-2, but at what real cost?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think Asger wants to take this.
It's a tough decision. It's a very tough decision because I think, especially given that it was the off-world office, you're in a much worse spot if you don't drop down the boat and steal that.
So Asger here,
especially because that would have put Asger on 4 points as well, and now you pretty much have to check everything that's advanced forever.
Mm-hmm.
Tug taking their time here to plan out this turn again. Drawing in this deck is a bit more interesting than some other decks if you want to draw earlier in your turn, because it can get you a better double install. Sometimes you're looking at a single install and hoping you can just milk a bit more value from it. We have a server 1 again. Could be a defensive upgrade. There's only 1 in the list, and I don't think we're going to need Chrysiums at all for this matchup, barring maybe putting an R&D to maybe slow down later Stargate. But 3 clicks here, 11 credits. We have a lot of good drip economy coming in. The pad tap is something you can consider trashing when their economy is not very robust on the runner side. Beth currently is going to draw a card, but we're just going to start slow scoring something. Server 6 as well, no double install. What's the wait there? Is that a food this early?
either a food or it's an architect deployment test, probably to set up the next score.
Yeah.
But it really feels like food. I think these seamless launch decks really can often struggle to score food as the last agenda and would strongly prefer to score it first or second. The ability to bluff the game-winning agenda off of a unadvanced card in a remote with the power of seamless launch is really unparalleled.
Yeah, you're totally right. There is a huge difference in the game state, especially when Shaper scales better into the late game.
Yeah, especially with the economic start that this Oslo group has had, you're not so worried about needing the 7 credits off of Off-World Office since you've gotten to tick down your campaigns like this.
Prisma, drawing up first click. Again, I don't know if this has been on purpose, but Asger is making it really hard for a lad to get that free card draw. They want to go down to 3. Prisma's also going to take a chance to think here. Again, you have 40 minutes to play this game out. This game is probably not going to go to 40 minutes, so runners taking their time to think this through is definitely appreciated. You get to see the better lions, the best lions. Here, what can you do? If you want to run HQ, you can get a bit of a read what's there. You probably want to try and run every turn. This is not a hard-hitting news deck, so getting that second charge on the endurance means that next turn you can contest a remote server with a single ice. This sort of stuff is important. You want to make sure that you are, if you're relying on your endurance, you have to pay the ferry tax. And here we go, hit top of R&D.
R&D?
Paid
Here's
out.
the ADT. That's a good rip.
Now with double Mad Dash, are you
Now
worried that this is just game point?
This is 1 Mad Dash away.
Oh, I'm very sweaty. I'm strong sweaty at the moment.
Now, you obviously you do have a border control to shut down a single Mad Dash. You do potentially die to 2 of them.
R&D.
But if you're gonna die to 2 of them, that does mean you have to have both Mad Dashes in hand, so you would theoretically hit Mad Dash with Mad Dash, my favorite play in Netrunner.
Speaking of sweating, Tug definitely has an agenda score here with 4 agenda points, and we know iceprisma is on 2 copies of Mad Dash. We haven't seen any yet. Now the Stargate is going to be respected with the Spin Doctor, so you don't have to worry about that. But just like Mad Blind Mad Dash into R&D, that could be an issue. I don't think that's a line you're going to see until desperation sets in. And so we'll see here if Tug doesn't seamless launch a potential 5-3 in remote server, they don't have the time to ice up R&D. And I don't know if you complete singles. It looks like we're going to find out.
It's just the food.
Just as we thought.
So that is installed and advanced the hard way. No clicks left. No seamless is used on that.
And this
no seamless is in this game.
Yeah.
There's no biotics, so there's still going to have to be remote play here to close the game out. And as that boat keeps charging itself, it's getting a bit trickier, especially with only border control as your really unfair end the run card. We don't have Anoetic. We only have 1 Mana Garm.
Yeah, and I have some bad news to the fans of Sam Swede in the audience. There is no big deal threat to end this game. We're on 0 copies of Big Deal in this Asa.
One out.
Prisma drawing up. Off the top of R&D here again, if they steal an agenda, it just means that you don't have to worry about Mad Dash. This is another agenda you're not drawing, unfortunately. And Tug has the ability to break R&D lock here with the Spin Doctor. Technically, the Nico campaign will be breaking R&D lock anyways. If the top isn't trashed, you will see another card off the draw there. But this Iced Up Spin Doctor is really good. It prevents iceprisma from just yellowing down a Stargate. Drafter from HQ. This is not a Mad Dash deck.
Drafter.
No, Tapworm. Throwing out a daily cast, assuming the game might be going up a bit too fast. Here. Yeah, definitely good. 18 credits. You're going to get a lot off that Tapworm, and it looks like Tug is not purging here. You don't have any virus.
I think you're gonna need that money that you get off of Tapworm too, because you're gonna have to start challenging remotes. You're gonna have to get into server 1 every single turn something is jammed if you want to be safe.
Now, one thing that I think Tug should be wary of is Into the Depths on server 4 is a pretty hot play at the moment. That's going to allow you to both defuse the Spin Doctor as well as potentially set up the Stargate to close things out.
Yeah, the server 1 threat
or
makes
potentially just get your paperclip down for free essentially too.
Yeah, paperclip in the bin. That's super important. That allows you to deal with the 2 res dice so far, but of course you're expecting things like Fairchild 3, which with 5 clicks is a bit easier to deal. Tug, oh man, iceprisma just got, 3 credits off the Tapworm, click off of Beth? Cool, you do all the work. I'll just ferry along. I'll just attach my boat to your boat. But Tug is threatening the game here. While there's only so many 3-2s in the list, in fact, I think there's only 1, and it's scored. With Seamless Launch in hand, you're expecting there's 3 in the list, 4 cards in hand. You've probably seen one by now. We could assume R&D It's probably the drafter. That on server 1 is not the best ice for the remote server without playing a lot of defensive upgrades. Prisma generally needs one lucky mad dash or 2 good accesses, and I don't think there's any agendas in HQ here. In terms of Prisma's list, in terms of the breakers, we're looking at a nanotech that deals with the taller remote better than some of the other options. And we're also still, of course, on a hyperbaric, which if you need to deal with something really quickly, like you do actually have to break a Fairchild 3, that's very expensive. I'm not sure if we have a gatekeepers up in Tug's list. It looks like we do have 2, so that's going to come in at 6 strength as well. Arguably taxing, more taxing, potentially, than a Fairchild 3 that provides all additional routes to navigate those waters.
Only one
notably we
well,
are at
really,
the
kinda
onsl's
neutering
not
the
looking very
nanotech.
good.
Yeah.
It's not looking great right now because we are at the break point for Onsell versus Nanotech with the 3 ice on server 1.
At least if it's on server 1. If on sale and R&D, very different story.
Very different story, agreed. That would that'd be real rough to get through.
Prisma understanding that this could easily be the last turn in the game, and by that, last turn in the whole Intercontinentals. So they're definitely going to take their time. 5 clicks is a lot. You want to start drawing out that decision tree. That gets real wide real fast. So they need to find their best play. We're going to start here with Into the Depths. We'll see if it's R&D, but it looks like we're going to the ice wall. The question is it paperclip or is it endurance? I feel like the endurance is more valuable than just the paperclip credits. This is also going to charge the endurance if you get through. That gives you 4 endurance counters. There you go, the paperclip, so you can deal with 2 pieces of ice. I don't think you popped the Spin Doctor. You forced them to trash that.
I agree.
So they got...
So endurance gets a counter from itself. What's Into the Depths going to do?
Gotta be money, huh?
Money, charge?
Because you're not getting to 6 charges, so 5 doesn't matter.
You basically can't get the Stargate if at this point.
Yeah, it's just money to pay for this paperclip.
Mm-hmm. They only get 1 option off of this, so they pick the first one, the simpler one, less reading to be done, but 4 credits is important. The question is whether they trash the Spin Doctor. If they don't, Stargate is not alive. And now at this point, they have to trash the Spin Doctor, install the Stargate Mad Dash. They can still do all of it.
Yeah, and server 1 is really tough to get into because if this is Gatekeeper, you are not getting into server 1 today.
Yeah. And Prisma still has a
whole
turn left with 8 credits. So it looks like Stargate's probably not the play here with the Spin Doctor. So that might mean that they're more likely trying to contest the remote server. Click for credit. They only have 9 credits. They still can break 2 ice, and we're just going for it.
Okay.
Whoa, clicking for the credit means you can't click through this. Not that you'd always want to, considering the border control, but if there's another hard end to run here, this is totally safe.
You can endurance this and trash 1 card to get through.
Mm-hmm. And then,
but if there is another, yeah, exactly. If there's a magnet is all it takes here.
Yeah, even an ice wall would be. Oh, actually, no, they have a paperclip. It needs to be a magnet or a gatekeeper, right?
Yeah. Either of those,
really
and the game
really
is
pushing to make that ice wall the best card in this deck.
It's technically mattered, but yeah, no, it's okay, huh? We're firing all. We're breaking 2 of them, so we're gonna see trash card here or pay 3 credits. You probably need your credits, so we're gonna see Stone Chip lost, but actually the pad depth, the Stone Chip is actually useful. So the 5th charge could have been the 6th charge there if they didn't want the 4 credits. That's fascinating. That's the perfect res.
The Gatekeeper. Server 1 is locked down this turn.
That's gonna seal up this this server.
And this is awkward.
It has to be. You got to find 3 points somehow now if you're Ice Prisma, and I think Blind Mad Dash into HQ is 1 line. Blind Mad Dash into R&D is another line. If you think that this isn't a border control, this is a real tough position to be in, though.
Explode if Ice Prisma wins this game off of a Blind Mad Dash.
It's like probably
Blind Mad
the
Dash
play.
drawn off the Stone Ship chart room. That would be so sick.
Like, I think if you know you're out, you just you Mad Dash R&D, you Mad Dash HQ, and you hope. That being said, the Gatekeeper could have shuffled back if they needed to, but Stone Ship to draw 2. There's 2 Mad Dash here and 36 cards.
Let's see it. Blind Mad Dash. Give us the Blind Mad Dash.
Come on, baby.
Give us the Blind Mad Dash. We need it.
And they let the Gatekeeper fire. That's important because if you do break it, you're not getting an R&D, and then there's no way you're winning the game. Assuming that Asker didn't just draw into agendas and not shuffle them back, which, you know, maybe. What Prisma's thinking here, you have 1 click to draw into Mad Dash if you don't have it. Again, 2 and 36.
My guess is Prisma may have one Mad Dash, but not the other. So at least if it was me in this position, I'd be thinking about, okay, which server do I feel luckier at?
Again, this also could not be game. There's a chance that this isn't game. This could just be Rashida, right?
Oh,
like
yeah,
Ice Prisma
absolutely.
also.
This could just be Duckworks or just some garbage.
This deck needs a third Mad Dash.
Yeah, you added the second one.
Yeah,
You keep going.
Tug could easily be sitting here knowing this is just a Nico campaign in server 1, being like, man, the mental tax that I just put on my opponent for absolutely nothing, I'm just going to leave the winning agenda in HQ and install it next turn.
Nothing is better than slow playing your opponent slow playing themselves.
Oh, there's a drafter. So
Okay.
blind Mad Dash through drafter is a line, assuming there's no Mana Garm. Well, no, Mana Garm actually you can pay for. So that would work.
It looks like they don't have it. I think they would have drawn into it. So this is going to be awkward. If Prisma can get a single here and come back for a second single, there's a chance. With 4 credits, Tug can still score just about any agenda. You don't have to deal with the Nico campaign. So we're going to endurance through this thing. Maybe the last counters from the boat. This Intercontinentals for Prisma. We'll see what they take here. Off the top, nothing. 12 credits. The top of R&D is safe. You could maybe Mad Dash HQ, but I don't think we have it.
Oh, it's
My
not the
heart
blind
just-
Mad
my heart
Dash.
just, like split in two.
There it is.
That's why you need the third Mad Dash. It was not in hand. That is the Architect deployment test and the win for Tug.
What a fast game. Again, 19 minutes for 7 turns. The players are taking their turn here, and of course they are. This is super important. Unfortunately for Ice Prisma, that is going to be the end of their run. We got to see that. I've never actually seen Architect deployment test fire, I don't think, but it looks like we got a border control. Nice.
Oh, I think we saw one. It was either last week or the week before, and I think it got like a Rashida.
Good enough. All right, that is unfortunately going to be it for Ice Prisma, having a fantastic run, coming in second place with new decks they picked up for the APAC Continentals, but that is their final life. Tug is still surviving there, representing the Euro Africa's contingent. We just have one game going on here, Bridgman versus Sokka. Let's.
It is over. Sokka. So Bridgman did win that game.
So Sokka is
out. So we
out.
have the final 2 participants.
Right, so we will have a new Intercontinental champion, 5 sure.
Whoa.
Yep.
Okay.
Sokka's reign is over.
We have Tug versus Bridgman in the boss rush.
Yeah, this is hard.
And that is going to be how this ends.
So this is the updated standings. We have.
So the story is now, can Tug go runner, and rip 3 straight wins off of Bridgman, who has not dropped a game all day?
3 in a row. Yeah, that can't feel good. Like, you really can't feel good about that. It is the boss rush, right? Like, you have to play perfectly consistently. And these players, like, they've played each other so far. I think Tug has lost a game to Bridgman on Intercontinentals already, if I'm not mistaken, let alone probably at Euro Africa's. They did face off probably multiple times, I'm guessing. Yo, this is a wild finals. There's like, when you're coming in from the lower brackets, this is coming in from the lowest bracket, right? Like, you really have to get into lower bracket, then you keep going up. Oh.
Can David defeat Goliath? Anyone got any predictions?
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a game 3. Let me tell you, if we just can get to game 3, I think that'll be a lot of work done. It's cool too. Also, I think we have like 4 distinct decks. Or no, is Bridgman also on Lat? No, on Bridgman, the 2 runner decks are very similar, but we have at least 2 corp decks. That's really cool.
Tug is on.
Oh, we do have 4 different decks.
Hoshiko.
Yeah, totally. Hoshiko,
so
and
we have
normal.
Hoshiko, we have Asa, we have
Excuse me.
Lat, and we have Ob.
Yeah, cool. So we're actually going to see 4 distinct things. I don't know whether we're going to jump in straight into the game right away, whether there's a bit of a break. I know we're trying to fly through this. We'll see. I think a lot of times that these players are going to want a bit of a break. So speaking of break, I think this is the good time that you can't stretch your legs, because we might have a boss rush. We might have just 3 games back to back to back if Asker wants to take it all the way and take the Intercontinental Championship as long or as well as the Continental Champion. Otherwise, Bridgman there just has to get lucky one of these games, right? That's all it takes, just getting a bit lucky. Anywho, we're going to throw into some music. Hopefully, you'll be right here. We're going to be back in probably less than 5 minutes to get back into what could easily be the finals of the 2022 Continental Championship. We'll see y'all in a bit. right, welcome back to Intercontinentals. We're just about to start. The game has just popped up. We only have 2 players left. Bridgman, undefeated from Euro Africa, is the 3rd place finish, if I'm not mistaken, versus the winner of Euro Africa's. That's Tug, who is on their last life. So this is triple elimination. So we're going to have to lose, Bridgman's going to have to lose 3 games in a row. Asker has that uphill path they need to navigate, but the game is just about to start. We're going to throw ourselves right over there. Real quick, my name is Andre from the Metropol Grid. I'm joined by Pants. How's it going, Neuropantser?
Doing great. Looking forward to this boss rush. I think this is one of the most interesting spots to be in as the Corp.
Yes. Also, of course, Cranked is here as well. Pleasure to have you, Cranked.
Up, man.
And we are off with a good start. So it was random what side both of these players are going to play. I don't know if it was because the finals, or I think that both players have actually played the same amount of Runner and Corp. So we have an untimed round
They
here.
played exactly the same amount of Runner and Corp.
Okay. So on the bottom of your screen, you have TugtetguT. I'll be saying Asger, that's his name, and he is having to play this Asa group. We just saw him clinch this out against another lat deck, and Bridgman is playing a very similar lat deck. So we'll see how this matchup goes, whether it's very similar, whether we're going to see the same narrative beats where Bridgman smashes down the boat as soon as possible, because Tug has been jamming out really aggressively agendas. You also do see the R&D ice, which is not the first thing you see here. This makes it a bit harder sometimes to get value off the early tapeworm, but largely means Stargate is going to be a bit protected going into the next couple turns. Let's see how they start here. Man, the difference in like confidence levels going into this. Obviously, Tug is like such a competitor. He's definitely going to give this his 110 and has a chance of making this, but Bridgman's sitting comfortable there, knowing he only has to win 1 game to 3 it's a much more comfortable chair, let me tell you.
You only have to win 1 game out of 3, but at the same time, if you lose 2 in a row, I think at that point you're losing the mental game a little bit.
So
pad tap does go down here, so deleting some of that generous drip that Lat had installed, daily cast will still drip in money, but Nico campaign not going to continue to make money for Lat.
Getting that Asa group trigger one more time again, setting up those fully operationals later on. They're already in a really good spot, but we'll see Bridgman now on 5 credits, the ability to draw up with Stone Chip Chart Room. Also, TugtetguT's playing with few cards in hand, making it very awkward for Lat to get his or their inherent ability. Sure gamble though, just to set up
Best
2.
daily cast.
You're saying Bridgman wants to go a bit longer. It's just 2 Nico campaigns in the remote server. So Bridgman will have the economy as soon as next turn to go sailing, drop down the endurance, rigging up or not, and be able to start getting some accesses here.
I think despite Asger being on a higher credit total on this turn than Bridgman, I'm a much bigger fan of Bridgman's start. Despite having no orbs here, the question for Lat is how fast can you get the drip set up? And being able to use these daily casts as stopgaps and being able to install Beth this early while Asger just gets rich quick, you're going to get that 5th click. You're going to be taking basically extra turns on a pretty regular basis. I think this start definitely favors Bridgman in my view.
And I'm pretty sure
100% agree. Yeah.
Bridgman's drawn to every single...
And the tapeworm to make that even better.
Yeah, he's drawn into, I think, every single can of diesel in the deck, going through all of the entire pack of that, just to get the tapeworm down, mind you. So now, again, just as you said, Crank, those Nico campaigns are paying both players. Now, luckily, Tug does get the additional card draw here, so see the double install. And it's important to understand that Tug's list does not have defensive upgrades. So this is just coming down to, can you deal with ice here? So we could actually see a hard cast of the endurance coming down and another breaker if you call the Tight Bright. There's a chance that Bridgman can get in here. Is this a food?
Tug basically saying you won't, and I don't know. I think Bridge is gonna say I will.
Maybe I can.
Very well could be. Very good navigation here though by Tug to make sure with that install credit and these 2 advancements staying just under the extra click, which does matter if one of these ice is something like a Fairchild 3 or an Onsel.
I'm skeptical of this being a food. I think Asger is the type of player who would just be happy to dip under 15 to deny Bridgman the extra click. I mean, that click could be anything. He could even draw a card.
On top of that, you do have that Asa group ability. You'd love to install that as often as you can. So just getting a click back after you score out maybe a 4-2 agenda is definitely worth it to build the board state. But Bridgman so far just continuing to set up for that Shaper late game. That Shaper faction has always represented. You're getting more drip economy. Now the pad tap is going to be Nico campaign. You have the hyperbaric. We're dirty laundering archives as well to get more credits. We're going to match the lat card draw. The late game, it's coming for you,
It seems like a boat has boat might not have arrived here. I think that's maybe what Bridgman is currently searching for. Doesn't have the boat to actually threaten this remote, or doesn't feel that that they can get in. But this will be an
Home
ADT
security
for Tug.
getting scored.
Yeah, the beta
Yeah.
test has gone to full production. This one is a bit more consistent, but a bit less powerful. You can look at the top 5, get one of those installed and rezzed for free. That doesn't have to be ice, which is kind of interesting, but there's not a lot of like other cards that you'd want to install in this deck. Crisium Grid's your most expensive, just about. I believe non-ice. I think you want an ice.
What's the best hit? It's probably Fairchild 3, right? You probably just want FC3.
Yeah.
FC3 or Onsel would be fantastic hits. Onsel
Yeah.
possibly a little better right now just because the Hyperbarrac's already down.
True. Yeah, Onsel as the second ice on one of these central servers probably looks really good at the moment.
Bridgman's also on Ika.
There is one click. There is also a click left, so throwing it on server 1 and jamming in agenda in server 1, that would be a pretty good play too.
This is awkward though.
If Bridgman is on Ika, then yeah, I think Onsel might be the hit that I'd be looking for here.
So the text on Asa Group is a bit finicky. So if you use the Architect deployment test to install an agenda in front of, or sorry, an ice in front of server 1, you cannot use the second install on ASA to install an agenda. So it kind of eats your ability. I think you'll be okay with it. It's not a lot of cards you want to install inside server 1.
I think you'd be completely okay with that just because it's such a good tempo play here, I think.
Yeah.
One thing that's a little awkward about that play, though, is you would lose the ability to dip below 15. Since you do actually, unfortunately, you don't get to pay any costs with the Architect deployment test.
That's why Tug is
but I
playing
just wanted
Ice
to
Wall. You advance the
I
Ice
wanted
Wall.
to pay my taxes. Pants, I just want to pay my taxes and be a good citizen. I want to pay the money.
Well, I hate to say it, but you're not able to.
So we'll see here.
Thinking really hard on this, so must be multiple installables here. Really thinking about a line. I wonder if it is kind of choosing between jamming something in server 1 with an ice here, or shoring up R&D, or maybe it's two non-ideal installs. Maybe it's choosing between like a campaign and a Crisium Grid or something like that.
You can also jam an agenda, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure how that works.
You can,
because you
but
can't res it. Do you have to?
You
prove?
do actually have to. Yeah, you have to reveal that it is an agenda because you can't res it.
So that is
So I
technically
don't think you.
a tempo positive way to just continue to put stuff in the remote server before Bridgman gets down all the Shaper Breaker suite and the Ice Breaker, the boat itself.
Now, if you
I mean,
install
that's
an
a hot play because
agenda,
you then you get to pay the 2.
yeah, I was gonna say if you install an agenda, can you then install an ice to pay the 2?
Yeah, as long as
Okay.
you
You
do.
can,
that's,
and you still have a click left at the end.
Yeah, that's appealing to me actually.
So in this matchup, we own our
Obviously,
own.
Especially
you
if,
lose the value of getting a rezzed ice, but that's the only thing you lose out on there.
We're looking at the top 5 here. Again, you don't reveal them. We'll reveal the card. So we're gonna see what's gonna be rezzed here. Outside of server 1, you install that for free too, so you do save some credits. That is a 2 credit install.
Okay, it is an ice. It's a drafter, so a free drafter. That's
okay.
a good one on the outside.
It's definitely not bad. Now it doesn't really
Okay,
make.
that was.
Sorry,
All right, good.
I'm saying this isn't
I
the
was
best.
gonna say that. Yeah, wishes he could pay $1 for that. There you go.
Yeah, so we're gonna get that 5th Beth click. This is not a deep dive deck, but that click helps so much. Just again, it's just about all the value from this lat deck. It's just getting an extra click here or there. The extra card draw, like this, all matters so much in the deck that can be quite fast. Again, we saw some of these games go 7-9 turns, right? They're fast. Getting extra clicks really does add up. But card in server 1 here, we haven't seen a seamless launch played yet. That can threaten an agenda. Even double seamless, it threatens a global food initiative. But Bridgman seems to still be building for the late game to come. So Asker wants to make sure we don't get there.
That Bridgman's starting his turn in a totally normal and not at all messed up way, dripping 8 credits and a click. You know, normal stuff.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah, somewhat importantly here, the tempo in many ways is much more important than the money here. Bridgman's on 25 credits. This ice is effectively paper thin if the tools are down, but Tug trying to really put the pedal to the metal, saying you don't have enough time to get your tools together.
And that's
It's the one critical failure of this lat deck is it can get, as weird as it sounds with the boat, with it being a boat deck, you can gear check it. You just have to have multiple ice.
Mm-hmm.
second.
A seamless architect deployment
All right.
test. Okay.
Into the tank. Let's go.
That, I believe, is the second of 2, so that's all the deployment tests. And here, Tug just needs to transition into that last Global Food Initiative. His list does not have any fast events. There's no big deal. There's no biotic labor, so you're still going to have to score out in Server 1. We only have a single defensive upgrade, and while Bridgman's going to start their turn with a fair few credits and eventually enough breakers, it looks like Magnet and that install, did that come from Asa? No.
Looks like it, yes.
Oh, it did. So you know that's not an agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, it did, because they did seamless advanced events. So this in the remote server is definitely not an agenda because of the restriction in ASA group.
Feels like Rashida, if I had to guess. This feels like this is big Rashida energy.
I was thinking potentially this is the one of Skunkworks, but Rashida would be better here. I think Tug would want this to be Rashida.
Now we'll see again if Bridgman just wants to say, okay, well, you might not have the agenda there. I can drop down the Stargate. You'd probably want to get the boat down first because your MU is clogged. But once you have that, you're controlling the top of R&D, and it's hard for Tug to break that and draw the agenda they need. There's the boat.
The boat does come down.
There's the way.
Just a paltry 24 credits left after that boat install.
So we don't see a rigging up. So the most you can get this up to is 4 power counters. I think in terms of the other charge cards, we've seen a single stone ship chart room.
How much do you respect the double seamless for the win play here in Server 1?
Wait,
sorry, that's a non-agenda. It's a non-agenda.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah,
never mind. You don't respect it at all.
If it was, I still wouldn't respect it because we just saw Asger cast Seamless to score the second Architect deployment test. The odds of him having all 3, having drawn this few cards, is so small that like if he has it, he has it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Bridgman has only made a couple runs this whole game. I think most of them were just dirty laundry archives to get more credits or to just set up the tap for him, but we haven't forced any ice reses. All that ice res is because of the Architect deployment test. You wouldn't expect to see only 3 costers resed by this, but hey, it's free installs, it's free draws. Like that's OB-esque value, and that's good.
If you're a Bridgman, what's your game plan right now? What are you building to do?
You're playing control now.
Into the Depths on HQ is going to help with it.
You're into the depths here. You can get your Stargate with this. You can just start hitting the top of R&D, and I feel like you have enough ways to deal with the remote server. We haven't seen the paperclip yet. We haven't seen the Ika, and mind you, Ika gets a bit ugly when the remote servers draft her into Ansel. Mind you, that Ansel is only a 1 of. And Asker doesn't even have that much money here. Like, you have to res 2 pieces of ice. You're dropping down to 6 credits, and you're no longer threatening the remote server into a score in like a turn or 2.
I think if I'm Bridgeman, what I'm playing for is I gotta figure out a way to keep Asger honest, whether that's keeping him honest out of the remote or getting him to turn his attention elsewhere, perhaps pushing the issue to Stargate. Because right now Asger's basically just been able to do whatever he wanted all game completely unchecked, and that needs to come to an end ASAP.
So this is wild.
Well, that's one way to get some money off of Bridgman's total.
There was
just casually paying 12 to break Gatekeeper.
There was like clearly
casually paying 14.
In fairness, he only has to do that once.
Yes.
Hopefully.
And that's fair. No, that's fair. Good. Invest for the future because you're expecting the Fairchild 3s. You're going to get this 5-6 strength anyways. You might as well pay it up front. You're still clicking away or getting your credits clicklessly. It's hilarious to see that when the boat gets through for free, but I do think that's a totally reasonable play there. The Fairchild 3s are now looking to be quite bad reses for Asger.
You know when your grandma gives you a U.S. savings bond and you squirrel that away for 20 years? Same principle.
We'll see how we're using the Into the Depths. You could pull the Stargate if you want. You could also just invest heavily into the Endurance, get another counter on it. So I love this card that gives enough options here. Again, R&D, what can be taxing here? There's the only end-to-run barriers are what's it called? Border control. You're not going to see that probably as the single ice on R&D on turn 1. So if it's a drafter, you have to boat through it. If it's a code gate, you're laughing. If it's an ice wall, the ice wall is laughing.
Got him.
Into the Depths going to grab a program. It's the paperclip, so being able to break barriers is the most important thing right now.
Finding
a seamless launch in HQ.
Staying so focused. This is such control play. Bridgman understanding I could get the Stargate. I could pivot to trying to close the game out. But like, you do not have defensive upgrades. If I just have a modicum of credits and the best breakers in the game, barring Ika, that one's a bit dodgy, you can contest the remote server. Rashida is what it's going to be in there.
It's the Rashida.
Pad tap triggering. Bridgman has that daily cast down, and Tug now has a lot of options. Not too much money, But the remote server really needs a Managarm to beat any amount of tax. Luckily, Bridgman has no agendas. So Asgore can actually do Managarm into an agenda into the remote server, have that stolen, and try and manufacture a scoring window. With 12 credits, it might be a bit difficult, but I do think that's the best thing that Tug has going for him.
Also, now that Bridgman knows about at least one seamless launch being in hand, he now has to respect the play of install advance. He can't just sit there and wait anymore.
So again, untimed round. Tug there can take his time to make a decision. He is on his last life. Single advance. There you go.
And next activation command.
We've pulled aggro. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. So what can't be broken here? It's just the sentries. Now you can't use, you could still run HQ if you have another Into the Depths.
Drafter's a bad one.
Drafter's fine though. Like, what can they do? They can overinstall on top of the agenda if the Spin Doctor and save it.
But worst case is there can't be a Managarm from hand, right? It would have gone in server 1.
So what
Into the Depths is the exact card you want. You need to get nanotech. Yeah. You do not want to let this drafter fire. It's not as bad as it could be, but it's not good either.
I think this is the Eco list too. So like if there's multiple sentries, it gets a bit more ugly.
Right, I guess. Gross.
But we'll see what the line is here. Again, next activation command. This is a lockdown. There's very few of these in the game. These came out in the Ashes cycle, the modern version of the old currents that are currently banned in the standard format. But it says runners cannot use non-icebreaker cards to break subroutines. That's largely going to mean you just can't boat through anything, let alone +2 strength to all the ice. That does matter. There are some interesting breakpoints. The magnet still is going to be comfortably underneath the hyperbaric. Fairchild 3 does get a bit more annoying, but it's mostly played because of the boat tax. It also doesn't allow you to sorry, you can still click through Bioroids, or no, you can't because it's not an icebreaker.
No.
Yeah, not an icebreaker. So one of the interesting breakpoints that is relevant because of next activation command is Ika versus Ansel. Ansel actually requires an extra pump because of next activation command.
And we're running it. Ika was installed there. This is a Trojan-esque card, as it's going to be called in the future. Installed now on top of the drafter. You're breaking that for 3 credits to break 2 subroutines, boost once. Let's see what Tug has here for the money. Tug only has to keep, I believe, 3 credits to score at the agenda. 1 to advance, 1 for seamless, another to advance.
I think you want if you're Tug, you want one of these inner ice to be on cell and or border control.
Yeah, border control is so important here. And we
border
saw
control would be really good.
One of these ice was installed on turn 1, the innermost, so that's been there for a while. Gatekeeper being res would be 8 strength. That's cute. Forces a bit more money into the hyperbaric.
Uncell actually would be more taxing right now, right?
The issue though is if he res Uncell border control, he can't score at the agenda.
Well, if you have to choose one, I think Uncell's more taxing right now because of the next activation command.
You'd lose the agenda, but yeah, it gets the most.
Second magnet would also be not the worst thing ever here. You can still get through it, but it's gonna.
But it would blank the Ika. Yeah, so it would blank the Ika, which is pretty big.
You can't even break the Uncell. You can click through parts of it. So Uncell has 3 subroutines. Trash a program. Oh, you can't even click through it. The Uncell fires.
Yeah, Uncell would fire. That would
that would end the game because it's gonna shoot the either the boat or the hyperbaric.
Unfortunately,
my guess is probably not an Uncell because Tug is thinking so much here. You think that would be a snap res.
Uncell's only a 1 of in this specific list. We saw usually 2 in most of these PD or ACID lists, but it's down to a 1. It was less taxing classically into the endurances that were just clicking through one of the subroutines and breaking 2 of them with the boat. So I don't know if we're going to get snap res here. I think Uncell would definitely be the best res. That just fires and it stops agenda from being stolen. It trashes the card. It reinstalls the card.
An interesting consideration would be Gatekeeper. That would force 5 credits out of Hyperbaric because you do have to boost.
Yeah,
true. Good point.
But it would still allow the run to continue.
Gatekeeper into border control would be perfect. That would be the perfect too.
In chat Rotom pointing out Asgore being punished for only playing 1 Ansel. You might be a little biased there.
I mean, I have to agree here though. Like the world champ has a point.
Hey, I didn't say he's wrong.
So Tug is still thinking out here. Again, if you let one agenda through, as long as you tax out these breakers, you're feeling okay about it. Unfortunately, endurance is not taxed out, and that's still going to be building counters on this run. It's a Fairchild.
Fairchild 3.
So that's 7
strength. That is still a 5 credit tax.
Potentially, yeah, 4 credits if you want to really save some pennies here and trash a pad tap, something like that. But yeah, that's still getting somewhere. If there's a border control now on the innermost, you can still get
fire,
through.
But that prevents. Yeah.
But you're not scoring out if you're Asger. Yeah, this install advance, like next activation command, that's like the most perfect line that this deck can do to threaten out a 5-3. And it's hard to pull all that together. You need the seamless, you need the 5-3, which there's not that many more in the list. I'd be really excited if this was not the 5-3 and Tug is doing so much to bait out a score at 4-2.
That would be next level. That
It'd be
would just be
so
amazing. Cool. No matter what happens this run, it's fine. Basically, the play.
All right, thinking through this. So Fairchild 3 has 3 subroutines. We can't click through any of them, not only because you don't have the 3 clicks, but because of the next activation command. So if you want to deal with this with the hyperbaric and don't want to just end the run here, which could cost you the whole game, you're going to have to boost your hyperbaric. It's been boosted up to 7 strength this turn because of the additional strength of the next activation command. It has 3 subroutines. Only one of them ends the run. You could pay 3 credits. You could also trash one of your installed cards. But you want to keep at least 3 credits, I'm pretty sure, to deal with what could be a second piece of ice, or a 4th piece of ice, excuse me, after this. We're definitely breaking the end of the run. And mind you,
if you pay 3, you know what stops you at that point? Ice wall. So choosing to fire 1 on Fairchild 3, I would imagine probably trashing the pad tap here.
This is also really important. If you haven't experienced Fairchild 3 before, that final subroutine says do 1 brain damage or end the run. That's the corpse choice because it's their card if it fires. So the runner can't just choose to take a core damage. We're going to continue.
Tapworm. A tapworm hits the bin. That's also same idea there.
Oh, it's not the food!
Off-world offense. It's not the 5-3!
Oh, man. Yeah, there you go.
What a bait!
Doesn't have it posturing.
Least on light for Bridgeman.
Posturing
Incredible.
there. And of course, if Asger could score that, it's not going to win the game you like to. That's money and gets you closer to game point. But the play there was that it looked like that was the seamless launch, which was a known quantity in hand, into advance to score at the 5-3 to win the game. So Bridgman paid a pretty penny there to stop something that did not lose the game. It's okay if I go to the bathroom. Oh, after that, you're gonna have to take a little seat.
It's all right.
Down
It's all right. They have onboard bathrooms on the Ruse Cruise. Go ahead.
I'll go too. Okay, we're gonna take a bit of a bathroom break. Apparently untimed rounds, we can do that. That's okay. Everyone just needs to be comfortable. We're gonna pull back to the caster cams. We can look a bit into the deck lists, but I've never seen that in a tournament. That's good though. Everyone needs to be comfortable. It's not a timed round. Oh, wild. Okay. So what do you do on this board state? We can jump back to actually look at the board statement here, but Bridgman's doing okay. You still have that Bath, which is going to get you some value probably next turn. You still have the daily cast, the Rozekis, and you have a boat with 5 counters on it. So going to the next turn, what does it cost to run this remote server, right? The code gates are all done for 4 credits. The drafter is done for 3 credits, so you're already only spending 7 credits. That's getting somewhere. But again, this deck is not ripe with Mana Garms and Anoetics, so you can run this maybe a couple times. You also, of course, have the fully charged boat. R&D now at this point, if you get the Stargate down, it's going to be a bit difficult to defend every server. And we're only out a single next activation command, of which I believe the deck has 2.
Sounds right.
Mm-hmm. There's one more. Yeah, I think Asker really needs the other next activation command to try to push for the win.
Yeah.
I'm not actually sure that this server is taxing enough because of the hyperbaric. Otherwise.
Yeah. And you saw the early investment in this. It looked wild. You generally don't see someone spending so much breaking a 3-coster. But for the future, it does line up. Looks like both players are back. It's a quick break. Bridgman is still in the middle of the turn.
2 clicks remaining in Bridgman's turn.
I think if I'm Bridgeman, I'm just moneying up with these last 2 clicks.
Yeah.
I think I agree. Yeah.
Because, I mean, once the boat comes back online, it only costs about 4 credits to run server 1. Because you can use boat counters for the most expensive ice, or I guess it and FC3 cost the same, but...
Yeah, we'll see here. Money is important. We've seen 3 dirty laundry so far. Sure gambles, we've seen 1, and they have no creative commissions just yet, so there's still a bit of like burst economy just hanging around in events in the lat deck. You're going to get the lat draw here for sure, which is nice, and there's a 3rd orb. Oof, that's money.
So down to 0 credits, but dripping 3 per turn plus other drip.
Oh, what?
Hold on.
We're just doing
Install
it again?
Advanced next activation command.
Wait, I've seen this
was in
movie
Halo.
before.
Wait.
Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
It was in Halo
Was this the
time.
deep cover double secret ultra probation ruse?
I think it
What?
is.
Well, it kind of worked the first time. Might as well do it
This
again.
makes the ruse even better.
Imagine spending half an hour to get into a remote server and your opponent's just like, want to watch me do it again?
Now the credit
This
differentials.
boat is so rused. Has endurance been used once this game?
No.
No, I think the boat's been at the dry dock all game.
It's capital.
room
It's
for two
nice to
wars,
have
that's all
it.
it's doing.
Yeah, it's your expensive Akamatsu mem chip. Okay, the thing is though, this remote is runnable, and if like Asger spends 4 credits resing on something like a border control, which is the one ice that I think Bridgman's going to struggle to play around, that's okay. Like they're not scoring out. So I don't even know what this does. This has to be a big ruse again. Because why doesn't Bridgman just run this? We know what it takes, right? It's 7 credits. Actually, no, it's a bit more now. No, is it even a bit more? It doesn't change anything because of the hyperbaric. So it's now just a drafter, and the drafter is 5. You're fine. It's still 7.
Well, the one thing that could change is if there's a drafter on the inside, or if there's a drafter on the inside, there could be 2 seamless in hand.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, right.
Oh,
Credit,
no,
seamless,
you're still
seamless.
on 1 credit, so
No, you're good.
yeah, credit, seamless, right? Yeah, 1 credit is enough at that point.
But Bridgman just very slowly
So-
tried to take this in, and we're just going to try to figure out what this
Right, here's
is.
a magnet.
If this innermost ice is, I think Ice Wall is the exact perfect ice that you want on this innermost. I
Oh
can't
my.
believe I'm saying these
Oh
words
my
at this
God.
moment.
I think you're
If
100%
this
right.
is Ice Wall, I'm gonna leave the zip code, okay?
Bridge out 3 credits. Can't bow through it. Oh no, they
Show
can
me
keep.
green wall.
No, he's respecting the ice wall.
Oh, the ice wall respect.
Respecting ice wall.
Fairchild 3, you're breaking the 1 Enderman subroutine. You're going to allow yourself to trash stuff. Again, ice wall is 1 cost. You only need 1. Oh, actually, it's 3. Wait, yeah, so that's all you need.
Wait, yeah,
It's 3
ice wall's
strength.
2 strength.
3 strength. You're good.
This doesn't. Oh man.
Unfortunately,
eight cost
it's just a
gatekeeper.
2
Okay.
credit cost. So
hang on.
That costs 3. That costs 3.
That costs 3.
no,
So
it's 2.
I think this is over.
It's just 2 subroutines.
It's 8. It's
No,
Oh,
but
it's 8
it's
this
8
turn.
strength.
break both.
Oh my.
You can't break both.
It's 8 strength. You can't break any. You're not at
You can't
strength.
break any. Oh my god!
But wait, but Tug can't score this. He doesn't have enough money.
If there are 2 seamless in
credit?
hand,
Oh,
The
credit
credit
seamless.
seamless
credit
double
seamless
Yeah.
seamless does
You
it.
need
illegal.
both of them. And Gatekeeper can draw into the seamlesses. The last seamless if we have
Yeah.
it. So it has to be credit seamless, which is it's narrow.
Oh my god.
It's narrow, but it's there.
Fires?
Tug is always so eager to ask of his ice fires, and I don't blame him.
Like a question mark.
I can do this, right? Yeah.
Disrespect.
So that was 1 credit short. You spent 7 on the hyperbaric and it still stalls out in the late game. That's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Gatekeeper drawing 3.
Trying to double seamless.
Now with 1 click left.
Drawing for the double seamless here, I think.
Yeah, Bridgman also had a
Shuffling
click
back
left,
luminal.
right? Like they could have clicked for another credit to get in there, but instead they
Okay.
valued their last
shuffle-
click.
Shuffling in luminal transubstantiation kind of suggests that Asger does not have it. Because I don't know why
Right.
else. I don't know why you would even bother clicking through that prompt if you have it.
But if that's not the winning agenda, wouldn't you want to keep luminal for the remote?
oh, good point.
Because the HQ
You
is not
think
safe,
so.
right? Like you're not going to lose in 1 click, but yeah, I
Well,
don't know.
we're
It
gonna
could be either
find
way.
out what it is.
Yeah.
Is this double seamless?
Asger, please. You got 2 more games to do after this.
Come on, you can't slow roll us if this is double seamless. That's against the law.
Well, I don't know. I don't see anybody windmilling down seamlesses.
There's no windmill slamming going
There's
on.
no
at the moment.
windmills. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Maybe,
All right. Well, we're back to tank watch.
Yeah.
So you can still seamless out of 4-2. You need the double seamless for the 5-3, which would be obviously sick. It would win the game.
An off-world office would be fantastic here.
Yep.
It obviously would be better to score 5-3 with credit seamless. But
Oh,
the operation
okay.
is drawing up. Okay, so that can draw for double seamless and still have the 2 credits.
Yeah.
Going for it here, it looks like.
But we draw 2 cards, got 2 credits. So if, you need to draw into the second seamless here. That's one of the few options out. That's really wild. This is not a red level clearance deck. You generally don't see those outside of sports too often. That might not be true. But draw 2.
You sometimes see a red level clearance or 2 in PD, but
it's not
usually
worst.
in ASA.
We'll see here again.
Is there an archive memories to recur the next activation command? I don't think so.
There's nothing. There's no Vitruvius. There's no recursion in this deck whatsoever outside of the docks, the spin doctors. Oh man, and then like, where does this agenda go? We've seen no spin doctors so far. I think we've seen nothing. So like, you could always overinstall it.
I think Asger is gonna have to if he can't win right now, because he has to know that Bridge can just get in.
Because Bridgman made this gamble.
Really wishes that drafter had fired.
There was this gamble so early on in the game where, Asger was doing stuff in remote servers and Bridgman said, that's cool, I'm not running. I'm going to put down an orb. I'll put down another orb. I'll even install a decoder, right? And then eventually the boat came down and Bridgman says, I know that I can transition elegantly into late game lock. Your remote server is not going to have the quote unquote unfair upgrades. So if I can break your server for 7 credits, as long as I can make 5 to 6 credits every turn, it's going to be a problem for you. And it looks like we're just hitting that hill and coming down the other side.
Yeah.
This is the part of the game where where Bridgeman's U.S. stocks and bonds are paying off here. Real long-term investment.
So this is hard again.
Yeah, and those next activation commands are down now, crucially. So these 5 boat counters actually matter.
Yes.
They actually start saving money and making the remote completely untenable to score out of.
So you can pick your least favorite ice and save, 3 credits a turn, I guess. It's the drafter's the most difficulty thing. And you can break that for free every other turn as long as you're running. But Tug here is definitely in an awkward spot. Again, also, if you do take too long, well, you are going to have to trash some of your MU here. Stargate can come down eventually.
How much of this is Asger getting punished by choosing to play Architect Deployment Test over Project Vitruvius here?
I don't know.
Because it's an interesting question, right?
You would have extra Vitruvius counters in this case. You would potentially have the double seamless there. But I think also server 1 would have taken an extra couple turns to get to that point that it is.
You don't have a remote server.
So it's tough to tell.
Yeah, so we're going to get 2 things down in the remote servers again. That makes the fully operationals a bit stronger. In terms of cards that we can assume are installed in these servers, there's still a spin doctor somewhere. There's still 3 of them. There's still Maryland campaigns alive and well. There'd only be 1 Nico left. A Rashida also could exist, but server 1 just seems to be on agenda. And probably the winning agenda if Tug can secure it for another turn. So Bridgman still has work to do. They still have to run server 1, and it might be hard to do that while also checking stuff in the remote server. We got a bit of a reminder in chat to make sure the turns don't take too long, but this is an untimed round. Server 2, we're checking it. That's the Nico campaign.
Hopefully it does still matter, though. Nico campaign, good.
It's credit positive, but I think you need the money for the remote server. We're going to see the endurance get used this turn for sure.
Right.
But this is one of the few rare cards that Tug can res it at start of turn, actually get a credit off of it, which opens up the amount of seamlesses you need to win the game. But Bridgman's going to take that down for 2 credits. Rashida in server 3 is potentially a real threat, but again, Bridgman knows the game here is on server 1. And now with a single seamless, Tug is still short on credits, so you have to figure out what server 3 is. Let's see a Maryland here, or Rashida. There's a spin doctor, so it's not credits. So it's another chance to draw into this
fascinated.
3rd seamless.
I'm fascinated by this decision to not over-install on server 1 with this spin doctor.
Yeah.
Well, this forces Bridgman to do something, right? Because
is this spin doctor to get back the next activation commands, maybe?
It probably is, but I think that would. I guess that you can get back 2 instead of 1 if you install over the agenda. What is presumably an agenda.
Getting trashed.
The thing is, like, if you put the spin doctor on top of the agenda to save it, no longer are you forcing Bridgman to spend 6-7 credits this turn. And I think you need to do that.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Double next coming back. Like, Bridgman still has to consider running this if they're worried about the double seamless window.
Yeah, I think you have to run server 1 if it's still there.
The question is whether they have the mad dash. If Bridgman has the mad dash, the game's totally different here. But 2 next coming back, the value of those next activation commands is actually, oh, there you go.
Oh, here's the mad dash.
Yeah.
That is the punish for leaving
Mad
the agenda of
dash
the remote
hitting
server.
server 1. Yep.
Why
would that be an agenda? Good question. Because there's no other advanceable installable cards.
Yeah, this is the deepest cover NGO front. It's the NGO that you aren't even playing in your deck.
So we're through here. The drafter. We're going to break that for the Ika. Again, these are now regular strength ice.
Tug saying in chat, you can undo if you want. Are you sure?
You got to offer, right? It'd be impolite not to. We're through. Fair chat 3 again, 3 more credits. You're seeing the investment there on the hyperbaric. This remote server, all the code gates, they just cost subroutines. It's like an Amakua. Let's go. The gatekeeper on the inside is 0 strength, so we're going to steal something here. We're looking for a food, and if that is a food, that puts Tug on only a single food left. Let's not even worry about the fact that the remote server doesn't work so much.
Food.
But there you go.
Wow.
Shocked face. Bridgman, again, is undefeated so far in Intercontinental, so just one more lucky or strategic access can seal the deal undefeated, while Tug still has such a long road ahead of him.
Yeah, the game gets really tough here. I'm not sure what the line is to win. You somehow need to both get money and maybe get another taxing ice on server 1, and you also need to find your next activation command. There's just too much to do, and you're opening up a lot of time for Lat to money up and Stargate you, potentially. At least start off with it.
Could be Skunkworks. That's a little something starting.
Yeah, Skunkworks helps.
So that server 1 could be Skunkworks. It also could be Crisium, and a lot of times you would consider putting that in, even if it was the Crisium. It doesn't do much on Centrals besides the Stargate.
As a ruse.
Yeah, as a ruse. But the problem is, like, Tug only has 2 credits. So you can't even do seamless advance to close the game off. So server 2 would have to be a Nico, but I think all 3 are accounted for. So it'd have to be like Rashida into seamless. It's like really wild how narrow the options now are, and Bridgman can't afford to check every turn. Checking server 2 here. It's a Maryland. Credit neutral if rezzed. So that means I don't think Asger can score out of food in server 1 this turn. They just are 1 credit short. There's nothing that will generate them credits between the turns. So
yeah, Rashida's the only thing that would do that still on the list. All the Nikos are in the bin, so
yeah.
These face downs are less threatening.
I will just see. It's a matter of time before Bridgman understands I can just start checking R&D. With 2 credits, there's nothing that can be rezzed. They already got their endurance counter, and a single axis will close the game out. I believe this list is on, we're on 9 agendas, so 5 of them are accounted for. There's only 4 more agendas between 24 cards. 3 face down in archives. Bridgman's drawing up. Those stone chip sharp rooms would be totally playable to get more charges on the endurance if you need to save money in a pinch. There's like no line of play where it's like trash the Ika drafter to install another drafter. I think the simul chips have to be somewhere, but single axis off the top could be it.
Let's see what it is. Not a windmill slam. Thinking this over.
Questions what they want to trash.
This is a Rashida, thinking if it's worth spending the credit. Sure enough, Rashida chooses to trash.
So no.
So this is a fresh card off of R&D.
Yep, and 2 Rashidas are accounted for, so who knows what server 1 is. This is not a Tranquility Grid deck.
Not a Rashida, it looks like. Mandatory draw has happened. No Rashida fire, so server 1 looking a little bit more like an agenda. Oh, ice R&D. That is expensive to do when you were on 4 credits. You're spending 1 of those just to get an ice on R&D.
Now with 3 credits, the game of what's in the remote server does change. If Tug just plays this cool and has double seamless in hand, they can seamless advance, and server 1 potentially could be the game, if that is this final food. So maybe you do take some pressure off on putting stuff in front of R&D. As soon as they res R&D, and this could either be a drafter or a magnet, then server 1 is totally dead in the water. So we'll see Bridgman. Only 13 cards left in their sack, 6 in their hand. What the Stargate is amongst them. is the question, but their MU is also full. Into the Depths probably is going to pull a Stargate unless they need more
Yep.
charges. Ooh, why not
Into
get
the Depths on server 1.
all the value back?
So
Yeah, I was gonna say,
you can only
why
get
just get
3
one?
charges here.
That's the thing is like, you know, you understand Shaper is a late game deck, and then you see when they run through
Value
3
run.
ice how good Into the Depths is. Oh my. Oh, there could be Crisium in the road server, huh?
There could be. Doesn't matter
Spiteful-
for Into the Depths, though.
Doesn't it? If successful, it does. Spite
Oh, you're
res.
right.
Yeah.
It's successful. Yeah, it's not just at the end.
Wait, moves a card from server 1 to HQ? What happened?
Hang on, Judge. Oh,
Conceives.
okay. That's probably the agenda. We have an Intercontinental champion.
What happened?
Well, congratulations to Bridgman.
It was
That
Tug
is
saying in chat
Continental
that was
Championship.
food. He's just punting.
Oh man.
Yeah,
okay.
so that was a concession. It was a concession with extra steps. But congrats to Bridgman. That is a Continental Championship.
That's
in an
as you're saying.
incredibly
That's as me
stacked
saying you
field.
didn't win. I lost.
Yeah. I give you the agenda. I take it away. All right. Bridgman does it undefeated. What? What's the chance of that?
Undefeated.
And this
Did
is
not drop a single game against 12 of the strongest players in the entire world.
and it's like even a bit more impressive than it might sound if you're used to seeing like final cut rounds where like the top player sits out a couple rounds while other people are like trying to survive. Bridgman played every single round. That's how single-sided Swiss works in this format. So actually played, what is it, 8 games in a row and just did not lose any of them. Whoa, well played to
Tough
both
do that.
players.
Very tough to do that.
I'm going to find out whether we can get both of these players into the Continentals or into, sorry, the communication, into the comms, so we can have a bit of an interview. That's classically what happens after these events. But of course, Bridgman taking it undefeated there. I wonder if they updated the standings just to see all those skulls and all those hearts. Oh yeah, they did. Look at that. Oh, perfect standing. You did it. And in terms of what he got to play, did play a bit more runner than Corp, but only barely. And we saw a really good distribution. Like none of this is like clearly favored to one side off the other. We had a very even split down the middle. Hey, in fact, I think we might have Bridgman with us. Bridgman, how's it going? Congrats.
Thank you. I can't believe it. I'm so happy.
What?
This is honestly it's a dream come true.
Congratulations. What an absolutely phenomenal run. And I think your name has been showing up just across the entire Continental season, because if I'm not mistaken, we have seen your decks time and time again as soon as APAC. Can you talk about this? Maybe we can rewind a bit and talk about the R plus, the Reality Plus deck. This is your deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least I made the original version, and Sokka made some changes, but like the concepts of basically like recurring Drago, trying to prison with market forces, self-growth, and the agenda suite, you know, and yeah, so yeah, I made that. Yes.
Awesome.
Did you have questions about it?
Well, so since then, that was kind of the deck to beat. Clearly, the target was painted. It was put up. It won APAC. Then we saw players still playing really well with it on the second day. But then you played in Euro Africas, and you showed up with a very different list. I have it on screen right now, and it's such a fascinating list for multiple reasons. Firstly, everyone wants to see the Corp boat, which has proven to be the stronger boat to date, the Op boat. But
no matter what side you play, you should play both.
You should play both. That's what we learned so far. But this is
the
boat meta.
It's a boat meta in 2 ways.
We've been talking about this between rounds, and when we looked at this list, we thought that this list was such a strong it's you pinning down what the meta looks like on the runner side. I feel like this could have potentially really rough matchups if there's maybe more criminal around, if there's certain kind of anarchs. How much of this deck is a response to the meta, or how much do you think this is a very like robust game plan?
Okay, so wait, can I start with commenting on the R+?
Yeah, sure, if you'd like to, yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah,
totally.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, we did a lot of testing on that list, and I actually myself like got kind of lost faith in it, like demoralized playing against Sokka in practice, because the shaper, the lat basically would destroy it consistently.
Yeah.
Like you know, you kind of get to a point where you put down Resekis, and they can bounce them and set you back a little bit, but they can't do that forever. So you just install them again. And if you really need to run ever, like if they double advance the Drago, or maybe they even need to quadruple advance it to threaten a market forces that's big enough to like be something you need to run, then you get in, and you can even into the depths of the server and get a misdirection, and then just clear all the tags that you took from the ice. And so it was horrible. So I as soon as that list was out, I was like, well, this is going to be a one-trick pony, because as soon as people see the lat, then that's going to be all over the meta, and then then the R plus is fucked. So I had to find something different. I was trying really hard to find a corp. I tried a bunch of things. I tried PD. I tried Aza. I tried Ob, obviously, and some other things that I forgot. I think I dabbled in PE a little bit, but not too seriously. And So the Ob, it's first of all, it's the type of deck I like to play. It's a really spammy tempo deck with a lot of options and alternate like win conditions, which means that you can like threaten different things depending on the board state, and it makes it hard for the runner to put out all the fires. I was almost bringing Asa to Euros, but I'm very glad that I didn't. I was some kind of ganked Asa. And this list, I played like, I think I just jammed so many games over the weekend. It was like 40 games or something, and I found the list was really good. But I was also worried, because if you play against the reg lat against perfect play, it seems like you always get squeezed out, or not. Sorry, not always. Like there are tools, but it's not favored. So I was worried about that. I mean, the two games that I played against Sokka with the lat in this tournament, I won. So that kind of, I think, proves that point a little bit. Or although maybe he didn't have the best draw or whatever. So I was a little worried, but I was desperate for corpse, and I thought this deck is. I'm gonna get through Swiss with it at least, and I think it's just in general really strong. So to answer your question about crims and stuff, I think it's a very well-rounded deck.
Cool.
That you don't really beat just by default. Like you have to play very precisely. You can't just be like, I'm Crim, so I win. No, I think probably Crim might have the worst matchup. I'm not sure, unless they get like, I don't know, miss bones and like trash all your stuff. But
Yeah.
the problem for Crim is they're pretty susceptible to economic warfare HHN. So I think they kind of have trouble keeping up, and they're basically never going to land doofs, because you have border control on HQ, and even if they force you to pop it with a doof, then you just get a new ice because you're ob. So no, I just think it's well rounded. It's hard to play against. I don't think it's favored against perfect play if you're the shaper, but it's good enough. Like it gives you a chance to win the game. So
would you be able?
Yeah.
Sorry, just in terms of, so I know I put my foot in my mouth a bit when I saw this deck at the beginning of today. I thought that this deck would struggle to be able to score out agendas, but we had the pleasure to watch you to play this multiple times, and you're clearly putting stuff on the table to, to get that op value and to track pressure, but you're also jamming behind two ice, and you're having all the same tricks of envelopment, border control, and the ice that suddenly becomes a bit better than it looks. For some newer players who are maybe looking at this, or some players who are trying to get ready for Worlds and kind of like this archetype, how would you describe this play pattern? What do you prioritize? Like, what's your strategy when you're looking at the opening?
I mean, so opening wise, you want to get like economy assets and assets that draw you cards, and even better if you can get the excavator in combination with like a Marilyn or a launch campaign or something early, because again you can start triggering your ID and getting value from that. So like ideal turn one is like double Marilyn and excavator or something like that, and then you can get the money from the Marylands, trash one of them, get a wall to wall that will then trigger next turn, and then you're threatening to do the same thing to the other Maryland next turn, and then you can fetch whatever you want depending on the matchup. Like sometimes you want to get a launch campaign, sometimes you want to get urban renewal, and essentially you just like you get a lot of money and cards from this, and then you also can put urban renewals on the board. And the urban renewals they sort of want to deal with, so at some point they might be forced to run them, or they just lose cards out of their hand. Which and a lot of runners will not die to the SC combo, where it's like they are urban pops, they take 4 meat damage, and I have 1 card left because there's Steelskin Scarring in Anarch, and there's a Stone Ship Chart Room in Lat. But it's still a threat. Like if they don't have those things, they could just die to you scoring an Azif after the urban renewal pop. So you have threats, and then as soon as they run, you have the potential to punish them with Econ Warfare plus HHN, and they sort of had to play around that. So yeah, basically the original there's like 2 threats. One threat is you having such an economic lead that they won't be able to keep up with both preventing you from scoring agendas and trashing the important assets and staying out of HHN range. So you're constantly like pressuring them from all of these 3 angles basically, because you and yeah, in terms of scoring out, if you get to 5 points, you're suddenly threatening to just win the game with an audacity.
Right.
So that means that they will basically get really stressed out, and they feel like they need to close it out quickly, and you put even more pressure on them that way. And in terms of the ice, like the logic is basically that Lat has a lot of troubles getting through it,
Yeah.
and the Lat relies a decent amount on Into the Depths to tutor their program, so like to tutor misdirection, and your ice suite like perfectly counters that, so you can like delay them getting the misdirection as long as possible, and that means that sometimes they don't even get it out in a game, which means that the Econ HHN threat is still alive. Now, sometimes you just get unlucky and they draw it, and then you just have to try to win in some other way. But it's really nice that they kind of have to hard draw it or draw their self-modifying code to get it out.
I think that's a good transition to the next question, because we've seen this lat deck, right, all the way since 3 weeks ago when it first showed up at the APAC Continentals and came first and second. And throughout those weeks, you've seen minor, optimizations to the list. And I'm struggling to see what exactly the slot came from, but you have 1 self-modifying code in here. I think today we saw some other differences. We've seen people playing multiple SMCs. We saw a couple mad dashes. We've even seen some lists that are running a single copy of Deep Dive. What's your thought on that? Because everyone has their own, their own way that they want to go changing this core.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I was really stressing out over the last few slots, but in the end, I basically decided to go with what I know. The only thing I changed from Euros is the Ika. So when it comes to self-modifying code, and if you compare it to the list Sokka played in the Asian one, he had 3 Into the Depths and no SMC at all. And basically, what we found in testing is that a lot of the counterplay to the Lat relies on denying Into the Depths from being good in some way. So like, there were some test games where we played against an Asa and they just stacked like a giant server. Like they wouldn't even put any ice on any other server, like 3-4 ice on a remote, and nothing on the others. So you can Stargate, but like that's about it. So we found that like you need some other way to get your important programs, because if Into the Depths is the only way, you might just never be able to tutor it. So it's like an extra copy of whatever program you need depending on the matchup. And so against most decks, it's for Stargate, but against if you play against this Ob, for example, you often will get misdirection with it. So that's the logic. In terms of Deep Dive and stuff like that, I kind of get it, because if you play against PD, it feels like really hard to be checking the remote all the time. and if you just guess incorrectly, you can get text out on both counters and not be able to contest with them from scoring. And then sometimes you feel like you have to pivot to a Stargate plan where you maybe don't even see the agendas. So I understand like the urge to put multi-axis in the deck. I just felt that I didn't really test deep dive, so I can't say much about it. But I guess that's the idea. Like I was considering it.
Cool.
It's hard to get the extra click and stuff, but yeah, it's something you can use to close the game out.
Super cool. I think I only have one last question, really, Bridgman, for you, and that is, you do have a Worlds buy here. Are you coming to Worlds this year?
Actually, I am. Yeah.
Get out. Nice.
Yeah, it's decided.
Was that a contingent on this
So,
buy, or you already were set up to go?
No. This has been planned a long time.
That's super cool to hear.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Look forward to seeing you there. I have a question on the date. So we heard about the general strategy of these decks, kind of what you're planning to do, what you're hoping to do. Obviously, things don't always go according to plan. What were your hardest matchups on the day, and were there any particular turns that you found very difficult?
Oh shit. I was in big trouble against lukifer Sports actually. I didn't have much practice against it, and some of the turns came down to like, very small. I don't know, just a little credit here or there could have made a big difference in those games. And I actually got really lucky in on my HQ accesses. But there were a lot of hard games. There was. I mean, the one against Asker when he was running against me, he was at 6 points, and like another agenda out of R&D would have been game. I don't know if like I'm right now. I'm so overwhelmed. Like I don't know if I remember a particular moment. Like, yeah,
that's all good.
I mean, but the sports like. Yeah, I was kind of caught off guard by that sports list because of like Giordano Memorial Field, and also I didn't really get rolling, didn't get my clot out and stuff. Yeah.
I think that's been
I
a
don't know if that answers the question.
Oh, absolutely. I think we've remarked over the last couple weekends on how tricky that sports deck is and how different it is from some of the other ones. So it makes sense that a lot of the lines were not necessarily the same that you have against other sports lists.
I have only one question, and so now that you are the undisputed intercontinental champion of the world, have you given any consideration to what card you would like your likeness on?
I have not. Just you saying that, like it doesn't make sense.
Real man.
It's unreal. It's unreal. No, I haven't. How does that work? Like, can I choose any card? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think it can be an identity. I think that's the only thing.
Usually been the rule. I'd like to begin the lobbying by lobbying to have you choose Museum of History. Let me tell you. Never mind.
I'm sorry, but it's not going to be that one.
Hey,
not that I'm one of the museum haters. Like, well, maybe I don't know. I'm not the biggest hater of museum, at least.
I'll take any victory I can get. Congrats, buddy.
Yeah, don't worry about it. You got some time to sort it out. But hey, huge congrats to not only like an Intercontinental title, but like an undefeated Intercontinental title, playing, what is it, 8 games in a row and not dropping a single thing. I will say though,
I did the first win was undeserved. Like Sokka got a match loss because he. He handed in an incorrect deck list, unfortunately. So that kind of sucks. But still, I'm incredibly happy with the result.
Yeah, really well played. And again, also like a fantastic, obviously, finish in the Euro Africa Continentals to even get here. So like that was such a long road. So huge pat on the back. And of course, also to Asger for a fantastic finish, taking the Euro Africa Continentals, coming in second place at Intercontinentals. Huge respect to that. Some really good play, really good Netrunner to date. On top of that, We need to give a huge shout out to everyone who played today. These 12 players had to come across all time zones after already committing a lot of time on their weekends this month or last month to get together and play more Netrunner just to put on a nice show and fight for that title. So huge shout out to everyone getting involved. Bridget, once again, huge congratulations. I'm looking forward to saying hi at Worlds and seeing what sort of fun brews you build there. Because let me tell you, personally, bringing an op deck to the top tables and winning like that, you got my support all the time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Awesome. And on that,
looking forward to seeing you at Worlds. I imagine we might see it in a very similar situation we did today.
Maybe you'll get your grudge match with Sokka. Maybe you'll get your grudge match with Sokka at Worlds.
Ooh.
Maybe, yeah.
I think that might be expected.
Shout out to Sokka.
Yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see the videos that he put
Congrats
out from
again.
this, if he does. And on that note, that is going to be the end of the Intercontinental's road. Huge shout outs to everyone who participated, everyone who got involved today, everyone watching in chat. Hopefully you had a good time if you're watching the VOD. Again, if you want to follow this channel, Nisei will be back. It looks like they should be streaming Worlds. I don't have anything officially confirmed. That's what they told me. Sorry if I'm not meant to say that, but hopefully there'll be a stream it's just in a couple of weeks. If you can make it down to Toronto, we're excited to see you there. Of course, huge shout out to the Nisei team, to the organized play team, to everyone who's putting together the deck list, who's compiling it, who's doing judge calls, who's making sure that everyone is comfortable and able to play some Netrunner. We again spent so much time over the last month focusing on the top tables and the top tier gameplay, but there's so many people who are just getting involved in organized play just so they can get some games, meet some strangers, make some friends, and play this game of Netrunner. So hopefully you got involved. Hopefully you had a good time watching. If that's all you want to do too, that's cool. We respect that. And on our side, from the casting booth, I want to give a huge shout out firstly to Cranked, who's been here for we've been casting a fair bit through the tournament. Cranked, always a pleasure, man.
That's the Cranked.
Man, happy to be on. Had a super fun time.
It was really fun. And of course, Nero Panzer, who's been holding down the fort for almost all of it. Panzer, such an epic run. And we're going to see you at Worlds too. Excited to hear that on the mic, Panzer. Thanks so much.
Going to be fantastic. Thank you for having me on. This was a lot of fun. And I'd just like to make a quick personal plea to everyone out there in the audience. Come to Worlds. It's going to be so much fun. You're going to love it. You're going to meet so many people from the Netrunner community. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. Please come to Worlds.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Just a couple of weeks away. We'll see you there for sure. And until then, again, pay attention. Nisei is going to be dropping a new ban list relatively soon. If you're practicing for Worlds, for Standard, maybe for Startup, I don't know. Keep tuned to Nisei.net to see any updates there. Last shout out for Nisei for organizing all this stuff. A lot of work goes together. And that's going to be it. Probably the next time we're going live here, you'll see us in Toronto, Ontario to find out who the world champion of Netrunner is in both Startup and Standard. Oh, it's going to be fun. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you all around.